Hello, friends, fellow traders, and anyone else. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'd like to welcome you here to TopstepTV for opening call. He's Frank, and I'm Jesse, and we're the James brothers. So y'all have a good day today, and glad y'all can make it. So you're at the right place at the right time. We've saved you a front row seat. Of course, each and every day you get that front row seat. We have an exciting, informative, educational programming for you today and throughout the week. We will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that says, well, it's best not to count the days, but if you do, make sure the days count. So get yourself ready for a top-notch, up-to-date market trading know-how. And I'd like to say good morning to our good friend, John Hoagland. Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Eddie. I like that. If you don't count the days, but if you do, make the days count. That's pretty cool. I like that. Welcome, everybody, to the opening call, Thursday, January 4th. As always, we're going to be focusing on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and always remaining patient in our trading. Eddie, how are you this morning?
You know, I'm good. A little chilly. I got my little hoodie on here and keeping my fat ass warm. And hopefully I can take it off a little later because I don't like to wear it. But anyway, Johnny and yourself, good to go?
Yeah, doing good. Got some good sleep last night. Just kind of looking at these markets, trying to figure out what I'm going to be looking to do today. So going to be an interesting trading day as usual.
What am I going to do today? Well, I know what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to start the news, and we're going to get this party started. So, but U.S. stock futures pointed green today, and until we just saw some of these markets just sort of falling out of bed. Earlier today, the Dow was up 0.1%. We had the S&P up 0.1% and the NASDAQ up 0.2%. Main averages on Wall Street closed lower in the prior session as a dismal start to the New Year's for the equities extended into the second day. Fed minutes, we had those yesterday, and seemingly poured some cold water on much of the optimism. And although analysts noted that the release yesterday did not have a major impact on markets, but we saw some market movement there. Now, the account showed while policymakers believe rates were as likely or at near their peak, there was still some unusual, elevated amount of uncertainty. SpaceX, good old Mr. Musk, SpaceX illegally fired 8 workers for distributing a letter calling founder Elon Musk a frequent source of distraction and embarrassment. That was according to a complaint by the U.S. Labor Agency. And regional official said that the rocket and satellite company violated the law protecting employees' rights to call for better working conditions. So, rocket scientists not happy. Johnny, what do you got?
My goodness. Well, it's all about employment today and tomorrow, mostly in the economic numbers. 7:15 this morning, the ADP employment number came out. The previous month was revised to 101,000. They were expecting 115,000, and it came out 164,000 new jobs added according to the ADP. Now, we also had jobless claims. Initial jobless claims was revised the previous month to 220,000. They were looking for 216,000, and it came out lower at 202,000. So labor market still seems to be very firm. Continuing jobless claims, they were looking for 1,883,000. That came out 1,855,000. So again, indications that the labor market remains relatively firm. At 8:45 today during fast markets, we're going to be looking for the PMI composite final. Not expected to be wildly impactful, but one never knows. 9:30, we got the nat gas storage. 10 o'clock, the EIA petroleum status report is due out again on Thursday because of the holiday on Monday. After that, we've got a 3-month, 6-month, 3-year note, 10-year note, and a 30-year bond announcement. So whatever that is going to do to the markets, probably not much. But after that, at 10:30 a.m. Central, we've got a 4-week bill and an 8-week bill auction. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's up a little bit today at 14.14. The dollar index down slightly at 102.4. And the yield on the 10-year just hanging right below that 4% level here at 3.87% last I checked. Kind of looking at things, and we've hit 34 trillion in the national debt. I know everybody's aware of that. I think maybe later on, maybe during fast markets, we can throw a little context or extrapolation on that. We'll take a look at that during fast markets.
Cool.
Yeah. So that's it for economic numbers.
All right. Well, let's talk about crude if you don't mind. Crude.
Absolutely.
Crude traded 1% higher per barrel. Brent climbed 0.8%. Now, both contracts surged around 3% yesterday after protests over high fuel prices caused Libya's oil field to halt production. The field producing about 300,000 barrels a day. News came as worries persist over the Yemen's Iran-backed targeting of ships in the Red Sea. Johnny, did you buy a ticket by any chance here? Lottery, jackpot ticket?
I did not this time.
Did not? Well, there's 2 tickets out there, both $425,000 winners here in the Chicago suburbs that have not been claimed.
Right
away,
I wish I had.
I read that and I told the wife, honey, check your tickets. M&Ms, M&Ms, did you know M&Ms were made?
The candy or the wrapper?
M&Ms, the candy.
The candy. Okay.
They were, I believe, invented in 1941 for the soldiers. So they wouldn't melt when they shipped them overseas. But this coming Easter, M&M's candy is introducing a new flavor, and the flavor is a sundae flavor, not the day, the ice cream treat. So you might think a little vanilla, topped with a little hot fudge, and maybe a touch of cherry. So I'll pass on those.
Yeah, I'm a peanut M&M's kind of guy myself.
You like those? Yeah, those are pretty good. Good. And another warning for everybody here, IKEA has recently recalled over 25,000 mirrors sold in the U.S. and Canada because they don't work. No, actually, because they do work, but they fall off the frames much too easy. So be careful. If you got a mirror from IKEA, it's probably best to give them a call, give them the serial number, and see if you need to return those mirrors. That'd be pretty dangerous. It scared the shit out of me, I tell you.
Yeah, right. Especially if I looked in the mirror and I didn't see anything. If the mirror didn't work, I'd think I was a vampire.
A vampire. Good morning, everybody. Blah. All right, now we got our tip of the week. James is back in the driver's seat here. James, what's our tip of the week?
Adaptability.
Recognize when a trade is not working. Yes. Okay. And be ready to cut your losses. Best to do that. We talk about that each and every day, and we're going to keep talking about it. So remember that. Write that down.
Yeah.
Adaptability.
Yeah. I think one of the trading geniuses, Jim Dalton, says, yeah, you should always have a stop in, but you should never hit your stop. You should know before it gets to your stop whether the trade is going to be successful or not, just by reading the market generated information. As much as much an art as it is a science, for sure.
Right. Wise words of the wisdom, folks. Speaking of wise words, let's kick it into some charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. So here's the E-mini S&P daily chart. Again, the S&P and the NASDAQ are telling different stories. Yesterday on the push to the downside, we settled at 47.4650, down 40 and 40.75 handles. Volume was higher, but not really that impressive, especially for a down day. The down days are usually the things that bring in the most volume. We did add 20,000 in open interest, indicating that there are some new sellers, but we've got 3 consecutive down days with with negative delta, which indicates that these sellers are probably not the stronger hands, longer time frame sellers. These sellers are the shorter time frame speculators. So we're looking at weekly kickoff low here at 47.37 as a really kind of an important number. If we've got the short time frame sellers too short here, there may be somewhat of a pullback off of this if we cannot bring in new business to the downside below that 47.37 weekly kickoff low. That is going to be really pivotal for us today. Now, that's the story in the S&Ps. It's a little bit different in the NASDAQ, and we'll see that very shortly. Here's the 30-minute chart. Let's get this scaled so we can see it. Here's our move down yesterday. Mostly kind of in the overnight. We did end up closing the gap. We know the FOMC numbers came out. The short time frame trend is lower. Here's the all-time high, which did occur in the overnight session, another close to all-time high in the overnight session. We've been putting in lower highs and lower lows ever since. Is that short time frame traders? We have been adding a little bit of open interest. The delta has been negative, indicating probably at this point, we're looking at mostly short time frame, short sellers coming into this market. And if they're short in the hole and we can't see new business coming to the downside again below that weekly kickoff low, we may see some decent pullback in the opposite direction. I don't know this. I'm not predicting anything. This is just what I'm seeing in the tea leaves and in the market generated information. And there's a couple other things that I'm really excited to kind of show you in the profiles. So the short time frame trend is lower. Do we have any overnight inventory? It looked like we were maybe getting a little bit short against yesterday's low, getting pretty close to that weekly kickoff low. Already we're seeing some selling ease down here and the price coming back into range. And if it comes back into value, we're not going to be looking at a lot of overnight inventory. We're not going to be able to use that for any early opportunities for us. If we open back inside range and certainly back inside value, I'm going to try and stay patient, let the initial balance establish itself and look for opportunities along the extremes of the initial balance. Again, the initial balance would be the first hour of the regular trading hour session. In the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, that's 8:30 to 9:30, establishes the initial balance. On the profiles, yesterday was a normal variation neutral day. We had an excess low at the end of the day. I wouldn't call this a late spike. I would call this kind of an excess low because price didn't close in the late spike. So there's an excess low and a weak high. A weak high is kind of exact highs if there's only one TPO or one tick above or below the previous high or low. That's indicating that the market was still willing to get to that level and that the upside auction may not have completely finished. When we see an auction finish, we like to see excess, and the excess on yesterday's profile was on the downside, not on the upside. Again, a different story in the NASDAQ. Now I want to show you something. In the profiles day over day, including the overnight session. So here's yesterday's week high and excess low. We traded right down to yesterday's low within a tick in the overnight session. The market starting to pull back. But when we look at the highs, here's the highs. Overnight, week high. Regular trading hour session, week high. Overnight, week high. There's no excess at the high here, indicating that the upside auction in a longer time frame may not have finished. When we're looking at the end of an auction, we're looking for excess, and we do not have excess at the highs in the S&Ps. Just one thing to point out. Take a look now at the NASDAQ, which again is painting a little bit of a different picture. We talked yesterday morning about if this market, if these equities are going to roll over, they're probably going to be led by the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ yesterday had a pretty decent day, closing below the weekly kickoff low. 16,604 is weekly kickoff low. We settled at 16,538, down 182 points. One big difference, well, not a big difference. We did add open interest, and a close below the weekly kickoff low indicates potential acceptance of lower pricing. We have not yet accepted lower pricing below the weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps. So two different stories. If this market does roll over and continue to the downside, you can see it right there. It is going to be led probably by the NASDAQ. Said that yesterday. It seems to be continuing to ring true. We added 2,300 in open interest yesterday on pretty decent volume. The volume on the New York Stock Exchange was, I think, 3.9 billion, which isn't tremendous. Remember, there's still a lot of folks kind of ambling their way back into the markets, really looking for full volume to come back into the markets next week. A lot of kids are still on vacation. People are still on their vacations. Markets are really going to, I think, come back to full volume and liquidity next week. Anyways, volume and open interest higher on a close below the weekly kickoff low, acceptance of lower pricing. If I was looking at the S&Ps, I'd say, this might be an opportunity for us to catch some short time frame shorts, too short for a move in the opposite direction. Looking at the NASDAQ, I'm thinking, wow, we closed below an important inflection level, and it seems like we're continuing to push in that direction. I'm looking for shorts. So again, conflicting information, different stories. Both of them need new business to continue this move to the downside. I think the short time frame traders are already short, and if they don't get new business, in other words, longer time frame adjustment in inventory to continue to push price lower, they may run into trouble. Look at the 30-minute chart here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this 30-minute chart. It's much weaker than the S&Ps. Okay, of course, we know that the trend is to the downside in the short time frame. Let's get a little closer up here. Lower highs, lower lows. Closed the gap yesterday, rejected that. Overnight inventory in the NASDAQ is now short. We are opening with a gap in the NASDAQ. That is indication, again, of potential acceptance of lower pricing. If we can't close the gap relatively early, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like there's only one place for this thing to go, and that is to range or continue this push to the downside. How good of a job did it do yesterday in kind of pulling and holding below the weekly kickoff low? Well, I mean, it does look like every time the market traded above there, sellers came in. It did close kind of on its patoot, almost in a late spike. If that's a late spike and we're opening below it, that's indication of acceptance of lower pricing. We're still looking for new business to come in and start selling this market, which may create a delta divergence in the opposite direction of what we've been seeing. We start seeing price continuing to push lower against shorter time frame buyers. That's going to be my indication that the longer time frame has made a decision to adjust inventory, and I'm not going to fight that. I don't have to play, but I don't want to fight the longer time frame. We'll be discussing all of this during fast markets and all day through the day today. So we will be with you. We will be telling you what the delta is and talking about what that might mean to the markets. In the profile, it's a normal variation trading day. There was excess on both sides. Excess on both sides means the upside auction yesterday in the day time frame finished. It completed. There's excess at the high where there's no excess at the high in the S&Ps. Again, the S&Ps presenting as not as weak as the NASDAQ. Looks to me right now like the NASDAQ has a better chance of winning, but I don't know. There's no guarantees. I'm just telling you what I see here. And, we're going to have to see how this plays out. Again, opening with the gap. If we can't close the gap, even if we close the gap and find resistance at that level, we're going to be looking for acceptance of lower pricing. If for some reason, market comes back into value in the NASDAQ after opening outside of range and accepts, then we might see a pullback back up to value area high, which is approximately 16,615.75, and that puts us back over weekly kickoff high. My thought is, we're below weekly kickoff high. It's usually going to be short below, long above. My fear was yesterday that we were just going to kind of become magnetic to it, which did not necessarily happen. Now we're seeing some continuation to the downside. Again, gap rules. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities to sell strength for continuation to the downside. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a suggestion. That is not a promise. That is not a guarantee. That is not a strategy. That is just context. That's thinking, well, if we can't get there, then maybe the opposite move might be in case. We don't know anything. We don't know what's going to happen. Even the best economist is going to not know what the right thing to do is in a lot of situations. So here's crude oil.
Johnny, is
Yesterday,
our weekly reminder too. We got to adapt to it. Adapt.
Absolutely. Adaptability. There you go. If the first hypothesis you come up with doesn't ring to be true, move to your second or your third hypothesis. You should always have multiple hypotheses for your trading day, because if one doesn't work out, you want to be prepared to adapt to a hypothesis that may actually be coming true and then trade to that strategy. Excellent thing. Excellent way to point that out, Eddie. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Now, yesterday we speculated that there were many short time frame shorts in the hole. What does short in the hole mean? Well, short time frame speculators have a tendency to be momentum traders. The momentum was to the downside for the last 4 sessions. We were near the weekly kickoff low, which remained from last week. So we looked at that and said, open interest. Yeah. All right. We've seen some open interest coming in near an extreme of an area of balance. When we see that, we speculate that it's shorter time frame traders looking for the breakout, looking for the big move to the downside. We speculated that yesterday, and boy, did it sure turn out to be true. Volume was good on this push to the upside, and we lost 16,000 in open interest. That loss of 16,000 in open interest kind of confirms that hypothesis that we had a lot of traders short in the hole. Yesterday morning we said, and short in the hole means you're short at a bad trade location. You're short near the lows. That's short in the hole. And I think that's pretty much what happened yesterday. It doesn't hurt that there was some fundamental information that in the Middle East, and last night the API announced a drop of 7.4 million barrels. We know that the EIA is expecting, what are they expecting today? 3.2 million barrel draw. So supply might start to become an issue. So we may see the price continue to move higher. I don't know. Just taking a stab. The 30-minute profile here yesterday was a P-shaped profile. Now, a P-shaped profile, you can see it here. The market opened, rallied, and then ranged. A P-shaped profile is indicative of short covering. Well, the loss in open interest confirms that as well. So we can be pretty sure that our hypothesis or our supposition that there are a lot of short time frame traders were short in the hole yesterday is ringing true today. There's your verification. We don't know what's going to happen until it does, right? We have a low excess high, we have an excess low, and we've opened with a gap. We've just barely maybe closed the gap, and without reacceptance in range and value from yesterday. The look to me is still to the upside. Let's quickly look at gold because this is in a precarious situation. So yesterday on this push to the downside, we brought in some decent volume, but not great. The lower open interest, which we lost approximately 3,500 in open interest yesterday, indicates long liquidation instead of new business. When we break out of an important inflection level like this, I want to see an increase in open interest so that I can see that there's interest in moving the market in that direction. We failed to do that yesterday. We lost open interest. That's kind of long liquidation. Long liquidation takes selling power out of the marketplace. With the market as close to and kind of bordering on weekly kickoff level here, I decided this morning not to do anything because I feel like if that weekly kickoff level becomes magnetic, it's going to be really choppy. So until there's a decision made in longer time frame, again, we all have to use our tools to try and figure out if and when that's going to happen. I'm kind of avoiding gold at this point until, again, there's a decision. Here's the profile from, the 30-minute. We don't really have any overnight inventory. No real reason to rush into anything unless you're leaning on the weekly kickoff high, which wasn't really a bad idea. The opening range is within one tick of the high of the regular trading hour session, which would lead me to think maybe we want to look for shorts, which would have been a successful trade today. But my plan was, if we're going to be hanging around this weekly kickoff level, it's going to be choppy. The profile from yesterday, B-shaped, long liquidation. not new selling, and that's confirmed as much as it can be by the loss in open interest that we saw yesterday. So we've got an excess high, we've got a weakish low down here, and we're in the middle of the range from yesterday. So kick back, relax, let the initial balance play out. If we get some decent play or some decisions away from weekly kickoff low, try and find a way to go with that if you can. Those are my suggestions. Take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Don't forget to pray for peace. Let's get down to business.
By all means, Johnny. Thank you very much, John. Yes, coming up here today in Fast Markets, we've got Anne Marie. So let's get ready for that. We also have a funded trader going to join us for Power Players. We've got Vanessa with Top Quiz. Mike E is going to join Andre Hoagland, myself for Back to the Futures. And we're going to have Jack joining us for Power Hour. So we're going to take a quick coffee break. We'll be right back with Fast Market. And welcome back, as promised. Yes, Fast Markets.
Play ball!
Yeah, I'm ready to play some ball. And good morning, Michael. And good morning. How are you today?
Oh, I'm good. I got my old man in town, so we're gonna see the town. So
Big Mike.
Big Mike, yeah.
Big Mike.
Senior.
Great. Andre,
Senior,
good morning,
yeah.
sir.
Morning. Let's get after it. Let's trade, baby.
Let's get going here. Get your horses in the gates. And we're going to get going here. So get the horse race going.
All right. Michael, NASDAQ is opening with a gap.
Ooh, somebody's got a...
Oh,
Somebody's got their VLC player on.
Yeah.
Oops.
Is it off?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's off now. It's off.
Oh, I guess I know who the culprit was.
I do too.
Me.
We all know who the culprit. We all put in the yeast.
I got two computers. It's kind of hard to manage which one has mute on, which one has mute off. Let's get going.
Let's get after
All
it.
right. So we got a couple seconds here. And,
Levels.
I'm getting ready on the bell.
Get up and level.
Levels are at the top of your screen, and you said NASDAQ is opening a gap. Help me
Yeah,
out.
it's open with a gap. So, and there's a lot of space down below. There's not a lot of reference as far as naked points of control down below until we get a lot lower.
All right, we're open.
So generally, Michael, the rule is, if we open with a gap and we can't close that gap relatively early, you trade in the direction of the gap. Look for pullbacks to get short. The S&Ps are such a different story, Michael. The S&Ps are holding weekly kickoff low. NASDAQ is below weekly kickoff low. It's like they're heading in opposite directions.
Well,
We said yesterday.
Kickoff low, John, 604, right? 16.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
We said yesterday, if the market's going to roll over, the NASDAQ's going to lead it, and it's trying, but the S&Ps are just not cooperating.
Oh, that's gonna make for a tricky one then.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, the S&Ps, we opened with a gap. We've already closed the gap in the S&Ps. We're a long way from closing that gap in the NASDAQ.
Where's closing that gap again?
All right, and the NASDAQ gap close would be to yesterday's low, which is 16,522.
16,522.
16,522. If you take a look at this on a 5-minute chart, NASDAQ is in a kind of a descending balance here. So I mean, if we can take out the regular trading hour session high, there might be an opportunity for an upside move. But again, if we can't close the gap, I think the idea is to look for upside moves to look for shorts, and until we get back into range from yesterday.
Hold on. Look for yes. Okay. Yes. Question: the levels, guys, at the top of your screen is levels. Check those out if you liked a little help with levels that we're looking at. John, you have 16,522 as the only low or the lowest level. Is that because we gapped down? We didn't have a 400s and 300s, or is there nothing in the 400s, 300s? I'm gonna look back.
There's no naked points of control down there. I mean, it was a pretty organized move up from the gap all the way down at 16,000. All the way up. There's no naked points of control. The market came and checked all those. So the move to the upside down to 16,000 to where we went to was relatively organized. Now here's a naked point of control that we went through, I think, in the overnight here. Hang on just a second. Let me see if I can get this back up here. There it is. So here's the only naked point of control that's in play today. 16,449. I'm sorry, 499, 16,499. Sometimes I'm a little dyslexic. I apologize. 16,499. So there it is. I mean, if we, that is a good target, an upside target for this market to get to. And it looks like on the 5-minute chart from 99, there's a little bit of congestion there from the overnight session.
Andre, tilt's a little tilty.
Yeah.
I just got clipped on my first one.
Okay. Well, it's showing 60%?
Yeah. So it was 68. Now it's all back down to 60. So 60-40, nothing really.
Were you short or long?
I got short for a touch and go, but that touch got a go from the markets to the upside. So.
I would.
The market touching got me, I should say.
Yeah, I would try to hold off on shorts until we get to that 499 and that congestion area on that 5-minute chart.
490, yeah.
Because that 499 is a naked point of control that hasn't been checked in regular trading hours yet. It was checked overnight, but I don't consider that revisited until it's revisited in the regular trading hours.
Okay.
Still early.
Okay, so
go ahead.
We have Anne Marie coming on at some point. I think she's a little.
She's working on it.
She's working on it.
Yeah.
So right now, Michael, I mean, the opening range in the NASDAQ is the low of the session. It's a big opening range. It's 469 down to 443.
469 to 443. Yeah.
Right, but they, that kind of puts a whammy into my shorts, into thinking short, because
Sorry. 39.
I didn't like that one.
39.
I didn't like that.
Good morning.
John's got a whammy in his shorts.
Oh, that's what it was. Come on.
He put on the position, Andre. I don't know where you're at.
Oh, these markets are moving today, baby.
no whammies, but I just into a short position, because typically when the opening range is at one extreme, I try and trade that direction.
Yep.
Well, gold traders. Yes, gold traders. We have hit a low here earlier today, 2044, sitting right around the value area high, 2046.90, 2046.70 here last. As you see, took a little bounce. I caught that bounce off the bottom, put up $96 on an early morning trade. And yesterday I had a wonderful day. So I am not in a hurry to give that money back. I'm looking only for great opportunities, and I'm going to be a Scrooge today. I'm going to be trading very small here today. Nothing big, and just waiting for the right opportunities.
Good. You won't get a whammy in your shorts then.
Saucy Thursday, boys.
Already.
Get going. Hey, I'm long from 78s, 478s. I had a 2 lot. Now I got a 1 lot. Now I'm back up on the day.
All right. Now we're getting up to that 99 level.
Yep, I know. I'm gonna get out right now. All right, cool. That was a $500 winner. I was down 400. So we're up.
Beautiful.
And it's now long, Andre. Pretty heavy long. 75.
Yeah,
Up at the 99. So I'm gonna get short a 1 guy, and I'm gonna keep it very light.
Careful with
Tight.
short still. Remember that opening range is the low of the day.
I know. So I'm gonna keep it light and tight. Short from 97s.
Nice.
Very light.
Carving it.
Going off your 99s. Now it's 87s, but still only a 10 handle move. When it moves 10 handles, John, remember I was always saying that, like, I don't really look at it as convicted move, but now we're getting a little bit more out of it.
Nice. Yeah, we touched that naked point of control in that little congestion area on the 5-minute chart.
I got out. 400.
Good trade. Good trade, man.
Nice.
Yes, indeed.
Now I just need to slow down. I need you guys' help. Everybody's help here. We can help each other slow down.
Hey,
Andy,
Big
what
Mike,
we got?
steal his mouse.
Yeah, I
What do you
know.
got today?
Sorry?
He actually came in with me. He's over there.
Oh, somebody's here.
Hey.
Oh,
Ah, look who's here, boys and girls.
Well, come on in. The water is
Come on
warm,
in.
Marie.
The digital
Don't even
door
take your
takes
shoes
longer.
off.
Thank you.
And
I like
Marie.
the shirt. I like the shirt. Anne Marie, welcome. Water's warm.
Hi there.
How you doing?
I am ready.
Pretty well.
You trading that all yet, or are we just?
Yes, I took so in November of 2021, we had a big congestion level, and that was 47.40. And so I waited for it to fade and then drop back up above it. So I took the 47.40.75 and got out at 47.47 because that's overnight congestion on a support zone. So
Nice work.
first leg.
Well done. Well done.
And that's almost the opening range trade you took there, Anne Marie.
Oh, well, what do you know? Look at that.
Opening range is the low of the day.
Opening
John,
range trade, John. On the on the opening range trade, we can put that in the glossary, right? And then that'll be something we just have a quick definition if people are always asking every day.
I believe it is, but yeah, opening range trade to me is once the first minute of trade in any market is established, you know, if you think the market's going to drive one direction or another from there, you put a stop in above to get long, put a stop in below to get short, and let it fly.
All right, we got 5 minutes here for our, we got a PMI here coming up here very shortly.
Mhm.
So just a heads up, 5 minutes. PMI looking at a 51.3, 50.8. And
So this
Well-
morning, I think that from everything that I saw on FinTwit over the last couple of days, we've got a ton of people who are thinking that this dip ought to be bought.
Yeah.
And so in terms of that tilty feeling, what I've started looking at is, you know, when you notice the tilt and it start getting to 60, 70%, but the longs and the shorts are in at the same price, or just within like 1 point of each other. With the NAS, it's usually like 3-4 points. When it's like that, wait for it to settle and then take the opposite side of the tilt.
What do you mean settle? Because I'm looking at it, and that's what I look at, the average price that they got in. And right now, 63% long. The average price is 481. We're trading 480. So that to me doesn't tell me too much, but that's.
Well, to me, it tells me, hey, listen, a lot of them are really heavy into the line. So what I should see is a drop. If they're both in there at the same price action event, then what they should do is fade off the level if the tilt is right to saying, hey, listen, they just moved into, I don't know, whatever, and then we'll see that resistance level. So I'm not really sure I'm making that clear.
No, you are. That's why I'm glad you're talking. You're actually looking at this a little bit
Deeper.
like I am, but deeper than I am right now, which is very, very interesting. Andre, do you catch any of that? I know you look at this quite a bit.
Yeah, I think Anne-Marie's saying as far as letting it settle, how to kind of wait it out before you get in the market, if I'm understanding you correctly, Anne-Marie.
Yes. So when they start getting in at the same prices together, but the tilt is way higher on one or the other, you can take the reverse trade. So the balance is watching them go in and start fighting at the same level, but the tilt says, wait a second, we're on the wrong side of the seesaw. And so they'll pull back, but it's usually a snapback event, especially like this morning. It's going to be a quick snap trade because people are going to try to buy the bottoms today, is my thought.
Okay.
We saw that yesterday as well. I'm trying to buy the bottoms as we continue to break. And then finally, at the very end of the close, we saw maybe a bit of a buyback. But yes, Anne-Marie, you say that the overall sentiment now is to the downside in equities?
So no, everybody that I follow
they're trying to buy these.
are saying, hey, listen, I bought some yesterday.
Yeah, we saw
I
those
bought
bids
some at the end of the day today.
Mhm.
I'm nibbling in. I'm putting my feet in the water.
Gotcha.
My suspicion is that unless they're doing the quick strike trade into the snapback of new resistance, they're going to have a very bad day.
Yeah, John, I think we saw that with all those bids sitting in the S&Ps. They're just gobbling up, dipping a toe in there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at my chart, do you see where the overnight low is in the S&Ps?
Yes.
47.37.
37. Uh-huh.
That's the weekly kickoff low.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Right on it. Right on it. But you know, when you look at the NASDAQ, it's telling a different story.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's because of sector rotation. So there's this reversion to the mean play that big money has when they have outsized years. And so what we're seeing right now in the NAS is profit harvesting and sector rotation. So they're rotating out, in my mind, they're rotating out of the NQ and things that have had a lot of upside into things that maybe
more
have
stable.
had. Yes.
Is that a flight to quality? That's just a technical cyclical move, right? I mean, it's kind of
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And it's customary. So for instance, let's take a look at the RTY. Though we don't trade it a whole lot, it's dipping pretty well and coming into areas that people are going to start finding favorable because it's run up really hard.
Are you talking about the Russell? If we can,
Yes.
John, you have it.
The Russell.
Yeah.
Let's follow that.
And so where the Russell should go to, let me
Here's the daily.
There we go.
pop this in. I'm going to look at a quarterly chart so that I can see where the big congestion levels are.
I can go monthly.
Yeah, it looks to me
Or
like
3 months.
they're trying to come in. Yeah, they look like they're trying to come into
Guys, we got a number.
1900.
Eddie, we got a number coming out just hit right now, right? Because I got thin as hell on my dome.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, coming in here at we're looking at the PMI 50.9 here. 50.9. And any level denotes any change since the previous month. Level above the 50 signals improvement. Anything below, deterioration.
Take a look at crude right now on the tilt. It says 71%, and they're within 6 pennies of each other. So it tells me that buyers are going to start to come in, those shorts are going to cover, and you can see it sort of lifting off of that edge and trying to pop.
Yep.
I find that to be really a very nice way to hone in on tilt and make it a little more reliable about price placement.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay, so Anne Marie, when you're talking, when you mentioned you're looking at tilt and you're looking at the average position of the shorts and the average position of the longs, what
Correct.
we're showing there is the average entry of all of them.
Right.
Yes. The long average price versus the short average price.
Okay.
Hey, and go ahead, John, finish that.
I was just wondering, I mean, the average price you're seeing on tilt is just the average price of the longs and the shorts.
Yes, but they're not the same. So the average price of the longs right now in crude are 72.90.
Oh,
And the
I'm sorry.
average-
I'm thinking, I'm looking at something else. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the short average price is 72.99. So they're feeling very comfortable about being short
Uh-huh.
because they're in the money. But as the tilt rises, that's going to be the place where you go, you know what? I'm going to look in there at see what the low is of the current candle. Let that be my stop. And I'm going to take the reverse of the tilt. Just
Okay.
like the tilt is telling me it's 63%. That means buyers are going to come in because they're sitting about the same price. Only the tilt is way to the short side.
Right. Okay. I understand now. I apologize. I was missing
No worries.
something that you were saying, and sometimes I'm a little thick, but that's okay.
I,
Right,
you
so-
know what? I dig in the weeds a lot.
I love it.
We have a screenshot that we'll bring in here about crude oil on Topstep X. That's what you're looking at, correct?
Exactly.
That's real time. It's faster real time than you guys get on the screen. And I'm not plugging Topstep X always, but that's where the data point, that's where the indicators are always going to be. But it's average price 88.7272, 88s and 99s. You wait for that to get into the 99s, 98s around there. Is that what you're saying? That them to line up? I just want to get that clear.
You mean across?
Short and long average prices. You said when they get pretty much the same, right?
Yes, when they get close to each other, if
Yeah.
they stay close to each other and the tilt continues to rise,
When you say
know
rise,
you're going-
you're saying long bias is growing.
yes. So for instance, look what's happening in crude right here. This is real time events. So what's happened is that they were sitting at the same price, but that tilt started to come down in that area. So we could say, hey, listen, even as the traders are continuing to be green in their shorts, if they sit there and that tilt stays, look at it now. See how it just went to 75?
Right.
They're going to start covering. Those
Interesting.
shorts are going to start covering.
That's your entry, Michael. Essentially,
Yeah, I got John, the professor of market volume and all that kind of great stuff, and then market profile, and then I got Anne Marie. Man, you are past me at this, and you've been looking at it shorter time than I am, and you're reading it better than I am. So I like this.
I'm a bit of a weed digger, as I said.
Yes.
And, you know,
Oh.
for me, I was looking at the tilt trying to go, okay, long, short. And I noticed sometimes it was just lagging and it was giving me too much space where I had to take heat. And so I started looking at, all right, well, where are they getting in and how do they feel comfortable? So notice what's happening. The shorts are continuing to add to their position at this 72.90. And since then, we've now broken that low. So for me, I would go, you know what? Tilt isn't working there. I'm out. And it's only 6 cents that I've lost. I'm waiting.
So do you go with them? Because there are times that Andre and I have been talking that tilt gets, I'm going to go on the bias side, long bias 70%, but ES is only around 50. And then I start to see, because the people get a little bit more jumpy on the NASDAQ to jump in. But then I see it go with it until the ES and the NASDAQ are both around 70. And then those are usually where they line up. But then also average price for those need to be a little, well, actually they start to get really far away from each other.
So I've heard you talk about that, and I've tried to look at it, but I'm going to be completely transparent and tell you that I am so single-threaded that it's very hard for me to look at a lot of things at one time, which is probably why I would have died if I was on the trading floor. Literally, I would have just died. Too many.
You would have crushed it, Ann. You would have crushed
it. Information overload would send me into shutdown. I'm just, you know what? I'm built for behind the screens and just looking at the pieces and working it out. Now, as I learn to tilt more, I'm going to keep looking for that, because I've heard you say it several times. Hey, look at this. These guys are moving in tandem.
Yeah, because you said that you're going to take heat when you get in, even when it has a high number. And that's what I'm getting caught on those.
Yep.
And I'm like, and then after a little while, it then rotates. Some days, of course, but then it like rotates towards like the tilt. I kept talking to Andre. I go, it's taking a while for it to roll over. It's not as quick of a flash move as we get. And you're recognizing when the flash moves come.
Essentially, I'm trying to do that. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we're all trying to do the whole goal. The disclaimer here for everybody is we're all trying to make sense of the market.
Right.
Exactly.
Via the data we receive, and everybody has VWAP and all that kind of stuff. So we're just always trying to make sense of it without calling it the Holy Grail.
And Anne Marie, if you were on the trading floor, you come into the S&Ps, I'll take care of you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See?
You're like the big guy. You're like the big guy for the concerts. Hook on to the belt loop.
I'll bring you backstage.
I love it.
And Michael, we got that image of the crude oil tilt up on the screen now that you were referencing earlier.
Okay, cool.
This is
And
what you get
it's on the screen.
Explain it, Anne Marie.
Okay, so here we're taking a look at the tilt, and we see that the longs, just a minute ago, the longs were trying to get in at 42.92. Now the long average balance is 42.77. So they're buying the lower lows. You can see them going in and saying, nope, this is going to bounce. I'm buying it. I'm buying it. I'm buying it. At the same time, although the tilt is short at 65 and the tilt is showing that the average entry is 72.94, which
Hold on,
means...
and let's go off the screen right here, just so that's what people are seeing right now.
Oh, okay. Hang on 2 seconds.
88s and 99s. It's a whole 10, 11 cents away.
Mm-hmm.
So how would you dissect this one? And you got the shorts building.
All right. Let me find...
67% on the NASDAQ, Michael.
Whoa.
I mean, I can.
Sorry, I just lost the live screen.
Here, I can put my tilt on my screen so we can watch it in real time, so we can hear what she's talking about.
Okay, let's do that real time. Perfect. That's what she got. That's even better. Thanks, guys, for the screenshot. This is kind of what we're looking at. I love how that pulled away too. That's cool.
There we go.
Real quick here, speaking of the tilt here, we had a poll, yes, no. Are you using the reference for your trade? 66% said no, 34% said yes.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in and go, listen, if you have access to the tilt and you're not using it, you're missing out. I'm not saying it's the Holy Grail, but it gives you a level that you can see way up above that you can't see when you're in the thicket.
Mm-hmm.
And when
I'm going to make a quick disclaimer here. We did not tell Ann, we do not pay Ann, we do not do all that type of stuff to talk about the tilt. She is just interested in it because she's been trading a long time. You've been trading a long time. It's very interesting to get the sediment and the open positions. You get that data, you get it in real time, and you add it to what you already know. it becomes really interesting because John always talks about an auction process. So, Ann, go ahead.
Right.
All right. So as we take a look at crude, it's up, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So as we take a look at
Yeah, it's
crude,
about flat right now, but it's right by settlement.
you mean in terms of actual
Actual price. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So here's what I'm looking at. Right now, the short says 65%, right?
Yep.
The short average price is 72.92. That has been moving between 72.92 and maybe 72.98. And the shorts are still staying short. They're not moving at 65%. Now, on the long side, when we first started looking, these things were only about 6 cents apart. So what the longs have done is buy the lower levels. And so their average is moving down. They started at about 72.94 when I first saw the short tilt go to 65, 67%. And what I noticed was, hey, listen, they're buying that lower level. So it tells me if that number keeps rising and the short stays at that 65%, it's going to flip. And you can see that happening right now. You can see them lifting off of the low edge, which was, what, 72.48?
Yep.
And now it's running into 72.82. Now the question is, where might they stop? And what I notice is the closer they get to where the shorts got in, the more likely it is they're going to cover in a scalp trade.
Yep. Hell yeah.
That's how we use it. We're using it the same way as you say.
Excellent.
Yes. She's explaining it
Much better.
Andre and I have had these conversations over the phone. I'm like, okay, when it does this and this, are you noticing it does this? Now, Ann, you talked about the shorts that were short. Okay, now coming down to the 78s. Now we're at the 70s. Now these longs are taking heat. The average price of these longs are starting to take heat. And you got short time frame traders that are on here, and they're taking about 10 handles of heat right now because the average price. Hold on, I'm sorry. No, it's not. I'm looking at a different one. It's 70s. What is it trading right now? 70.
Well, the longs are doing
72,
really
86.
well buying the dip
That's
because we saw the tilt at about 65 or so, and we just started seeing, again, here's how everything that I look at is, how can watching this help me execute better and minimize my risk? That's all I'm looking at. And so if I say, all right, what I want to watch is if I'm right at the tilt, taking the opposite side of the trade, my long average price is going to start rising. And that's exactly what's happening. Now notice when it first said 65, the long average price kept dipping and dipping and dipping, which means they're cost averaging in, so it's not my time to buy. So as soon as I start watching it clip up 1 or 2 pennies at a time, like it did, it went all the way down to 72, 70 something, maybe 72.70, and then it jumped to 72.74. It was time to buy, and I know where they're going is where the short average price is close to if they're a scalp trader, because they don't want to get caught.
Because they don't want to get
opposite
caught.
from trend.
Okay, so that's what I'm doing. Okay, cool. That one, I think we need to get smarter and smarter as we all do this. I can add any data onto this, and as we do this throughout the 2024 year, I can add the people that are lifting. Is that cumulative delta, John? The people that are lifting offers and hitting bids.
Right.
We can get that on here too, and that will then help us get real-time cumulative delta on who's being more aggressive. If that's helpful, sure. We're gonna have to talk too, and we want to be transparent with everybody here. What other data do you think should be on here without overloading it? But right now, just figuring that part of it out is like one layer of the game. Not the game, but information that you're receiving and how to understand it, right?
Absolutely. And, my thought is less is always more.
Mm-hmm.
The trader needs to find just a couple of things that they can go, you know what? I'm staring this down.
Yep.
I'm staring this down, and this is what I'm looking at. So let me show you my Topstep X screen share.
Anne Marie, I was just gonna. I had an idea, and I completely understand and agree with what you're saying. Would a 4 lines representing the average long price, average short price, and the percentage of longs and shorts on one screen show you potential divergences, which basically what you're talking about?
That would be nice, but then it takes our mind away from dealing with price directly in terms of execution.
Well, I mean, if they were different colors, you knew which one price was for the longs and and then a different color for the shorts, and then a different color for the percentage of longs and shorts.
Yeah, we could definitely look at that and then go, all right, how do we move in real time through that? Because the brain has to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
It just seems to me like, as a visual person, to be able to see it in a linear fashion like that on lines, instead of looking at the numbers and saying, okay, that was 72.80, now it's 72.85. You could just see it visually.
Yes, but the question would be, how would you show the change in what's happening, because it moves so quickly?
Well, I mean, it could be like, it would have to be you have to have some sort of consistent time frame for it to post, right?
Yeah.
Like every time there's a change, it moves forward. Every time there's a change in longs, it moves forward. Every time there's a change in short.
You could go, hey, listen, we're not going to trigger this event until the tilt hits 65.
Right.
And once the tilt hits 65, then, we have.
You could attach it to like a 1 minute
Gives
chart.
us that range or something. I don't know. We'd have to sort of dig through that. I would love to do that on a strategy lab.
Right.
Or, when we do the closing bell tomorrow with Back to the Futures, we can do this real time and take the trades, quick snap, and then afterwards break it down in the strategy lab on the Topstep Discord.
Right.
Yeah, strategy lab is what Ann is going to be coming on, right, Ann? You're doing the strategy lab?
Yeah,
Okay,
we're doing it in Back to the Futures, but, it's a strategy lab while we're trading.
Yeah, I think we're going to rename those when we do it. Like yours will be a strategy lab. We won't call it Back to the Futures. I think we're kind of looking into that. We have some other ones that they're pop-up segments that we're kind of looking to do. More on that to come. But yes, strategy lab will start to be incorporated into the all-day.
Okay, so let's look at another example of that. It's happening in the NQs. And so what we're seeing is a 69% long tilt event. And these are 2 points away from each other. So what we have to start seeing is the shorts, the short side, this number, who was, 16,478 is what I see right now. What we have to do is start seeing that drift down, or we look at the nearest high. Looks like the VWAP is about 16,504. That's going to be that number that we wait for to go, all right, I'm going to watch the longs get out of this number right around there.
So 78s and 78s is lining up pretty much 70% long. You got John's 99s up here, and you got the VWAP.
Yes.
I'll take one short right now.
Yes.
I took one short right now just at 95 just to get into this on a one guy. So it's just interesting that we have these levels up here. There is this weight. There's the VWAP. There's John's level, but there's also heavy longs, and they're it's 80, 83.
They're close to each other.
They work. Yeah, they I guess they still are, because I've seen these get as far away as 20 handles. As separation.
Exactly. And that's not what we really care to watch for ideal, I'll call it a supersonic type of trade. We want those numbers to be very close together because what we're watching is the real battle between buyers and sellers, and the tilt making the seesaw go, uh-oh, that's too far over, so I'm going to move over. So for me, I'm going to go for that short right at around the 500 level. So I'm right there. And then I'm going to look at maybe 506 to 510 as my stop. Yeah.
Oh, so you keep a pretty tight stop. And light and tight is when I always talk about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it did touch the evens. It touched the VWAP. It touched the 99s. And we're at 57, 65% around there. It's at 82 average price and 88 average short price. We're trading 88s. Now the shorts are in the money. The 83 average price, the longs are still in the money. Well, they're at the money, shorts are, and longs are in the money. So
what do you think if we get down through 83? You think those longs are going to bail?
That's what I think. What do you think?
I don't, because I believe the flavor of the day is dip buying. And so because the flavor of the day is dip buying, I think they're going to maybe not bail, just add lower.
And then what does that tell you? What does that tell you then? Because the market then starts to the floor doesn't fall out from it. It firms up a little bit, and the battle continues, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes, the battle continues. And so what you're really looking for visually are higher lows coming into your 1 minute chart.
Yeah.
So we've got some of our traders that are utilizing the tilt. Aaron said tilt does a good job cutting losers short. So if you see that market moving that way, and Brett just used it for a 20-point hit in the NASDAQ.
Oh, there you go.
Excellent.
Okay, and it keeps flirting with. I just have a one lot on. This is for not entertainment. This is for educational purposes only. But also, John's 99s are there. The VWAPs here. It keeps coming back up. It's like 65% now. I did this around the 71% long bias. The average long is increasing. It used to be 78s, now it's 85s, but the average shorts kind of stuck around 88s.
That's right.
Yeah.
So they're standing pat because they're seeing that level at 506, 510, whatever it is, see them coming in.
Then you see this pop happening, and right now it's getting longer. You got 88, 89s as a long price or long average, and 92s, and we're all the way up here, 10 handles away.
So they just ran a ton of stops right there.
They ran a ton of stops right here. So,
they ran a ton of stops, to include mine.
I'm still in it for those one lot entertainment purposes. And understand this with you, 93s and 95s. So 93s and 95s is the average price of longs and shorts. That's getting closer, but they're both moving up together. Like 93s, 95s average price of shorts just became 96. 93 average price of longs is.
I still think this is going to collapse right here, only because the tilt never stays this long. But what the shorts are doing is not really what we want to see if we're short.
Peeling off.
Because the shorts are going up. Right, they're adding to their losers.
Oh yeah, because that's why the 98s are increasing. Because they're catching 10s, they're catching 9s.
Yes.
All right, got you.
Yeah, they like them at even. They love them at 05.
Exactly. Exactly.
Right. Not yet.
But you do have the S&P on its highs. You do have that gap wanting to be filled. But you do have the 99s and the VWAP both getting pushed on, extended on a little bit over. So it's like, all right. And then you got everybody being long down below in the 80s, 88s around there. So that's stuff I like to annotate in my notes so when it comes back. But I mean, I am taking heat on this one, and to me, this doesn't validate. You would get out where you got out, and that's why you keep it light and tight.
Yes, and again, the goal is to see where the traders are pressing, and look at what's happening to the longs. They're just adding as they go up, but so are the shorts. The thing that's really telling us it's going to rotate is the tilt, because it never stays that heavy for that long period of time. It eventually gets to an equilibrium where most of the days it's going to be 50s, right, and whatever. So I'm still looking at that going, if I can get a failed retest of 16,510, I'm going to add back to the short. The problem is now I have trend on my tight time frame, and I have regression on my tight time frame telling me that people are buying the dip. Notice what just happened to the longs. They continue to buy lower, right? And so it's this, to me, it would be very hard to put this up and follow it with lines on a chart, because they're just sort of too many things happening. You just kind of have to get a feel for, wait a second, what are these traders doing? They're buying the dip. I mean, they're literally buying the dip. And so it doesn't matter what the tilt looks like until the shorts stop buying higher.
So would you get out of my Would you
Real
get out
quick.
of my short? Would you get out of my short right now, Ann?
What did you get in? 490 something?
I got 90 something, but I got out and I got 05 on the average.
Okay,
yeah.
so where's the VWAP? Yeah.
Well, the VWAP, we've already pushed through the VWAP.
Yes, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter if you push
Right around
through the VWAP.
500.
The VWAP,
16,500.
remember, what the VWAP says is ding, 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 something's going to happen. But what happens there has everything to do with what the traders are trying to do. So in my mind, looks like they're trying to go for yesterday's low, right? Which is, what is that number right there? 521?
522 is gap close.
Yeah. So I think that's what they're pushing to.
Mhm.
And then once they get there, they're going to take a little bit of pressure off.
Did you guys say 21s? Sorry. 22?
Yes,
Yes. Okay.
somewhere around there. Mm-hmm.
All right. The prices they did line up as far as longs and shorts. Just at when it was trading 20s, they lined up at 01s and 02s or whatever ones. Average price of longs, average price of shorts. So that's where it did line up.
See, the thing is, remember sometimes when you guys go, hey, the longs are getting paid,
Mm-hmm.
you can always tell that that's happening if you look at the tilt and it's 65% long and you watch the short average price. If it continues to rise, if that short average price continues to rise, it's no place to take a short.
Like it just did.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. So you can take it and notice for just a little bit, it gave a little return. Somebody on the stream said, hey, I just got 10 points just using that. But it's that snap trade that says, okay, you know what? We've got buyers sitting down here. We're going to move that up. And so because I believe the flavor of the day will be dip buying,
dips.
it's going to be hard to take the shorts without making that a true scalp trade.
Yeah, so shorts have to be short-lived.
Exactly.
And with the opening ranges at the low of the day, I mean, that's one of my rules is if that's the case, I'm buy side only.
Exactly. And so notice what happened in crude. What happened is it bounced right into where the shorts initially went short. And so if you were taking the reverse of that at that baseline event where we saw it at 72.70-ish, you'd be covering in that snapback into that 73 area because you know that's where the shorts are piling in. Now you could try to stuff them, but if the trend looks like a fade, you're going to be on the wrong side of the trade. There's the 521. We just hit that, did we not?
Oh,
We hit the
Yeah,
20.
we did. We sure did.
All right. I am understanding this. All right, guys, we're going to move on from the tilt because a lot of people don't.
Got it.
So that was very, 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 very enlightening. And I am going to like 2024. The more you and I get to know, all of us get to know and ask questions and bounce off each other, everything. So, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, no, that's really interesting and very important, Anne Marie. I gotta noodle how I'm gonna try and think about representing that in a different way than just numbers. I just feel like there's something that we can do with that might be a little bit more visible and easier.
Yeah, and I think a visual event is important, but it's a little bit complex in terms of ebb and flow and what you need to see. So,
Yeah, I mean, it'd have to be a very short time frame chart,
yes,
which gives me heart palpitations.
Real quick here, for those that do not know where the tilt is, just real quick here. It's the if you see the banner scrolling up on top, it's the very top line. It's going to give you your market month average entry, and it's going to let you know the percentage short or long. So if you look up top, that's where you can see the tilt.
Thank you. All right, so in the chat, what are we thinking, folks, in here as far as it's filling the gap, John, right?
Yes, it did fill the gap.
And the gap was 21s?
22.
22s.
Yep.
So
now we're looking at if it accepts range and a particular value from yesterday, that brings us back up to a value high, which is 16,613 with weekly kickoff high still there at 16,604.
There's a question for Anne Marie here. Anne Marie, how do you factor in the DXY with your analysis?
okay, so I'm always looking at the slope of the dollar. And so what I notice is that many times if the dollar is fading, the price action in the broad indices gets stronger. And so today, what I notice is that the DXY hit a high of 102.70 yesterday. And so this morning, it's giving me a lower high, and it's in the middle of a little bit of a fade. So the big thing to look at is what is the chart actually telling me? And right now, the big reason that today looked like a dip buying day is because I got an overnight low that's lower than the close for the DXY. So from a little bit more of a complex space, I'm just looking for general trend with the dollar. Not so much one-for-one movement. That can be very messy, and the correlations are usually quite low. Now notice what we did. Here's what I want to share about levels. A lot of times we go, oh, it broke that level. It's not if the levels is touched. It's what the traders do at the level. And John talks about this a lot. When traders come into a level, they're going to be the traders that go, oh, insert expletive, I got to get out of here. Or, oh, insert expletive, I got to get in here.
Right.
Or, what do I do? And so the people that go, I got to get in here, or I got to get out of here, will stretch those levels. And so what you want to look at is, wait a second, from the NQ this morning, was I trending lower? The answer is yes. So if I go into that prior low of the market yesterday of that 521, 522, and it moves above it, my expectation is, wait a second, if I'm short or I'm thinking short, when it gets to that 520, 525, I'm going to immediately start looking for it to be a failure to hold higher, and I'm going to try and short that. That's how a scalper will trade big numbers, and they go, okay, I'm just going in for, 3 ticks, 4 ticks, whatever. They're looking for that exhaustion move on the 15-second chart that goes, I'm in and I'm out. And so what we have to do as traders is go, let's see who wins this battle. And a lot of times that means sitting on our hands if we're looking for something to give us more than just a few points at a time. And a lot of us are very used to going in for a few points at a time. I do quite often to get my rhythm. And then if the market decides it's going to trend, then I'll try to stay in for a little longer. But that's really a key thing. Don't think because it broke the level that somehow we're always going to head higher or we're always going to head lower. Trend is going to tell you what's happening. And just like John said, in the pre-market today, we've got cross currents galore, conflicting information across the board. And so the only thing I looked at was, okay, what's sentiment and where can I read it? And I just went scrolling through my Twitter feed, and people said, I'm buying, I'm buying, I'm buying, I'm buying, I'm buying. And so that's what made me go, all right, well, we're going to look for the floors to hold here today.
Interesting.
You got that. And, Anne Marie, you mentioned buyers versus sellers. I watch that too. It's like a tug of war. And using that to your advantage is something that helps me.
Yeah, and it takes a little practice, because really what you want to see is always the same thing. Whether it's a 1 minute, a 30-second, a 5 minute, 15 minute, whatever you want. The first thing you want to see is, did I just fail to hold higher? So if we're looking at the 1 minute on the NQ, the answer is yes. My last 1 minute chart failed to close higher than the 1 minute candle before it. The second thing is, have I broken support? Well, support is going to be that old VWAP. So it's going to be kind of noisy between 506 and 500. And so we're looking at that going, have I broken that yet? The answer is no. I'm still waiting to see if that breaks. And the reason it's not breaking yet is because buyers continue to go, you know what? I'm going to buy this dip. I'm buying this dip. It's the day to buy. I've been taught that I can buy. So I'm going to continue to buy lower and lower and lower. Now it's broken that level at that 506. And so now we go, okay, here's where the buyers will come in and go, I'm going to take a long. So they're going to jump in at that 504. They're going to see if it can hold above that 514, 520. They'll stay long. Otherwise, it's going to fade into that 500 level, and they're going to go, well, I got to fish or cut bait. And so that's going to be that space where they go, all right, well, if you're buying there, then my stop's going to have to be somewhere in that squishy 500 region to put me on the right side of the trade. And then I'm just going to watch it creep up. But you'll notice that's what's exactly happening. They're buying that dip. And again, with this great tilt data, you can look down and go, oh, those longs are continuing to buy the lower numbers. And that's going to keep me on the right side of the trade until I see them not being able to recapture the prior highs, which are going to be, you know, that 514, 520. If they can't do that, I'm moving my stop up if I bought it at, you know, that 505 level.
Right.
And that's only 7 points right now.
Okay.
Would you,
While we
would
got
you
some
consider
time
a
here,
short?
just want to let everybody know if we got a lot of positive here, and we appreciate that. If you want to see visuals, please join us tomorrow 1 p.m. for Strategy Lab. We're going to have Anne-Marie back again. And while we got some time, let's get a poll going, Robbie. How long have you been trading futures? Let's take a look here. Are you new to trading futures? 1 to 3 years, 3 to 5, or 5+? We're going to put that poll in our YouTube chat. Please participate and look at the number we've got here watching us visually. We've got 3,400 plus. And if you can, click that thumbs up button if you like what's going on. Let's get that number up and show Anne-Marie that we do appreciate what she is sharing with us here today.
Ian, I got short the 510s, the 2 lot up there. You know, I had
Very
taken
nice.
I had taken all that heat while you were talking about while you're talking about all that. I mean, because I held those 95s and I got out at 14s and I got back in. But then, like, the high of that move was 33, and then you guys had the 21s as, you know, yesterday's low, and then we already had the push. The almost returned to settlement. So all that long that were long. Now, to me, this is the slow rollover. So you would possibly see a big sell-off happen, kind of like no. Okay.
I was just going to ask.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask. You know, with the gap close, the entry into yesterday's range, and the rejection of it, would you consider that as short? And Michael, you already took it.
I already took it. I got out because I'm going to talk about this one, and I got back almost to break even. So that's fine with me. And I'm going to dance around this until I learn more and more about how to sink my teeth into certain moves. And guys, I don't want to monopolize this with tilt by any means, but yeah, we're all talking about that area. So
it's a good tool. I mean, it's a good tool to have in your pocket.
So with the poll that we have out here, and I know for a fact I would not be caring about this indicator, and we're not talking solely about tilt, because I don't want to. So there's like a lot of people here that don't use it, but I wouldn't know to use this until 3 to 5 years, maybe at second year, maybe. But I would be newbie technical. I would be, you know, bear flag, bull flags, all that kind of head and shoulders, and then you get further on in this great game of trading. And you start to understand market participants. Like John, you taught me that one. Well, you still got to understand the risk reward that you're going to put on a trade and get your foundation there, your discipline, all that kind of stuff. But then you get to this new, like, what are people doing? And I wouldn't care back then. I don't care what they're doing. I'm doing this because I think it's going up or something like that. So at what point do you think in your years of experience could you start to get this? Because I still think you need a foundational built, you know, habits.
100%.
So here's the great thing. To me, and, you know, I'm going to figure out, I am so technically moronic in terms of running screens. It's horrific. But I'm going to figure out how to show my Topstep X literally. It is so clean. There's nothing going on in there. And all I look at, folks, are support and resistance. And what I'm going to do is compare it against those tilt lines. And so let's say you don't have tilt and you're just looking at the chart. The number one thing to look at is over the last 15 minutes, am I making higher highs and higher lows, or am I making lower highs and lower lows? And so the question might be, well, Anne-Marie, that depends. I got a 1 minute chart and I've been doing both. So then you have to look at things as an amalgam. Okay, bunch all of those 1-minute time frames together and pretend you've just got a range chart, which I know a couple of folks use range charts. And if you look at a range chart and you go, wait, yeah, I stopped heading lower when the NQ started coming into about 1645, 16454. That's where I stopped heading lower. So where does buying pressure come from? Does it come from above or does it come from below? Well, it comes from below. You might think it comes from above, but that's just lift. It's not pressure. Selling pressure comes from above because pressure always pushes things in a direction. I'm either going to push something down or push something up. It's not about, I'm not pulling price up, right? Or pulling price down. It really is a push. And so if you're looking at the chart and you go, wait, where's buying pressure come from? It comes from underneath.
Right.
What does buying pressure look like? It looks like higher lows. It looks like, hey, nobody's waiting for it to come in there. That's everybody rushing through the concert doors because they want to get into the mosh pit first. Whatever, right? That's really what that higher lows look like. And
Would that be chasing the plane of a rock star?
Yeah.
Would that be something that we did in our early days?
So, it's about, instead of looking at, okay, so you've got your key levels, you know what value area high is, you know what value area low is. The question is, how are people responding to those lines in the near term? So let's say all of a sudden you've come into the value area low from the prior day and nobody can get over it. That means there's nobody wanting to hunt for supply up there. It means I'm not going to go higher. And so when that comes in, just try to turn it into a picture book that's super simple. Wait, are these candles moving up or are they moving down? If you go, they're moving all over the place, back out and look at the forest and not the trees.
So that's a higher time frame?
Or just literally, like I just did, just back away from the screen and go, wait, what are they doing? Listen, I have a friend that uses candlesticks that are all the same color. No up candles, no down candles.
Really?
So the question is, what's the edge? And his answer is, I just know where real price is going. Because if I have a low tick on a candlestick and that low tick keeps getting higher, it doesn't matter what those other, whether it's moving up or moving down. I know if it gets into the low and that's a higher low, I'm buying there. I don't care if it's a down candle. I don't care if it's an up candle. I'm buying that higher low, right? And so it's really, I tried it for a few weeks and I got to tell you, there's credence there. You don't want to buy in the middle of a candle.
Mm-mm.
You want to buy at the end of the candle and you want to buy in a known formation. Just like if we look at the 1 minute right now, we can go, or whatever. What do I have this on? Do I have this?
Anne Marie, real quick,
Yeah.
you see the end of the candle. How about if that candle has some very long wicks? Are we sort of excluding the wicks?
Oh no, you're looking at the wicks
Okay.
for sure. Yeah, here's
1 minute.
Yeah, here's why. The wicks tell you where the pressure points are for motion. They'll define stopping areas. Like, for instance, let's say we look at I don't even know what time
That's what I
frame
call
chart.
excess.
Yes. Right?
Yes.
If it looks like that, and then you see price collapse off of that edge, and you're trying to move in the opposite direction, that's a great place to either have a stop or an entry point.
All right.
So you're always looking at those wicks.
Thank you, Ann. Hey,
You're
real
welcome.
quick here. We do got a poll and we do have our first news pack today. We did have a poll. How long have you been trading futures? We have, I'm new to futures, 28%. That's very nice.
Wow.
1 to 3 years, 49%, 5+ years, 14, and 3 to 5 years, 7. Thank you. 964 votes.
Nice.
So
Thank you for participating in that. Let's get that like number up. Hit the thumbs up. And Jack,
Yes, hello.
you got our first news pack.
I have returned.
Jack,
All
before you do that, 80% of people have less than 3 years experience is how I read this. 5, 6, 7, 8. Pretty much. So
That was my news.
That helps us all very, very much. Jack, go ahead with the news.
It was that the New York Times reporting 80% of people have less than 3 years experience. No, but on trading relevant stuff, there's an article in the Washington Post today about forgetting FOMO
Ooh.
and embracing JOMO to discover the joy of missing out. I know that,
Really?
I know that Tendler has talked about this before. Now, this article is not in relation to trading specifically. It's more about people with social media having this anxiety about missing out on things. But there's some coping mechanisms in here. Maybe that's the wrong word, but they give some ways you can find the joy in missing out. If you just be more present and just love the process. I see Caltrix says, JOMO, stupid. All right, fair enough. Next story, we know we know that
Who's that guy?
Just tell me what you think.
yeah. So crypto is so back. You know Bitcoin's above $40,000 because Ric Flair announced yesterday that he's unveiling WooCoin.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Is that true?
Wow.
I think so. Everything on Twitter's right, correct? But no, I think this is a thing. If you hit the show more that goes to some crypto wallet, I think that's his thing. But yeah, if you're looking for some volatility, no, I can't even say this. We'd have to show the disclaimer. But yeah, Ric Flair has a crypto coin. And
Very interesting. You
while
know,
yeah, go ahead.
Can you short it?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's.
I grew up in the Carolinas, so I would bump into Ric Flair all the time.
What?
No shit.
All the time. I don't know why. Would see him at a random grocery store. I would see him at the local Dillard's. I'd see him all the time. And his kids were always getting into trouble. I mean, they got into trouble all the time. But you know, he really is a very congenial and funny guy. And when he was in his heyday with his big hair and his, whatever, he would try to make time with all the ladies. It was just positively
Nature boy for you.
it was, yes, of course. And I totally remember those days. He was always very entertaining as a person.
Now, Anne-Marie, you can see him in your crypto wallet if that is what you do. And real quick, one more very important story. The largest male specimen of the world's most poisonous spider has been found in Australia. I don't know how big. I wish they put it in front of a American quarter, but I assume their coins are the same size. Either way, that is terrifying.
That is, yeah.
All right, dude. Speaking of terrifying, back to Ric Flair, his kids were probably that way because they can always say, my dad could beat up your dad, and there wouldn't be any discussion whatsoever.
Yeah, maybe, but also because, if I get into trouble, then dad'll just pay me out of whatever trouble I'm in. So, which was usually what it was.
Hey, one more time here. We've got we've just pinned in our YouTube chat. Risk Manager Mick's going to be with us here soon.
Awesome.
And if you've got anything you'd like to ask our risk manager, click on that link up above and type in your question, and we're going to get to those questions today.
Yeah, he's been watching thousands of traders, thousands.
I love listening to him.
Yeah, since
It's a great segment.
Yeah, he's amazing.
So, Ann, I've been short these 20s. It went all the way down to 08s.
There's a lot of bullish pressure there. It's a buy the dip space right now.
It does feel like that.
They were setting their bids in yesterday, big block orders on the S&Ps at least. You could tell for longer term they're trying to get long. I'm just discount prices.
Yeah.
You're short right now.
Yeah, I'm short from 20s. It's already come up, touched it, come up, touched it.
All that.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be able to scalp quite a bit here.
I know. That's what I noticed you could be doing, because you could get 10 to 13 handles, boom, 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 fairly.
Yeah, just going to have to be quick.
Yeah.
I see a lot of the
Okay.
yes right now.
Liam, I need to
Choppy
make
and,
make
tight
$6
range.
more dollars. Yes.
Go with a one lot.
Well,
Rips.
gold traders had a nice little run here. Now we're sort of back on the sellers. Now we traded all the way up to 2055 plus. We hit the 2055 and as far as that goes, the 2055s. That was the WKO, the kickoff low at 53. So we're pushing back down here in the gold. Any gold traders here taking a profit off that nice little bull run we had? Let me know in the chat.
So super interesting. The highest volume day in the in gold over the last 20 days, which makes sense, was on the 3rd, and that number is 2052, and that's where everybody's battling right now. So if we look at how price starts to move between that range, we can see that we're probably going to run into some buyers trying to trim a few of those gains and seeing if we can make another higher low there to continue. What was the opening tick? 2049.30?
Hey, I'm gonna need some help on this one. And do a poll real quick. If I should keep my short 20s on 15.520s. And
Keep them short into what?
well, I guess that's where you risk management for me is I don't like to take more than 20 handles of heat.
Oh,
Here we
no,
go.
I mean the target.
Oh, keep them short into what?
Yeah.
I mean, I would
Let's do a poll here.
Yeah.
Let's do a poll.
Look at that fade.
Should
nice.
Michael hold his 20s? Let's get that poll
Yes.
up there. And
You know, the
give or
question
take,
is,
yes or
Hold
no?
it.
I got to
Yes.
know where I'm going in order
Well,
to.
back below 88s. There's a lot of action down there. No, you thinking that's too much? This is a scalp. This is a scalp play, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we're printing candlesticks back and forth. And listen, it very easily could go into that. But the one thing that I do not have is patience. I have literally no patience with anything except where my entries are. I don't have patience waiting on my exits many times, but I would say here, the quick strike is going to end up making you more through the course of the day.
Through the course of the day. I totally agree. Get in there and grab, get in there and grab, get in there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In, out, in, out, in, out.
All right. So I have 59% saying keep it, 41% say otherwise. This feels like a range bound trade now, which means it's going to do that little extreme that I just went down to in the 05s. Now we're back up to the break evens. So you could pick up 15 handles, and now you're back at your entry. And does this push on the shorts now again? So I 54.46. It's pretty much like right in between. And we started this when I was in the money too. So interesting.
Hey, you're basically on the fence with that one, Michael. I think the choice is going to be yours.
Yeah. Yeah.
Coach Jay is agreeing with you, Anne Marie. He says he has no patience either.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes it's good to have patience. It's good to have patience when candlesticks are not retracing each other. But when candlesticks begin to retrace each other, it's telling you a story about what the traders are doing. And that indecision looks like retracement. One candlestick retracing the candlestick before it, retracing the candlestick before it, retracing the candlestick before it. And when we look at that, we go, well, that's not a pattern that tells me to range trade. In, out, in, out. And if you choose a direction, then that's great. But if you go in both directions, that's also great. Some people just don't have that natural skill to go, okay, I'm going long and then I'm going short and then I'm going long. I think that's a very specific skill. Needs a lot of work, because we can create biases very quickly based on where we're winning.
So I got out of that. I got out of that trade. There's indecision. It keeps testing the 20s. It tries to sell off, but it finds a new bid. So,
Yeah.
Anne Marie, I was going to ask you. I like to watch the market and have it tell me a story, as you said. How important is it to watch for that storytelling and letting the market tell you what it's doing and where it wants to go?
You know, for me, it's essential, because that's how I establish a risk threshold. If I look at something and I go, you know, where am I going to be wrong? I'm going to be wrong if price does X. I'm going to be wrong if price does Y. And the only way I will know that is by allowing the candlesticks to tell me a story. Sometimes when I was younger trading, and I would look for the market to tell me a story, sometimes I would go, well, that's just a bunch of jumbled up sentences. I can't even tell what story that is. I don't even know what I'm reading. And that would make me go, you know what? That is ultimately the market telling me to, if you don't understand, sit back and watch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But that's hard. Sit back and watch.
See, I'm looking at that previous 30-minute bar rejecting range from yesterday, which would be the only thing that I would be looking for any kind of a short. You know,
Yeah.
I'm still long bias here, but if we can't accept in range from yesterday and certainly not accept in value from yesterday, then I think we could kind of cap this off a little bit. But you know, I'm looking at the NASDAQ here. The S&Ps might be saying a different story. Let me bring
Yeah,
that
they certainly are.
Yeah. And the Dow, I mean, you mentioned that a lot of, or, you know, kind of repurposing or repositioning away from some of those high flying tech stocks. They're going into blue chips.
Yeah.
And some of the more stable S&Ps. So that's why that's holding up so well.
For sure.
and I don't really think it's hard to wait, because according to Jack, FOMO doesn't exist. It's JOMO.
JOMO. People love it now.
They did not survey one gosh dang trader out there. I know that.
No, they did not.
There's no JOMO in trading.
Preposterous.
You hold those 20s, Michael?
I'm at 26 now, but this thing is so damn strong.
Yeah, I think Emery's right. The buyers are coming in.
I don't think I'd be selling it. I mean, the S&Ps are,
I scratched.
they opened outside of range. They're back in value. The other extreme of value is 47.62, 50. It's that's I think the play we're going to be talking about on Friday tomorrow. Anne Marie, is the value area special situation.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's playing out beautifully in the S&Ps today. It would really be something to see that happen in the NASDAQ, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Very, very interesting.
Just a wealth of knowledge today.
Yeah, we've really gone through so much of so much stuff. It's
we got to
just
save
been,
some.
No, I'm sure Anne Marie has much more. And
yes.
she's getting a lot of props here in
Yes, she
the
is.
chat. And we will continue. We will continue here.
She has a whole book full of knowledge.
Yes, many books. We'd like to say hello to Deanna's with us here today.
hey.
Hi, Dee.
Talk about John and the crude. Crude also doing value acceptance.
There you go. Yeah, it did it.
So what does that mean? Help me, because I still struggle with those.
Okay. So I'm going to put up the crude right now, and I can show you. So here's the I'm gonna make sure that the screen is up. You can see mine, right?
I'm
There.
gonna look. Yes, I see
Okay.
it on this other space.
Okay, so yesterday, we had we kind of surmised that there were some short time frame shorts in crude and in the hole yesterday. And as soon as the market opened, they just bailed. So our value area is kind of small, and it's right at the top of the range from yesterday. But crude opened outside of range and outside of value. Once it starts to show signs of acceptance inside the previous day's value, there's a pretty good probability that price at some point during that session will move to the other extreme of value, which puts us on this chart right down here. This is volume value. TPO value can be a little bit different, but look at what the market did as soon as we saw a sign of acceptance inside value. The move is to the other extreme of value. So we can see that in the S&Ps as well. Here's the S&Ps. So we opened right up against a support level. Opening range is the dead ass low of the day. We come back into range. We close the gap first. We come back into value. We start to see, show signs of acceptance. And usually I'll look for at least 1 30-minute bar to close back inside of the previous day's value to mark acceptance. In this case, it didn't even give us time to do that. Once this started coming into value, it started taking off. This is the first 30-minute bar that closed inside of previous day's value, and it's halfway through the move. But you see the market is continuing to push higher, and the eventual target for this move would be the high of value from that day at some point during that session. Doesn't have to happen right away. Usually, if you kind of mess around trying to be cute and get in cheap, it sometimes leaves you behind. And if you jump into it too quick, sometimes it'll come in, come out, come in, come out, come in, finally accept, and then go.
Right. Well, Johnny, JP is saying that NASDAQ 5-day volume point of control is at 16,570. It's below its 20-day VPOC, and JP is saying that's a good target.
Good target for the NASDAQ. What was that price again, Eddie?
That was the NASDAQ, 16,570.
570.
It's the 5-day VPOC.
Got it. And it's where we kind of ran out of buyers in the overnight session as well. It's pretty close to point of control, 577. So, that could be, a decent target. But, I'm still looking for acceptance in range and in value before looking for a value area special situation play, which could reasonably play out. I mean, we had some overnight inventory to the short side, opening range the low of the day. We've pretty much reconciled the overnight positioning. The overnight shorts are now flat. So
Okay, wait. How do we know that again? How do we know the shorts are flat? What number do we estimate that to be?
Well, we just look at here's where we opened last night, right here.
Okay, gotcha.
So 545.
Gotcha.
We looked a little bit higher.
Of course.
We pushed lower on a little bit higher volume. So looking at the volume, we know that that's weaker hands, short time frame traders. They were looking for continuation to the downside today that they did not get. So once that happens, this whole community of shorter time frame, weaker hands traders turns the other way, and sometimes they jump over each other to try and get out of those shorts before they lose all their money.
That's right.
And you mentioned that pre-market.
Yes. Yeah, one of the first things I look at is, okay, do we have overnight inventory? Because that can sometimes create the first move of the day. You got to take care of old business.
That's right. Hey, John, have you taken a trade in S&Ps yet?
I have not. I've been just fascinated and riveted by what we got going on in here.
Same here. I was wondering if we miss any opportunity. The markets this chart looks pretty choppy and sloppy right now. So
we did, because the opening range was the low of the day.
It was.
And that's how we will define a trending style formation, correct?
Yes. Most trend days are going to begin with the opening range at one extreme or the other.
Okay.
I don't want to say most, a lot of them.
Folks, in about 25 minutes, we will have our crude oil inventories. So crude traders, today is your day.
Yes, it is.
and prior was negative 3,200,000. The prior was negative 7,114,000. So that should give us a nice little spin in the crude here and see what happens in 25 minutes. I'm sorry, in 5 minutes.
I was just about to say.
10,
Yes,
10, 10
5 minutes. That's what I meant to say. I meant to click the 5 minute here and
5 minutes?
yes, it is 5 minutes.
5
Check
minutes.
your platforms if you do not want a position on
flat on.
CYA. Cancel that out. You got 5 minutes here and we'll see what happens.
I'm gonna put the crude up
So
here.
interesting. 71.71 is how crude started the month. And then the highest volume since in the last 10 days is around 71.61. So if it pulls back there and goes just a little below, we should see the buyers try to come in, and then we'll watch how this tilt runs. I know, talking about the tilt again. We'll watch how it runs into the shorts starting to shift.
So you say the point of control is just from January here?
The largest, I have it over a daily period. So I have the last 10 days of volume. Happened on the 3rd, and that is, 71.63. And then 71.71 is how we opened the month.
MP is in there. Username, great username.
They want to know if you're okay today, Michael.
I am a sponge right now.
100% sponge mode today, dude.
100% sponge mode. If people thought I was blown out with rips, I'm a student of Ian all day long.
They love you, Ann.
I appreciate that. I love the markets.
Yes.
I do. I'm Michael talked about the dream he had. You know, I had a dream. I'm like, I dream about the market every day. Always dreaming about the market.
Well, you know, Ann, we had a great time with you with our Squawk Radio, and it's good to get you back here again. And I tell you, we've got the dynamic duo with Deanna and Anne Marie. I tell you, we are blessed to have both of you joining us here.
Yeah, it would be fun for us to trade together.
Agreed.
I think it'd be really fun.
I think we could get that. We could do that. We'll figure that out.
Thanks for having me, guys. I'll be
and
looking forward to listening to Mick.
When I got the email saying Ann is going recurring and she's on board, I was
Yes.
like, hell yes.
I appreciate that. I love being with you guys. It really does affect the rhythm of trade when you're trading alongside people that are with skin in the game and they're watching everything. And it's just been, TopstepTV is absolutely fabulous.
It
I'm voting her into the Chi City locals.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She can take my position because I'm still on the team, but I'll sit the bench.
Yep, same. It's a 2 for 1. She can
I'm just like
People scorecard.
And right now, I've lost money every day this week. I'm down 440. I mean, down 200 yesterday or whatever it was, down 400, whatever. And like, I'm in this like funk. And it literally started last week when I was like, okay, they're like, let's just shut down the show for a week. I'm like, we're not shutting down the show for a week. We're going to keep it on because the markets are open. And we're going to talk about how shitty trading is. 1 minute. Yes. Yeah. 1 minute to the number, crude traders. And yeah, so I'm a little like, I don't know. You get like this in my trading career and journey and all this. You have these little pockets where you start to get like a little like uneasy, unsure, and
lack of confidence. Confidence starts wavering.
Yeah, you start shorting up your stops. You start doing, and the next thing you just death by 1,000 cuts, as Johnny would say.
Yep.
That's exactly where I am right now. So the reason why I'm expressing all this is so anybody, if you're in that funk, and Michael Lawrence says, I love the funk, I like those funks because you can learn from it and you
Exactly.
can get yourself out of it. But that's why I talked about being a sponge. Like I need to get smarter in some of these areas. I need to get more patient. I talked about that on Tuesday. But the whole thing right now is just, trust me, like coming into work today, I'm like, man, I haven't
Numbers
like this
coming out
week.
here. Let's watch the crude number here real quick.
There we go. Yeah, switch it to cruise, guys.
Something pop.
Crude, baby. All right, waiting for the number to hit the wire. It has come out already. They're looking at expectations of 3 million, and we'll see what actually does come out here. 10 million. I'm sorry. Let me check that again. 5.5 million. Crude oil inventories, gasoline inventories are 10 million. Distillates also 10 million, and the Cushing inventories 706,000. So once again, crude oil inventories 5,503,000.
Are we looking at a surplus or a draw?
Draw.
Draw.
How are they off by so much all the time? I always wonder that.
There was a draw.
Yep.
And watch the fade. That's very interesting. It must be less of a draw than they anticipated.
Yeah, well, the API said there was 7.4 million barrel draw last night, so it's a little bit less than that, but more than the anticipated from the EIA. They were looking for minus 3.2, and it came out minus 5.5. So a little bit, and then of course the market breaks. You know, less supply. Of course the market's going to break.
Right.
It's you know,
Yo,
I tell
MP,
you,
MP, we got to get you out of this funk, man.
Oh no, I just need to wallow in it for a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I do this where I wallow in it, and then next thing you know, I have this like get out of the shower and go F it, let's do it.
Yep.
You know, like
Yeah, and you know, this happens to, if every trader is honest, we all run through these cycles, right?
Yep.
We run through the cycle of extreme confidence to a lack of confidence, and it's just always a circle. And what I do is always, when I see it happening, I step back and I go, all right, what aren't you doing that you used to do before?
Mm-hmm.
And then you go, oh, you know, I always used to wait for this, and now I'm not doing that.
see, that's why we should all have journals.
You know, you just got to step back and go,
Here's your
what's
NASDAQ
your trading? What's your trading 101? That's what I like. I go back to trading 101. Okay, what got me here? What were the things that I needed to do? And Eddie talked about journal.
exactly.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
the first page of your journal, when it says, "Hi, whose notebook is this?" and you put your name, you should have your trading plan. You should have your trading plan on the next page. And then after that, you journal the hell out of every day of your trade. Is that a lot of work? Yes. Is making money in this business a hell of a lot of work? Yes. Can it be swift and come fast? Yes. Can it go away fast? Your goal is to find that sweet spot of your trading, and you get out of funks, you get all that kind of stuff. So either TopstepTV or get a site coach or whatever journal, however you do you to get yourself back on track is good. You got to have reps though. You got to get into the market. So go to a practice account. Go to a practice account. If you want to be held more accountable, go to a $49 thing. You're risking $49, but you still get these parameters that you adhere to, and it helps you instill discipline, or at least help you work on not chasing money if you're trying to go in your personal brokerage account. So
Right.
It's one of the reasons I say what I say at the end of the opening call is, you know, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Centered is so important to just, you know, always come from a place of calm and centered, and very difficult to do so. We all go from overconfidence to lack of confidence to,
Yes.
you know, but you always, you know, you put a ball of clay on a potter's wheel, until that ball of clay is centered, you're not going to make anything.
Exactly. Well, you can make something that's going to be ugly.
It's going to be
Make an ashtray or something.
Henry.
Right.
Eddie's
Make
making
another
an
poll.
ashtray.
I was
make an ashtray.
talking
We got
about this
a
yesterday.
new poll here. Do you use the journal while trading? Always, sometimes, used to, not at all. Let's really have some participation here to see
and be
what
honest.
we're doing as traders. Yeah.
Be honest, and then I want to follow it up with one after this one that relates to journaling to see the next one. You'll understand when I get there. When we get to like 300, 400 votes. All right, so right now we're at like 400. Sometimes 34%, 23. So pretty much always is 23%, which I think is an incredible number.
Yeah, that's a big number.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's 34%, and so 3, 4, 5, 57.
Well, you got the sometimes and not at all at 34%, so that sort of wipes each other out.
It's like when you ask a room full of people, raise your hand if you're better than the average driver. And
Yep.
Yeah,
90%
everybody's
do.
going to overestimate. Yep, absolutely.
Okay, then do you? Here's my next quote. Do you plan on journaling every day you trade this in 2024?
Every day?
Every day, man. You're trading. I don't know. I mean, why not?
Okay, all right.
It could be hell of a job today, Michael. Keep doing what you're doing on a good day. And the next day, you'd be like, I got here, I felt this, and I did this, and I overtraded here. Some days are going to be like, I don't know, paragraph.
Yeah, I guess that is a journal entry. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I stayed at your house one time, and you had like 3 of them underneath your pillow, so I don't know.
Oh, come on, dear journal.
What he had what?
Your journal.
Under his pillow.
I'm like,
That
you
was
got
for
a lot
Deanna.
to
That was for Deanna.
Whose bed were you sleeping in, Michael?
Oh, come on. Oh, bunk beds.
You have a bunk bed? How old are you? Is there a little
Well, we're
ladder that
talking
helps you
about-
get down off the top, or you just jump?
I call it top bunk.
To top
While we're
bunk.
talking about journaling and books and stuff like that, there's a lot of books out there that have nothing to do with trading that I think have made a big impact in my ability
Yeah.
to stay in this industry, and this is one of them. It's called Centering in Pottery, Poetry, and the Person, and it really kind of goes into how to accept yourself as a creative person, how to nurture that creative person, and creativity is a big part of trading.
It's true.
There's one line here that I think kind of fits here. And the line is, we have to trust the invisible gauges we carry within us. We have to realize that a creative being lives within ourselves, whether we like it or not, and
Yeah.
that we must get out of its way, for it
Yeah.
will give us no peace until we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that falls in line with Picasso. He said,
Oh,
we're all born painters.
Yeah, and he also, what do you say? The purpose of the meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of your life is to give it away.
Oh, I
Wow.
love that.
That's
Johnny, you're
profound.
doing that.
That's good. That's good.
It's a great quote.
Yeah.
I got a million of them.
I love it.
All those
I
quotes
got a
and
million of them.
philosophy and all that stuff. We're gonna bring more of that in.
Yeah, we
absolutely.
should. I mean, we did tip of the days and dad. You do dad. What dad said on.
Yeah, dad wisdoms from my
Dad
dad. Yep.
Mhm.
Here's a tip for those that are too busy to journal. We all have smartphones, hopefully, and we all have the app to record. If you're too busy trading, watching your trades, record what you're doing, how you're feeling, what the market's doing. And then when you're done trading in the day, enter these all into your journal, just so you have them. So use that record on your smartphone. It helps.
You can do that, or you can do
Oh, that's
earpods or whatever, and just talk, and it dictates it or whatever. I
Voice
mean,
memo, right?
voice memo.
Yeah, yeah.
And voice memo that you can. Yep.
Yeah. And speaking of keeping records, well, you might have got your email for the 2023 wrap from Topstep. We wanted to show an example here.
Ah, yes.
Oh, you got that.
Tell us what
we
you
do.
guys think. Tell us what you like, what you don't like. But this is who is this trader? We don't need to name names, but this is somebody's stats, right?
It is an anonymous person, I believe.
Okay.
It might just be a hypothetical person. I'd have to look into it.
This is John Smith out of Des Moines. He has 3 kids.
Well, this is what we sent you. A lot of traders really loved that they got this in their email.
Very cool.
If you have not seen this, check your email, folks.
And as a bonus, if you take a screenshot of yours like this, share it on Twitter, tag TopstepTV and one of your trading buddies as well. So you got to tag a friend, do hashtag TopstepTV. We're going to be giving out 10 $50 gift cards to our swag store.
Nice.
So share it, screenshot it like Spotify. It's just like Spotify Wrapped. It lets you look at your trading. You can reflect on the year. You can make changes, and we're going to give you swag to boot. So get these screenshots up. Tag us at Topstep. Hashtag TopstepTV. Tag a friend.
Very cool.
Hey, you want this swag.
This trader was profitable.
I was going to say these are good looking stats.
Good
Yeah.
number.
Seth
There you
OG,
go, John Doe.
Seth OG goes, I'm disappointed in the stats. Please share what you could. We plan on doing these
There's always
every year,
something
but we also plan on doing these just so you guys all know. We're working on how to get this to you weekly. So after every 5 trading days, you can see like the progress you're making from the last 5 days. This is something that we have all the data. We just got to be able to.
New highs, S&Ps.
Yeah, it is.
NASDAQ running.
Yep.
So please share with us the stats that you think you would want that could help you better. And guys, grab those and throw it in our Slack so then we know.
Tell you, Michael, if you can get, we can get these weekly. That's a game changer. It's going to keep everybody.
We were talking about weekly, but then we're like, well, you can't really do weekly. What if I just trade it on Tuesday? You know, like that's kind of skewed.
True.
So after 5 trading days, we're like, well, how about after 5 trading days?
Good point.
So we're working on that. We have all of our data in a data warehouse. We're getting it all organized because you have to get it organized before you start. They showed me a picture. It's like Legos all over the place that are like, looks like my living room with all my kids Legos on the ground. Then you got to get them all like put into colors, and that's organization. And then you can start piecing things together, and that's called machine learning. So that's what.
I'm not sure if it hurts worse to step on shards of glass, Lego block.
Than Legos, right?
I guess somebody on Shark Tank made a vacuum that can pick up Legos, and I'm like, well, can it turn your pick up Legos into Star Wars?
Hey, look what I made.
Look what I made. All right, 68% on the ES.
Yep.
Yeah.
Speaking of percentage, do you plan on journaling every day in 2024? 43% said yes. Great job.
Oh,
very good.
31% said I'll try. And 24% said ixnay on the journal A. Yeah, no.
Oh, we're running here.
530 votes in that.
So we have the 2022 high in the NQs at 16,564, and we have the 2021 close at 4761.50. And so I suspect the Qs will go into that and press up a little bit. And then I think that we take a little bit of a breath, certainly coming into the lunchtime event.
So, and when we talked about all this, we were down at the 88s, 488s. What can we learn from that conversation about what the market has done thus far?
Okay, so the first thing is if you're thinking about a short and you take it, the number one thing that you need to see is either a test of the prior low or a lower low. No matter what time frame you're looking at, the moment that that stops happening, and so even let's say we go to a 30-minute chart, we can see by the end
I got a 30-minute up right here. Let me widen it.
Real quick, NASDAQ's trading back inside value from yesterday. Thank you, JD.
Nice.
Nice, JD.
Thanks, guys. So it's inside value. Where's that value range at?
I can tell you TPO value low from yesterday was 558. Value high 616.
Huh. Okay. I mean, this has been straight up.
Yeah.
Since our conversation.
Yep.
There's something I can definitely learn. We can definitely learn from this. That it built the legs and continued higher.
Yes, it is.
Right. This is where we've gotten smoked, Andre. And
Yeah, I'm short. I'm getting smoked.
we can't figure this part out.
Nope.
It's telling us something. And today got me.
I'm just reading the tilt.
Yeah.
I need more screens.
Seriously.
So you said I have 73 as a point of control, value point of control. On
73. The volume point of control from yesterday was 78. Let me double check that.
Because we got it on daily level. On our daily level, it's 73.
Yeah, 73.25.
Bulls on parade.
Yes,
man.
73 is the volume point of control from yesterday.
All right. So will it respond to any of these levels?
Well, I mean, coming into the the noon hour or coming into the the mid part of the range, it would be a kind of a logical place for the market to take a little bit of a break on this. But I'm not selling it. That opening range, the low of the day, now showing acceptance back inside value. I don't see anything to sell until we get up to value high.
Which are 613? 615? Jiminy Christmas.
The pre-market high is 16,587.
That's a good looking spot right there. You want to see if it'll hold above it, then the next move is to either weekly kickoff high or a value high from yesterday.
Weekly kickoff low, but it's was 604.
Joe Pierre, I prefer previous day, not overnight.
Nice.
Boy, just buy it.
Why? Yeah, see, Paul, why against the trend, Mike?
Right.
Did you sell into this too, Patak?
Yeah, I've been on the first pop, thinking we'd continue.
Me too.
What a week!
Hey, Michael, I could cheer you up. I'll tease something. Before the end of fast markets,
What a week.
the same guy, James Michael, who wrote that song for Patrick Wieland, wrote a song for Topstep TV.
No way.
What?
I mean, is it playable worthy?
I guess we're going to find out.
Towards the end of fast
I
market.
guess we're gonna find out. I guess we're not gonna find out.
Oh, I said towards the end of fast market.
Towards the end.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah, we can-
We're
yeah.
almost there. We're almost
Pins
there.
and needles.
Boy, just buy it.
Oh, yeah. Right when I'm finally convicted, I'm that person.
That's the sell.
That's the sell.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna try the short at 16,587. I'm just gonna put a sell order out there and,
No, that's
and,
the overnight
and
high.
see how it goes. Yeah. I'll have a 10-point stop.
Mm-hmm.
And then my target will be 64 to 45.
Okay.
We'll see if it holds.
And S&Ps finished the value area special situation play. Crude finished the value area special situation play. Wonder if the NASDAQ can do it.
Dude, NASDAQ's been weird.
Dun, dun, dun.
You need the drama music there.
Yeah, right.
Get in there, Michael.
No, dude, I'm not feeling. I got enough drama going on upstairs.
So good. I can't wait to hear this song, dude. Ooh.
All right,
Yeah.
I might as well just start playing it.
Yeah,
Just do
I'll
it.
fade out.
Just
All right.
change my focus.
We gotta do something to change the vibe.
We'll keep you out of this trade. Let's see how it works.
Uh-huh.
All right. There was somebody asked a question here, and I was kind of wondering the same thing. With the high of the low and the low of the day, a high of the overnight and the low of the overnight, when it breaks out one side or the other and then comes back in, that would usually be my entry to the opposite direction. But you're preempting it, and I know you're not risking much on this. Just wondering what you're thinking.
Okay, so my thought is it's run straight up, and the size of this candlestick is much bigger than all the other candlesticks, so it feels like exhaustion.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So the kind of the rubber band thing. You stretch the rubber band out far enough.
Yes.
It's got to come back.
Yeah, that's my thought. And now it may not come for me.
Right.
I might be sitting up there and everybody that preempted the short might come in and take it down, at which point the short goes away and then we look for another long when it comes into that 545 area, which is optimally, I think that was the Globex Open.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I'm looking for. What I like to see is I like to see myself drifting under the linear regression curves, breaking a little bit of support, trying to bounce back and failing. Always that rhythm of, have I failed to close higher? Have I tested support? Have I bounced and gotten a lower high? That gives me the rhythm. You know, the definition of trend from Dow is a series of lower highs and lower lows. So I just look for the first cycle and I go, let's see if it works. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. That's why I keep the risk tight so that if I lose, I can come back without emotional damage, because that really is what I have to guard against more than anything. I have to guard against my emotional capital disappearing, because it's much harder to recoup emotional capital rather than physical capital, right? If the groove is you can get physical capital back in a flash, emotional capital takes a minute.
Well, that's where I'm at. I'm emotionally damaged right now.
Yeah.
I just need to get
I'm going to charge you up. We mentioned rhythm. We mentioned groove. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
We'll do it. No, don't get me wrong. I've been doing this thing for 25 years, so it's not like, you know, this is the first time I've gone through this.
Hold on, they got the song ready. They got the song.
I think it's the song ready. Wait 1 second. This is
Okay.
I got you, Mike. You want to chat? Let me know.
No, we are chatting. That's the whole. Yeah.
I'm sorry to laugh.
And speaking about chatting on Topstep TV and being transparent, open, and having great people like Anne Marie come on here. A lot of folks are saying, "Hey, thanks for the reset and everything that we got during Fire Drill." We are putting together, because I deem Topstep TV very valuable to. I don't know. I think every trader that it has a passion for trading can gather something from here, and I enjoy bringing passionate traders on here and working with these folks right now during fast markets. That's the only session I'm really on right now. I'll be on happy hours and power hours and later. But we plan on doing Bell to Bell Club, and Bell to Bell Club will reward you. And the goal here is like how many can we reward them weekly if they're here every single day? Can we give them a free reset? Can we give them a free combine? I mean, the answer is we can do whatever we want to do, and we're going to try to set up those that are committed and dedicated. And someday we're going to have it so you journal, and if you journal every single day, then we reward you back. Our goal is to motivate and develop traders into better habits. Our mission is to turn people who trade into better traders with healthier habits. So how do we do that? We got a lot of things in a row. We got your data. We got trading data. We feed that back to you, and then we have this fuzzy thing. It's like and before you or your rock stars are on the stage. But that's what we're looking to do. So Bell Club is something we're trying to put together right now, and we're going to keep these, like, I don't know if kickback's the right word.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank yous. Yeah, thank yous going.
You are from Chicago, talking about kickback.
Get the shakedown.
Vote early and often.
That's right.
all right.
Fire it up.
There we go.
Is this it?
TV, come join and be the other Hoagland.
Turn it up louder. Okay.
Get louder. Anne-Marie.
I'm Bill, and welcome to the Excellent Adventure. The opening range is still high today in the NASDAQ. I'm flat. Johnny's flat. What are you guys? What do we like in here?
So there you go.
Wow.
I love it, man. Thank you. That was sweet.
That's good. Anne-Marie, that's what all the kids are listening to now.
Anne-Marie, what was that? What did we just listen to?
I am not entirely sure.
Would you chase this band on the tarmac?
I know.
And I apologize, guys. I touched a live cable at one point. That was what the buzzing noise was.
Nice.
This damn thing to play.
What a day.
You know, though, she'd be able to catch some of us very easily. She just
But
have to
probably
walk.
not the person making the video.
No running on the tarmac. Just walk. You'll get up.
We did a poll, and we did like a country song, like a rock song, and what the winner was like house music, right, or something.
Oh,
You were
yeah.
here.
The people like the house. Yeah.
What do you listen to? Yeah, I think that's what it was.
That's what it was, house. I thought we had a Taylor Swift. We said anything Taylor Swift and
Swifty.
Swifty.
So that's what I'm
Jack?
up to. Yeah.
Jack, you came in with the trivial house music invented here, created here in Chicago.
Yeah. I also created the Fast Markets intro songs. If you like that, I'll do
That
some
was
more.
dope.
Yeah.
I do
that's
like
cool.
that one.
Turn on my shades. I like that one. You've got a major in music, don't you, Jack?
I have a minor in music technology.
Still, I mean, it's impressive. Good job.
What is music technology? Is it
stuff
know what is
stuff like
that?
this. It was like I did like film scoring. So it's just like Pro Tools,
okay.
Logic, synthesizers, all that stuff.
Very cool.
Synthesizers. Yes.
And it's coming up to your 87s.
Yep, I'm still waiting there.
Okay,
Well, it's also coming up here, end of the segment.
Yeah.
And
and your Jomo is so inspiring.
yeah. Just want to say thank you very much for being with us here, Anne-Marie. And
My pleasure. I love spending time with you guys.
That was fun.
Just I learn a lot every time. I really do. And the interaction is just really, really great. I love it.
Well, what do they say, Eddie and Hoagland, the trading? If you can touch them with your tie, they're your friend.
Friend of mine.
And everybody we get on here, I think, is like you can touch them with your tie because the tie can only go so far. So it's whatever.
So far, right.
You're standing around. So I really appreciate Ann you being on here. This blew by in just 2 hours like that.
Yeah, it
so, wealth of knowledge. I did my journal taking and self-reflection all at the same time.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have Anne-Marie back here tomorrow for Back for the Futures with Hoagland and myself.
Yes.
So mark that on your calendars. But Michael, thank you very much for being with us here also.
Thank you.
You are done for the day. And Anne-Marie, any closing comments for our traders here before we say, let's take a break?
Support and resistance. Just support and resistance. Oh, and if you'd like something for the quiz that folks do, who knows what the tie was a derivative of? How did the tie become the tie? What did it used to be before it was a tie?
An ascot.
And what was it before the ascot?
A napkin.
Ooh.
That's exactly right, Eddie.
Wow.
It was a bib.
Ooh.
Really?
Yeah.
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 I know I've used a lot of my ties.
I'm a
as bib.
slob.
Yeah. I
I've
actually
ruined all my
have seen
ties.
men use their ties to wipe their mouths, but.
And then it just became a tie. So you still, when they stop wiping their mouth at the tie?
I don't know.
All right, I'm out of here.
All right, go enjoy
All
the
right,
mountain,
take it
dude.
easy.
All right, we're going to take a break
Hey,
here.
Wait.
Wait.
Michael, you've got to put on a GoPro if you're going heli skiing. You've got to share.
Oh,
it.
yes. I'm Yes. I'm so
All
excited.
right.
I'm also
We're gonna
nervous
be
and excited, but I also hear there's not any snow in British Columbia.
Oh.
No snow anywhere.
No way.
Dude, I know. Tell me about it. I'm not
I
even
know, I
going
know.
skiing right now. It's
I know.
an ice skating rink out there. You come over a hill and it was slip out. And then, yeah, you don't go in the trees because it's even worse. You guys seen
No.
pictures of Whistler?
Yeah,
Right
terrible.
now?
Looks
There's like
terrible.
no snow on the bottom. It's dirt. So,
Weird.
All right, they want us to keep it moving.
all
All
right.
right.
Keep it moving.
See ya.
Shoulder tap coming up
Thanks,
next. We're gonna
everybody.
take a
I
break.
agree.
Dang
We'll see you
it.
tomorrow. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Take care.
We'll
Take
be
care,
right
everybody.
back.
Bye-bye.
There he is. What's up, Mick?
Hey, what's happening, fellas?
Not much. How's the day looking today for the risk manager?
It's kind of a quiet day today, both on the XFAs and the live accounts. I do have some shout outs. Big shout out to Sean C in the live account, up 4,300 today. He was up $3,700 yesterday. So that's a nice $5,000 start, $8,000 start to the year and the week. Per the par for the course here, Sean, you're up ahead, well into a short week. Today's Thursday, one more trading session. Even if we hit a larger loss limit of $3,000 tomorrow, we're still locking in $5,000 on the week. So it's a good position to be in. If anybody else out there that's listening has also found themselves in a similar position, up money through Thursday morning, mid-morning here, your job come the end of the week is to make sure that you walk away profitable and capture a large percentage of whatever profits you strung together on the week to date thus far.
That's right.
Before I get into other shout outs, though, I had heard through the grapevine and I was kind of watching a little bit towards the end. Anne Marie had said she liked the segment. Flattered by that, Anne. Really like listening to everything you have to say, too. So I was happy to hear you're watching, and I like tuning in whenever you're on. And I recommend to anybody out there watching, definitely tune in. Brilliant mind, and definitely like hearing the collaboration with the guys here at Topstep. So thanks for that. Shout out to Rips too, up in his live account, $1,200. We've got Fatima. I've got a shout out for her. She did lock in a $9,000 winning day yesterday, which puts her, well ahead on the week. Saw her down about 1,300, 1,400 today before I came in, but hopefully she's limiting those losses, and she's definitely going to walk away with a good, strong start this 2024. Ramez up $4,000 in his live account today. And then last I saw, Deanna was up about 700 trading the oil too. So nice. Shout out to all these traders. Before I dive into the trading cards, I wanted to touch on a couple things Michael had talked about regarding his trading. He's uneasy. He's feeling uneasy, feeling a little unsure, lack of confidence. This is some place that I've been a number of times. It's only natural when you're not, making money regularly that you go into the markets, you sign onto the computer, and you're kind of feeling that way. Everybody has that. It's okay. It's part of it. We want to perform well. For most of us out there that are in this industry, you have some competitive nature in you. So it's only natural to, be a little bit down and not have that confidence if things aren't consistently going your way. But there's a lot of stuff we can do to address that. I always talk about scaling down, taking a little time out from the markets. I know Michael wants to be active on here. I did hear him say that he was trimming his position sizing, which is really, really good. That's what you want to do, trim the position sizing. And I'd like to, before I move off the topic, hear from you guys what you do when you're feeling that way. But, from my own experience, because again, I've been there a bunch of times, it's really a good time when you're feeling uneasy and you don't have that confidence to take a little break, evaluate what's been going on and evaluate why it hasn't been working in the markets. Chances are you'll find something. Sometimes it's just your strategy isn't working, but a lot of times there's these external factors that we might not even think about when we're sitting in front of the screens, watching the charts, and just look at it. What I would say is it's so important to try and reflect on why that's happening to you, as opposed to going in the markets and continuing to fight what's recently been for you a losing fight. So, Andre, I'll kick it over to you. I'd love to hear what you do when your lack of confidence or when your confidence is down and you're a little unsure about what's going on.
Step away, man. I step away for a day. Don't look at the screen, period. For an entire day, don't even look at the screen. Get out, get away from the desk, the office, whatever. Come back the following day. So now you have a full day off, kind of do a mental reset, if you will. Then I sit there and I'll just watch. I'll watch and watch and watch, paper trade in my head, see if I am in tune with the market. If I'm not in tune with the market, luckily I haven't been trading. But like I said, first, take a full day off, no looking at the markets, no nothing. Get away from as best you can. Obviously, easier said than done. But it forces you to take a mental reset and also put some things in perspective. Like, hey, yes, this is trading. We're passionate about it. We love this so much. But also puts things in perspective that, hey, this isn't the most important thing in the entire world. You got friends, family, outside of nature, and puts things in perspective like, hey, take it easy. Don't be so stressful. Don't be so hard on yourself. Come back the following day, paper trade it. The third day, then I'm in trading again. But yes, I kind of take a mental break just to put things in perspective. Actually, is what it's more of a mental reset for me than anything.
I like that. So,
Yeah.
you know, I had mentioned maybe reflect on your trading and what's going on. You had mentioned take a full day off. Don't even think about the trading. I like that a lot too. I've done that. I had to do that over the weekend in between, you know, ahead of New Year's Eve. Went out of town and was like, work's been great. Work's been busy. Just need to stop and think about, you know, family or something else. Find a distraction for yourself, because that is another way to reset your mentality, is just not even thinking about it. And sometimes that's the best thing for us, because that could sometimes, when you're reflecting on the trading, only get in your head more. And, you know, it's pretty easy to, you know, if you're realistic with yourself, you can kind of beat yourself up, and that doesn't help you at all.
You absolutely can. That's why. And also, like I said, put things in perspective. Like, yes, this is work. This is what we're passionate about. But there are other important things in life as well. You know, like I said, friends, family, you know, have a good meal, go for a run, do something that, you know, takes your mind off of it, like puts things in perspective. That trading isn't the end all be all. This is what we're passionate about. But if we don't trade another day, we'll still be able to live. Okay.
I like what you said there, Andre. Have a nice meal. When we were having a rough time on the trading pit, we had a little mantra that said, if when the going gets tough, the tough go out to dinner.
I love that, man. I love that. And I know those weren't cheap dinners either, the way you guys are eating.
Oh no.
Yeah, I adopted that same stance, John. I know when I was first getting out, started trading, when I would have bad days, I would treat myself to a nice lunch.
You gotta be good to yourself.
Yeah. So usually when it was a bad day or a bad, you know, consecutive days or something like that, I mean, I was doing grain, so we closed at 1:15. So I could even if I stuck around till the close, I'd be able to get lunch at lunchtime, but usually would be leaving a little early those days if I wasn't continuing to watch what the markets.
What'd you have to drink at lunch, Mick?
Usually it was no drinking. Usually,
okay.
you know, but yeah, it's like, you know, you don't.
What?
That's for celebrating. Normally it was like, you know, I was a college kid at the time. Trading. I had a couple little odds and end jobs that I took there when trading wasn't going well, because I never wanted to have the pressure, which I did have for a period of time. Trading was my only thing for a while, and when it wasn't going well, you get this tremendous amount of pressure to put on trades that you normally wouldn't take if you were more selective. And, you know, for anybody that's hearing this, that is a super bad place to be. Performance sucks during those times. So what I think, you know, there's a lot of people listening that want to be aspiring traders, make it their full-time source of income. And I would say the best thing for any new trader out there is to have income coming in to help pay your bills outside of your trading, because it is going to take an enormous amount of pressure and stress off your shoulders, and it's going to free your mind to be more selective with your trades, which we talk about all the time on this segment, and really put you in a better place where you're not forcing anything because you feel like you need to make money.
I did it. I attended bar for years, figuring out how to trade.
I worked at a bar too, among many other things.
You just, you know, you want to make sure your bills are paid. You don't have to you don't want to have to worry about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then eventually, you know, if your trading comes around, you can wean yourself off those other things. And then and only then is that the time to do it. So, yeah, I hear from so many of our traders, they earn a live account, or they get funded. They're in an express funded account. They can take payouts now. And it's like, well, I'm going to quit my job. And I'm like, hold on, pump the brakes here. Hey, I really like your ambition, but don't set yourself up to, I don't want to say it's setting yourself up for failure, but you're not putting yourself in a good place, and we all need to be in good places. Again, so many external factors that, you know, play into our trading psychologically and whatnot, among other things that, you know, set yourself up to, you know, have a pretty clear mind when you're looking at markets and assuming risk.
Yeah, trading's hard enough. You don't need that kind of pressure.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's enough pressure on when there's risk on the line, which I'll take my opportunity to say, always trade smaller than you can. You know, it's something I've been doing for a decade now, and it makes it a lot easier to breathe. And you never want to have your back against the wall. Always position yourself to be able to, you know, take a couple cuts and then still be in there healthy and happy. So trade smaller than you can. I guess, you know, speaking of trading smaller than you can, I want to talk about someone who doesn't do that. You've heard his name a bunch of times. kind of, we're going to pull up a card for Kyle. Let's pull up a card for Kyle. And this is, not too different than my card for Hughes from France, one of our live traders who lost their account yesterday. Cue up the card for Kyle. Another gravestone with the candlesticks on it. Kyle lost, and I want to get out there. Kyle might be watching. He's been on Topstep TV a bunch of times for the Power Player segment. Very exciting trading to watch when things are working. But in the end, after 62 days in the live account, that account is going to get closed today after he hit his max loss limit. A lot of
Kyle, we enjoyed.
Yeah, man.
We will again.
Yeah, we will again. I know he's in a few XFAs right now, being profitable, but I'll give the group a little while to kind of digest some of these statistics.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this card.
And I suppose we may have already had some time, but 62 days, all in all, average daily P&L negative. He lost the account today. He was, big swinger. Definition of big swinging. He has had $41,500 winning day, almost a $61,000 winning day, but his average losing day. So that panned out on the winning days, which were few and far between. 81% losing days and only 19% winning days. Those, it was death by 1,000 cuts, minus $3,500 on those losing days, So I will say there was a good amount of success here, and I always like talking about good things. Kyle, you might think I'm throwing you under the rug here or under the bus, but I'm not. This is an opportunity for others to learn the risks specifically about swinging for the fences. Kyle does that. Heck, he found some really nice short-term success, though. $28,000 in payouts from this live account. You can't take that away from him. That's money he put in his pocket. But with all these $3,000 or plus $3,000 losing days, there were never any adjustments made. Never trimmed the position sizing down. Never put a personal loss limit in place that wasn't 3,000. It was, he'd either make a bunch of money or he'd hit 3,000 and wait for the next day.
Yeah.
I never liked that about the trading. There's a time and place for size. There's a time and place for adding to winning trades, not doing it for losing trades. But Kyle was always all in, all out, trading 15 contracts. Very, very rarely anything less than that. And when you're doing that, you can find that $3,000 daily loss limit so quickly on 15 contracts.
Yeah.
So I think here there were a couple things. I've got a long list of areas for improvement, but I want to talk about a couple of them. The all in, all out. Someone asked a great question about it on yesterday's segment, and Kyle was typically doing all in, all out. If you're doing 15 contracts and you're restricted to 3,000 on the day, you automatically have your back against the wall on that trade right off the bat. You can take so little heat. So trade location for anybody that's doing that is so, so important. And I don't suggest that anybody do that. I think, piecemeal it in. You can work up to 15 contracts, but go 5, 5, 5, right. Add into it as it's going in your favor. I think that's where we should be always be adding to winning positions. I really like that. As the market is telling you your bias is correct, you put more leverage on the table. I talked a while back about not wanting to reverse pyramid. So you don't want to go, buy one contract, and then slap a 10 lot on to go up to your max position sizing of 15. That kind of raises or lowers your average price and then puts your back against the wall again. But, Kyle could learn a lot from, or things he should consider are stop swinging for the fences. Yes, we had some, firework stories from him with these big winning days. A lot of excitement around that. In the end, there was a lot of missed opportunity here. Yes, cashed in on 28,000 in payouts, but that account is now gone. And if we don't have the account, if we don't nurture the account and always live to trade another day or, trade for tomorrow, the account's our greatest tool to take advantage of opportunities. You don't have the account, you can't take the trade. So there's going to be some missed opportunities here with Kyle. I did say he's in some express funded accounts right now.
Right.
But the live account's where you want to be. So managing the downside risk, trade location, trimming the position sizing. He also never took a break. He was in every single day.
Every day, right?
Every day. Kyle, I believe, is doing this full time. I know he has some other businesses that he mentioned that were on the side, kind of passive income from those. But, for someone who's actually taking risk every single day, you got to smell what's going on. I mean, we say where there's smoke, there's fire. And, having losing days, one after another, after another, after another. I mean, that's smoke right there. That's fire right there, in my opinion. Speaking of catching the consecutive, losing days, Andre, we've talked about it before. If you have 2 or 3 losing days in a row during the week, that's a pump the brakes, take a day off kind of thing. My strategy's not working in the current market environment. Yep. And I was looking at the trade report earlier today. There's that $141,550 winning day. After he put up that big winning day, he had a 14-day losing streak that followed. 14 days, and that 14-day losing streak wiped out the 41,500 in profits from that day. It was 49. That 14-day losing streak totaled up to 49,000 and change over the next 14 days.
Take half of that, man.
Yeah. You got in too deep, man.
Yeah, protect more than half of it. So I do think that, I heard people saying it about Hughes yesterday. There's an element of gambling there. I do think that there's an element of gambling here. We got to be careful for that. A lot of times those big swingers, there is some gambling peppered into their decision-making process. So I hope that, I hope he's listening right now, and I hope he can take some. Go ahead, Andre.
No, I hope he's listening. I hope this is a lesson for everyone out there too, as well. Like, we see the big up days, but it's not, you got to preserve that capital, right? You put up the $60,000 day, $41,000 day, but then you follow it up with 14 losing days in a row. I mean, it's all for naught. So, I think hopefully that there's a lesson to be learned out there.
Well, there's a number of lessons to be learned here with Kyle as an example, but this is also a warning to everybody out there about, you might feel how good and how successful do you think he felt on that $41,000 winning day and the $60,000 winning day? Top of the world, somewhat invincible, only to be humbled. And in relatively short order, I wanted to talk about this also because this shows how quickly things can come and go. There was a very large account balance built up that just got eroded away over time. And we need to be able to take a step away from where we are, looking at the screen, look at ourselves from, like a 3D view from somewhere afar and look down on what's going on and, just saying like, shit, what I'm doing isn't working. I'm going to lose this account. I'm going to blow this. And, last thing I'll say about this is I talked about the lack of adjustments that were made. Kyle on Wednesday had, on Tuesday, he had 6,000 something in the account, lost 3,000. So account balance cut in half there. Today, there was $3,200 in the account, not the big account balance he's used to, but still there's like some ammo, some bullets to be shot there if you manage your risk. And then, you could have said, I'm going to risk, $1,100 a day. That gives you 3 swings at the plate. I'm going to risk $1,500 or $1,600 over the next 2 days, 2 swings at the plate. But instead, he wanted to, hit a grand slam today, and he lost, $3,200 in the day today. Not setting himself up for, hey, I think it's like maybe. And my confidence, like Michael's right now, if I was in those shoes, my confidence would be shot. If your confidence is completely shot, more so if you're like, I'm not talking about uneasy, but if your confidence is shot, and I would imagine his was, it was kind of an effort, it's either going to work or it's not going to work.
That's what it was.
That's not a trader mentality. Like, there is way more gratification from grinding something out when your back's against the wall or turning a drawdown around. And he didn't do that.
It makes you a better trader.
It certainly does. I mean, talk about overcoming an obstacle when you're facing adversity and putting your nose to the grindstone and grinding it out, trading smaller than you want to. Goes back to what I say, like there's doing what you want to doing what you want to be doing and doing what you should be doing. And where we need to live as traders is doing what we should be doing, not what we want to be doing, because trading, money management, as I call it, it's a business and it's not a hobby. I do think that this was a bit of a hobby for him, at least how he treated this account. So I've gone over, a lot of things here. I want to move on, but for those of you watching, this is a warning to what can happen. You can, think that you found this really good success. And I don't think success is measured in big winning days. Success is measured in consistent profitability. I'll tell you, I've said it before, I'm more impressed with the person that makes $200 a day, 4 days a week than someone who's, making a bunch of money and giving it back. Because when you are consistently profitable in that $200 a day, 4-day example, it's scalable. And we always want to be in businesses that can scale. And because if you can do it, average 200 a day, trading ones and twos, you're going to be averaging more, implementing the same strategy, trading, 3s and 4s. You'll double your profits. That's scalable, and that's what we should all be striving for.
And he's I know he travels a lot, but he's from Lamont. That's a town over from me. So Kyle, if you're in town, let's meet for coffee.
Was he in Amsterdam last or Poland or something?
So.
He was in Europe somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Traveling around. So, there's 28 grand for that Bugatti or Lamborghini money right there.
There you go.
Missed opportunity to put more towards that.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving past that, I want to pull up a card for Isaac R. Isaac has been in our program for a while, specifically since 2015. I've seen him funded before. I've seen small successes. I've seen small areas for improvement. Really liking what I'm seeing in the express funded accounts this time around. He's actually trading in 3 of those. So like I always say, you look at that average daily P&L of $1,500, multiply it by 3. He's averaging $4,500 a day. Hasn't been in the account too long, but there's a lot of things that I like here. 84% winning trades, 90% winning days. And what is it that we normally talk about when we're seeing high winning metrics like this? Fewer trades per day. He's averaging
there. It is.
3.
Yeah, his trade report was just coming up, and that's what I was looking for. Not a lot of trades.
Yeah, the selective trading is going to help you put up these metrics. The selective trading is going to help you with risk reward ratios. If I'm being very selective with the trades that I'm taking, I can usually maximize my reward while limiting my risk if I'm picking my spots properly. So it's usually these people that have 3 trades per day that you're seeing, at least 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 risk reward. Isaac's currently a little better than 1-to-1 on average per contract. He's making $940 while only risking about $830. So this is, adding up to a nice recipe for profitable trading, especially when you think about it across 2 accounts. So on these XFAs in particular, I don't have any room for improvement to mention. Not all of his trading in the past has been like that, which is why we on the risk team really want to look closely at what these accounts are doing. Isaac, if you're listening, we're looking to see a change in behavior, maintain the behavior that I'm talking about right now. But, from previous accounts and previous funded accounts and whatnot, we'd like to see a little bit of a change. And, if this is your new style or approach or the new metrics you're putting up, I mean, this is kick ass. So keep it up. Really, really happy to see this performance. And I've spoken with Isaac before over the years, and he's got a good head on his shoulders. Like all of us, we've got, things that we need to work on. We know we need to work on them. But, saying that and actually doing it is, a different story. So buckle down. Things are going well. Treat it as a business, and let's maintain this trading performance and carry it over to a live account sometime in the near future, hopefully.
Yeah, I like everything I see here. The reward over risk isn't that great, but man, he's picking very good trades. what he's doing.
Hey, John, it says great hold times. What are his hold times? Just out of curiosity, if you have that at hand.
Well, overall, I mean, his winners are an hour and 25 minutes.
Wow.
A little long for the losses, 2 hours. But you got to let the trades play out. I guess, right?
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's badass.
Yeah, and we don't want to be spending more time in our losing trades than our winning trades. Yep. But it's not a comfortable thing. It's a pretty uncomfortable thing, to go from a shorter time frame to a higher time frame. Something that was one of the biggest hurdles for me to overcome, because I started to realize, the shorter time frame trading wasn't where I was finding myself profitable. Anytime I could hold a little bit longer, be more selective with those trades, that's where I was, not too early on, but over time that's kind of I figured out that's where I needed to live to, maximize my profits. All right. So Isaac, very happy for you. Keep it up, man.
Very good.
Definitely. That's a nice looking card.
Yeah. Nice looking
card.
He's
been with us for a while too, huh?
Yeah. 8 years, going on 9 years now. 9 years. So keep it up. I mean, speaking of the duration here with Topstep, I mentioned he'd been funded before. Like these trading journeys that we're on, that I say we're on, Hoag, Andre, myself, they're never ending. They're really never ending. Market states always change. There's a lot of things that remain consistent, but we always say it. And I know it's not just me, like you need to always work on getting better. Leveraging and maximizing things you're doing well, and then minimizing things that you're not doing well. So be very realistic with yourself. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses?
Right.
Get rid of those freaking weaknesses and leverage your strengths. Everybody should be able to see them. I said no areas for improvement on this card, but if we went back and talked about Isaac's previous trading, no doubt there's always something to uncover there.
Sure.
Nobody's perfect with the trading.
Yeah, and I love what you said. There's no destination.
Nope.
There's no I got there in trading. It's always the journey.
It is, yeah. Nobody finds the magic potion and keeps it. There is no magic potion. It's freaking hard work, really hard work.
No doubt.
Always looking to.
Hey, we got NASDAQ and S&P selling off pretty good here in the last since the segment started. So just a heads up there.
Nice. Well, speaking of the segment, I see we're a little past the 11 o'clock hour, and we got a lot of good questions that came in. I did have another trading card, but I'd rather get to the questions because I can always use this trading card tomorrow. So if we could queue up some of the questions that people submitted. Traders, as a reminder, last 15 minutes or so, shoulder tap these days. We're going to be doing questions. So send them in, send good ones in. And I'm here to field them, and I got some good help here.
Jack.
All right.
Jack.
Good question. I know that we've had people carry over multiple years. Multiple, as in like 3 years accounts maintained. Yeah, it's very impressive. I was having a conversation with someone yesterday, and I was talking to Brett, and I were having a conversation with someone, and Brett was a NYMEX member for 10 years. And I said during that conversation, I was like, that's actually a pretty decent lifespan in this industry, to be.
Hey, hold up, guys. Jack, they can't hear you out on YouTube. I think you're the assignment. Yeah. You should be good to go, I think, if you signed it to yourself.
Okay, so that question was, what's the longest someone's been funded with Topstep consecutively? And we've had a number of people that have lasted multiple years and been consistently profitable. To that question, it goes back to what I was saying about Isaac with the selective trading and not looking for a lot of money. It's those people that, hit singles that are consistently profitable and last in these accounts longer than the big swingers like Kyle and Hughes. Hughes, yep. I think, was at 77 days. Kyle was at 62 days. We've got traders who might never come anywhere close to the large winning days like those guys, but they've still got accounts that they can take advantage of opportunities in the market. So that's what I like. And then again, you can scale that that trading activity.
That's right.
How do I, by the way, the first question was, what's the longest somebody has stayed in a live or funded account? If you didn't hear me before. Next question. What is the most undisciplined thing that most traders are doing, and how can we avoid doing that, for lack of a better ending to that question?
Great question. It's kind of a broad answer that I think I almost touch on every day is, people not managing their downside risk and preserving the capital, risking too much of what they have in their account, risking too much of their account balance. The thing that's going to put you out of this business is the losses. It's, you can make money, but if you can't keep that money, you're going to lose it. And if you're taking large unnecessary risk, be it, on a per trade basis, on a per day basis, if you're not considering where your pain tolerance is for the day or how many losing days, weeks, or months, you can weather, it's that downside risk. It affects everybody in different ways based on their risk tolerance. But, if you're losing money, that's what's going to put you out of the business. So focusing on that downside risk, we're all here to make money, but the number one goal is the capital preservation, as we all say. So it might not be the juiciest answer, but it's not protecting the downside risk. I talk about Kyle today. He had 3,200 in his account today, lost 3,200. He could have bought himself a few trading days. He had $6,000 in his account earlier this week. Could have bought himself a few trading days, but he decided to, lose 3,000, lose 3,000. You're not setting yourself up to trade another day. And that's what we all need to be doing. You need to separate your desire for profits from your trading. You're a money manager as a trader. Separate your desire for profits from your trading. Hoag said it to me a long time ago, and I love the term, money's a byproduct of good trades.
That's right.
Question from Jasmine. How do I commit to stopping for the day? I always tell myself I'm going to walk away, and then a few hours later, I find myself trading again.
Is this Jasmine Z?
It is.
Jasmine, thanks for the another question. So stopping for the day. You got to have a pain tolerance.
Yep.
I just mentioned it. I can only accept a certain dollar value loss on the day, or you're stopping trading because you don't see any other trading opportunities. You've either exhausted the trading opportunities and it's time to walk away, be it, the close, or you got something else going on. So if you're not finding any trades, don't fabricate trades. We can all be very good about that from time to time, especially if you're chasing your P&L.
Yep.
Or trading your account balance. But if you don't see a trade, you're not taking risk. If I don't see a good opportunity, I'm not taking risk. And then everybody's got to have a pain tolerance for the day, be it a dollar value or, if I'm framing out a trade, looking at a chart, I know where I'm getting out if I'm wrong, either based on dollar value of the loss or a level on the chart that I say, if it goes against me and goes to this area, there's a good chance it continues against me even further. And that's where I'm puking the trade. So over trading is something I hear about a lot. And,
we've all been guilty of it.
We have been.
Yeah. And it's really easy to overtrade when you're down money because it's only natural to want to get it back. But, you got to separate your trading from your desire to profit, and over trading is really a desire to, profit more, get more profits, but that money's a byproduct of good trades. So if you're not seeing good trades, stop trading. Easier said than done. But it goes back to me saying people underestimate how disciplined you have to be in this industry.
That's right.
Quick question from Bob. Does the mustache help you manage risk better?
Bob, that's a fabulous question. It most certainly does.
Yep. It's a sheriff, man. That's a sheriff's mustache right there.
This is kind of a question for all of y'all. I start my trades with one contract. My question is it better to add when it starts going in my favor, adding more contracts on pullbacks for continuations, or is it better to enter with size and take some off as it moves in my direction?
I'll kick that over to someone else. I don't want to hog it. Andre, Hoag, what do you got?
Hoag it.
Yeah, Johnny, what do you got? That's a tough question.
It is. And it's like everything, it's a personal decision. You know, what's best for your strategy, what's best for you, what makes you more comfortable, what makes you less comfortable. You know, I'm more of an all in and all out kind of guy. Sometimes if I, get a good one on, I'll leave one running. But the one thing you don't want to do is, buy it as it's moving against you. So if you're going to be adding into a position that you believe is going to continue, definitely, as you said, buy into the pullbacks, and if you're going to be scaling out, that's it. That is a market state, a context kind of question, or a decision that you've got to deal with. I wish that I could tell you the right way to do it. But there's no right or wrong way to do it. It's all situational.
It really is. That's a good. It's the question is, do you scale in, or do you start off? Do you scale in with one lot? Now you're long 3, or you start with a 3 lot and then shave or peel off your position. Like you said, I don't think there's a right answer to that. I guess more personal preference or whatever you're comfortable with risk wise, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's a right or wrong answer there.
I don't think there is. I kind of think that's an art form based on someone's personality. I've always found it easier to, peel off a quarter unit or a half unit as it's going in your favor, taking risk off the table, and you're paying yourself. I liked the piece about that question about, one, I think part of the question in the middle of it was, adding to something as it's going against you. I don't like that unless you have a higher time frame zone that you're saying. I like buying crude oil between, this dollar mark and this dollar mark. That's very different than adding to a losing position and cannonballing. But the one part of this question that I find interesting was them talking about going all in and then peeling off some of that initial position sizing as it's going against them, which is something I think is the most challenging of all those scenarios. But I like that a lot because as your same reason for exiting a trade and scaling out of a trade as you're being proven right and you're pocketing money and taking risk off the table, market's telling you when it's going against you that you're wrong, you should be taking a little bit of risk off. But that's a maturity thing that not a lot of people can do. They usually wait till it gets to a point where it gets so bad that they just puke because it's a loss limit. But really, like, the market's telling you something as it's going against you. And if you have too much on, you can peel it off. Surprise, surprise, you can always put the trade back on at a different level.
That's true.
You might get it on at a better price. You might put it on at a little bit of a worse price, but you can always, and my dad always told me this when I was getting started in trading, he's like, you can always put it back on. He's like, be quick to get out. You can always put the trade back on.
Yep.
It's a hell of a question. I'm gonna ask some more of my trading friends that question. That's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're coming close to time, so I'll let you guys kind of
okay, cool.
Sign it off here.
Okay, wrap this up, Mick. Great job. I know people really love this segment. Super insightful. What to do, what not to do. I like your stern words today, and tough love, man. That's what the risk department's about. Tough love. We're here to watch you guys make profit, but if you screw up, we're not going to handle you with kitty gloves here. This is
I'll always call it how I see it.
Love it, Mick. Don't
try and be gentle, but we all have learnings, and today we had some warnings yesterday, and today some warnings about what could happen. So I liked this opportunity to get on and talk about these traders with you guys. Thanks so much.
You're the man.
Love it, Mick. All right, well, I'll see you tomorrow then.
See you tomorrow, Mick.
Well. Welcome back to Power Players. And we've got one of our traders here, Angelo. Angelo, how are you today?
Doing good. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for being here with us here today. And well, Angelo has been a longtime Topstep trader. He's been with Topstep for about 3.5 years. Has been trading for about 6 years total. Angelo has traded in the live funded account in the past. And last time he was in live markets, he kept the account open. Check this out, folks, for 11 months.
Nice.
11 months. We're going to pick your brain on how to keep doing that.
Trade micros.
There you go. All right. Well, let's start this up. I sort of gave a little bio, but Angelo, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah. So I live on the Oregon coast. I grew up in San Diego. I have done a lot of different things in my life and never really found anything that I was really passionate enough about to stick with until I found trading. So, yeah, it's been a long journey, but I feel like I'm in a spot now where I've got I know what I'm looking for and kind of know what I need to do. And yeah, so feeling like I'm in a pretty good solid space here with it.
Let me ask you, Angelo. You've been trained for about 6 years. What led you to pursue a career in training?
I think it was definitely the lifestyle, not being beholden to anybody and not, having to deal with the politics or the sales and marketing and blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff. Just being able to have direct access to a market and it's either, you make it or you don't. And, so I liked that ability to just kind of be free from all those other kind of issues that you got to deal with in other types of jobs and professions. And then there was the challenge of it. On top of that, it was there's so much that you can learn and kind of difficult when you're starting out to know where to look for information and what's good information and what's not, and how to develop your own style. Takes a long time,
Right.
So that's what's great about shows like you guys are doing, is it just exposes people to different styles and different ways of looking at the markets, and super, super helpful. Yeah.
Right. And we've got Andre here with us here. And Andre brings a different direction of trading than I do. And, I bring something different than Hoagland, bring something different than Michael. And, of course, and Randy Annan. And I'm glad that you sort of mentioned that this is something that is helping you move forward. Not to say that you weren't before. You were doing very well before. But this is sort of keeping you moving forward, and we appreciate you bringing that out.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's trading is definitely not easy. I've been doing this mostly full time for a little while now, and there is people talk about the pressure of trying to make it as a trader without having another source of income, and it's real, man. It's definitely puts the pressure on, and depending on how much runway you got, you can use it as a bit of a pressure cooker, to help you figure out where you're making your errors and how to address that. And for me, one of my main issues has been like even bothering with the short side in this market. And it's so for 2024, I've had to kind of develop some rules around.
What are those rules?
Around how I want to trade the short side. And yeah, some like couple of those rules is like no taking shorts above like one standard deviation of full session VWAP.
Why?
Because I've just ended up like getting, if we're trading above one standard deviation of full session VWAP, longs are definitely in control.
Okay.
And the signals, I feel like you're going to get some false signals to take short. Now, this is just for my style, because I like to do sort of intraday swing trades.
Yes.
Where I'm in a trade for I'd like to stay in a trade for, a good chunk of the day and the move if possible. So for me, that's I think why I have looked for shorts so much. One, because like just the market, I just felt like, okay, this thing's got to crash at some point. And then also because like I felt like I could get a bigger move out of the short side.
That's true.
I wasn't trying to scalp, but it's when momentum is there and the price action is showing that to you, sure, you can definitely like find a short opportunity. It's just for me, I've just given up too much capital trying to do that. So I've had to develop some rules around trading the short side to kind of like keep me out of trouble.
Nice. Hey, real quick, guys. We're seeing gold sell off a little bit here. It's been pretty quiet S&Ps and pretty quiet in the Nasdaq right now. So sorry, Angela, you were saying?
Oh, you're all right. No, I'm just watching the markets here.
No audio. Can't hear you, Eddie. Yep, it's all right. You and me, Angela. Hey, Angela, you and I were talking about the pressure cooker, right? The pressure cooker trading. How do you deal with the pressure? What advice could you give to other traders? You've been with us for 3.5 years, so you know how Topstep works. You know how the ins and outs of the program and stuff. What advice would you give to the traders out there? How do you deal with the pressure? I mean, is there pressure from Topstep? Is there pressure from within yourself? Pressure from the markets? How would you deal with that? How do you deal with it? How do you cope with it?
I mean, honestly, it's just pressure from life. Like if you're in a situation where you don't have much income, you know, you only have so much room to like, you know, make or break and figure it out. You know what I mean? So, I mean, how do you deal with pressure? It's, you know, I think that's just the healthier ways you can find to deal with it, the better, you know?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Everybody's going to figure that out in their own way.
That's right. All right, Eddie, you're back. I know you had a question for Angelo.
Yeah, what I was saying before was how you need to apply adaptability to make sure that you're moving your progress forward. And, you know, that's what he did. At some point, you've got to fine tune, you've got to adjust, and you've got to adapt. What works for me?
That's right.
As a trader. Let me ask you.
Yeah, and that, you know, that just takes time. But if you're willing to adapt and you know, keep track of what's working and what's not, and you know, try and do whatever you got to do, whatever adjustments you got to make to sort of to narrow in your focus, I think helps, can be very helpful. You know, so that's sort of, you know, for me right now. I mean, obviously the market's been kind of trending down the last few days, but even then the short side can be very difficult for my style trading, because you get this choppy action before it releases a lot of time. And I just find that the long side is such an easier trade. So
it is, Angelo. There's a natural bid to the market, right?
Absolutely. That's how the
Hoag talks about it.
Get wealthier. So
yes, that's true. Hoag talks about it all the time. The market's been rallying for the last 100 years. So yeah. The short term, I know, taking the short side, you see the market when it falls out of bed, the money, the cash is nice, but you know that it's only going to be short lived. So I'm with you on there. It's always nice to see a breaking market in terms of profitability, but there's a natural bid to this market, and it's hard to fight it on the long term. I mean, you can pull up a year chart and look at it, and you know, it tells you everything you need to see.
Yeah. And then you look back and you're like, oh, what was I thinking? Why was I taking shorts? You know,
for sure. Hey, they want to know what you trade, what products you trade.
I just trade ES. I figure I better be pulling some funds out before I start switching over to NQ or RTY. I've definitely, you know, wanted to trade those two in the past. Sometimes I feel like they can be a little bit more, well, RTY, especially, like for a while there, it was actually like a two-sided market. And that's what I was like missing about the ES, was like, this just doesn't seem like real life. Like this thing's just going only in one direction. This, you know, like I want to have like a little bit more of a two-sided trade, but I just, you know, I'm just focusing on ES until I feel like it's a good medium and can, if I can figure that out, then
it is a good medium. It is, and usually people that ask me, what's a good market that I can start trading in, or something that is at a good speed, good volume, and it is ES. It's the S&P, and you're trading a very good market. Now we've got an opportunity. If we can put maybe his charts up. What I wanted to ask you, and I'm sure that a lot of traders here want to know about your success. About entries and exits. If we could put his chart up just to give us, I mean, you don't have to put a trade on, but give us an idea of what you look for on a chart for an entry, and if you could tell us about how you exit a trade.
Sure. So let's see. Let me try and pull up that screen sharing software with you guys.
Oh, if we don't have it, that's okay. You can tell us just
okay,
verbally.
Yeah. So
what do you look for?
So there's a couple different setups that I prefer a pullback trade. Like I definitely like to enter on a pullback, and I like to see like I'll use volume profile, market profile, look for low volume nodes. I like the opening range trade that Hoag uses. I use that sometimes. I use a 30-second opening range. But I like to see basically what I like to do is I'll watch like the market internals. Like, so I'll be watching the advanced decline line, the VIX futures, and cumulative tick, along with like the 10-year and the dollar, the DXY, and by watching those, I'll sort of get like a kind of like a feel for what the bias is in the market. I'll watch options, net flow, to also help me kind of discern what the bias in the market is that day. Then I'll use GEX levels on the SPY and the SPX. I watch a 5-minute SPY and a 1-hour SPX. And then I'll do some like, I usually have like a 60-minute ES, and I'll kind of start the day with like a daily chart of the ES just to kind of like figure out levels and whatnot. But then
big picture.
Yeah, but then I trade off of a 3-minute chart, and I look for candlestick wicks on pullbacks into areas that I think are going to offer good support or resistance, and that are in line with that overall sort of bias that I've kind of tried to read into.
What's your target for take profit?
I like that question, Eddie.
It depends. Like today, I was trying to get long this morning around, well, my first long this morning was at like 43.25 in ES on a pullback. I was trying to get up to +1 standard deviation VWAP full session for a scale, and the sellers were just there and they brought it back, and I took a little like tight kind of take profit on that one, got out of that trade, and then got a little bit chopped up in that zone, but ultimately ended up long from 45.75.
Nice.
And I took my first scale on that position at 50.75. That's took off half of the position there. It was a 4 lot. Then I took another lot off up at 56.25. And then I was flat on the trade at 66.
So it's a good trader.
Hey, real quick, Eddie, here in the last 20 minutes, we're starting to see some buyers come in crude, trading around $72 even. So
good call.
Yep. Sorry, Eddie, you're saying.
No. What was your P&L for today?
That account is up like $1,000.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good day. Yeah.
But I had a couple full stops in there, so unfortunately I was got chopped up in that little zone, and that's the tough thing with trading, man. You can be right and just not, you just get stopped out. You got to have a tight stop, so to speak. I mean you don't got to, but seems like, if you're trying to trade with like some size, like I'm trading 4 lots in this account. That's a lot of size for when you have a tight drawdown.
Certainly.
So,
now, you said you got
a lot
stopped out. You hit a few stops. But your management, I mean, you're up 1,000. Management sounds very good. Share with us how you manage risk in your trades.
Well, I typically have a 4-point like stop set up as like an automatic bracket. So when I get into a trade, I have something on my charts that has a line 4 points above price and 4 points below price, so that I can visually see on my chart where my like automatic bracket stop is going to be, and make sure that it's below where I think I'd be wrong on the trade. So usually I will try and look for a candlestick, like a buying or selling tail on the 3-minute or the 5-minute to get into a trade. So once I get into a trade, I'll typically tighten my stop up to below that, if I'm getting long, below the bottom of that wick, or if I'm getting short, just above the top of that wick. And that helps me manage my risk a little tighter than the 4 points typically. And then depending on how confident I am, I'll look to take half of the position off somewhere between 1 R of that stop and maybe like 2 or 3 R of that stop.
So, go ahead, Andre.
No, I was just saying, you seem like your demeanor seems pretty calm. I mean, when you're in the markets, are you able to remain calm like you seem like we're having this conversation right now, or do you find yourself getting emotional or having to fight emotions while trading? Obviously we just met. I'm trying to get to know you, and you seem like a calm dude. And does that carry over into your trading? Does it carry over into into the markets?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely get frustrated if a trade isn't working out, or if I'm like getting myself chopped up and making poor decisions. I'll get frustrated, but typically, like, I'm just gonna like feel the pain of whatever like I'm experiencing with the trade. If we're just kind of like, if I get into a trade and it's kind of like trading sideways, it hasn't stopped me out, but it's just like keeps kind of like looking like, I can't tell which way this thing's gonna go. That's definitely like stressful, you know what I mean? No doubt about it. But I just kind of try and write it out, and I've missed a lot of opportunity like in my career from taking myself out of trades just because I was uncomfortable.
Yeah, but man, that's gonna happen, Angelo. That's part of the gig here. It's
stress is part
There's
of
the shoulda, woulda, coulda, and the shoulda, woulda, couldas. They'll kill you. I mean, we all go through it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. If I held on this trade longer, but there's also sometimes where you got out of the trade and it turned against you. So I think it works both ways. But yes, shoulda, woulda, coulda for sure.
Yeah, and that's why I think trade location is so important, especially as a pullback trader. You can oftentimes, if you find a good location, even if you're going to be wrong directionally on what happens, if you can get a good enough spot, you can typically get your risk covered on the trade, if you're patient enough for a good trade location.
Right, that's when you're sitting pretty, and the stress level is very low.
Right.
That's something good. Now, let me ask you, Angelo, what advice would you give to someone who is new to trading?
Well, I think first of all, you kind of got to figure out what suits your personality. And I've heard this said by a lot of people. And that, I think you got to try stuff. Definitely paper trade. I mean, or actually doing the tryouts, I think is a great way through Topstep it's a sort of a hybrid, but I would say don't be doing resets like too often. I would say if you blow the account up, switch over to paper trading. It depends on how much money. If you can afford it and you want to just hop right back into another tryout with a reset, go for it. But if you're really like new and you don't have a lot of money, then I would say give the tryout a go. If you break the max drawdown, then trade in the paper account until it automatically resets and you get that free reset. That's such a nice thing that Topstep does. So that way, you're in the market, you're trading in the paper trading account and you're getting exposure, and then
you're working on your chops, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
Once you hit that wall, and you have an error, you make a mistake, having a practice account or trading on paper, and we were talking earlier about journaling. Write it down. What did you do wrong? What did you think you did wrong? And was it you or was the market? And then revise that and work on it. So,
journaling is so important, and also sort of try and somewhat limit yourself to certain types of setups. If you just can do whatever you want whenever you want, it's going to make it very hard to kind of figure out an edge, because you're just going to be all over the place. You know what I mean? So it's very hard to know if something that you're doing is actually making sense, statistically. Yeah.
Right. Okay, Angelo, I've got one more question for you here today. And before we turn the cameras on, I told you it was going to be a fun question. Okay. All right. So I've got questions numbered 1 to 20. Give me a number and I'm going to ask you that question.
Oh, let's say 17.
17. All right. Here's your question. Who's your favorite actor and actress?
Ooh, okay. Let's see here. Favorite actor. Huh.
Who do you like to watch a lot?
Well, love comedy. So let's go with Will Ferrell.
Nice.
Will Ferrell. All right.
Meatloaf.
Great choice. More cowbell.
Right.
And how about an actress?
An actress. Let's see. Man, I don't know. I got
Andre, who's your favorite actress?
Favorite actress. Sharon Stone was really good in Casino. I was livid at her.
Yeah.
And I've Woody Harrelson. She kind of looks like Woody Harrelson. Sharon Stone, she's a real good one. That movie Casino, I wanted to kill her. Yeah, I hated her from that movie. That made me realize that she did an incredible job in that performance. So Sharon Stone's one of them.
You got sold on that one.
Yeah, man, she killed it.
So Angelo, you got.
I'll go with Robin Wright.
There you go.
Robin Wright.
House of Cards, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Another good movie. Wow.
Margot Robbie, that's going. Yeah. But anyways, thanks for joining us, Angelo. People
Absolutely, guys. That was fun. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Angelo, yes. Thank you for sharing your wit and wisdom and your trades, and all the success to you continuously throughout your journey here at Topstep. So all the best to you. Have a great 2024, Angelo. And once again, thank you for being with us here. We're going to take a time out. Thank you, sir. We're going to take a little time out and we'll be right back.
Awesome.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Top Quiz. The green screen is back. Vanessa, I got a new computer, and it is fiery fast. I love it. How are you doing?
Dandy. I don't have a new computer, and mine goes all right. It's all right. But I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Yes, I did. I went in there like a big boy with my credit card and bought a computer. All right. So it's Top Quiz. 4 questions, multiple choice. You can join by clicking the link that is pinned now or going to Kahoot.it and putting in that number. Some of them will be trading. Some of them will be about earlier in the show things maybe. Beyond that, be sure to answer on your device. We're on a 6-second delay here. And yeah, if you get 3 or 4 right, we will raffle off 30 free resets. So that is the carrot. Vanessa,
Yeah.
are you prepared? Last time you almost, in one of the more improbable, you were guessing like a machine.
So the last time with you, the last time with James was terrible. I did terrible. So we're on the third round. We're gonna find out if I'm good or if I'm terrible. I mean, one of the traders said to fire me after the last time, and I get it. It was pretty bad, but we'll see what I'm made of today. Can't wait.
You're
for this
not
tiebreaker thing.
Yeah, you're not doing the quiz unless a few people in the comments ask for you to be fired. So that's okay. All right, we'll give it just a few more seconds here. We got Scrooge McDuck coming out of the coin pool to join us. We got Win Now. They're flying quick. All right. Jimmy Jam's here, so we can start. If you don't get in, we're doing this every weekday. And I think that it's time to start. You ready, Vanessa?
I'm ready.
All right. Let us begin. This is the date. This is the countdown. Here is question 1. In the 2011 film Margin Call, what actor plays the CEO of the fictional investment bank? Is it Clint Eastwood, Brian Cox, Al Pacino, or Jeremy Irons? Have you seen Margin Call, Vanessa?
I have never even heard of it. This is gonna go well. We'll start with the triangle. I don't know. I like Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, well, triangle was pretty good answer. The correct answer, though, was Jeremy Irons.
You're so positive with
it. You know, we got to stay positive here. All right. So on the bragging board here, it is a good movie. So check it out. Even if you're not into financial stuff, it's got Demi Moore and Zachary Quinto. Who else is in that? Stanley the Tooch is in it. Jeremy Irons, of course. A few others. Shining Bee, Alejandro, Max Pro, Groovy Baby, and Dante. Somebody asked about posting. Yeah, I can post. In one of the afternoon sessions, I'll post the winning names from yesterday. But the reason we stopped is a matter of patience. People would see their name or something that looks like it and start emailing right away. But I can show yesterday's for sure. All right. 3 more questions. Let's do it, Vanessa. How much is a 200-tick move in one CME crude oil futures contract, CL, worth in dollars?
Oh my gosh, this
$200,
is
$1,000, $2,000, or $4,000?
I'm gonna go with. I should know this. I'm just gonna pick a circle. I don't know.
Circle is correct.
Oh, yay!
This is back. It is $2,000. It's $10 a tick. All right. Let's go on to the board here. Alejandro. Hoop. Hey, Hoop. Hope we can get you on sometime. Good to see you. All right. Next question. What former professional wrestler announced the launch of his own cryptocurrency, WooCoin, yesterday? Was it The Rock, Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, or Stone Cold Steve Austin?
All of these are good. Man.
Did you watch wrestling?
No, but I had brothers that did, and so I got the moves on me. I didn't watch, but I'm gonna go with circle. Oh, I missed it.
I was gonna let you cook. Yes, it is Rick Nature Boy, the Nature Boy Flair. Indeed. Did I spell it wrong?
That was the last one I was gonna pick.
Yeah. Thank you, Freddie. I agree. These questions do suck. All right. Let's see. Hoop is in first. Alejandro, the real MP, Seymour Butts. I'm fine reading that one. That's an old Simpsons reference. S. Dot. Okay. Yeah. Carl's right. We should get a brother coin from Hulk Hogan. Okay. One last question for today. And I can't remember what it is, but we'll find out together.
I can't wait.
All right. As Anne-Marie shared, the precursor to the necktie was the ascot. What was the precursor to the ascot? Was it a necklace, a noose, a napkin, or a scarf? So what did the necktie kind of evolve from?
A scarf?
That would be the most logical, but it is a napkin.
Dang it. I was thinking that, but I was like, that sounds stupid.
Well, yes. I also hedged my bet. I didn't look this up, but that's what Anne-Marie shared, and that's why I said as Anne-Marie shared. But I like that. It should be right. All right, Vanessa, let's see the board here. Richie Rich, the bronze.
Good job.
The real MP in 2. And Hoop. Congratulations, Hoop.
Great job, Hoop.
Hoop, Scotbro, and try again in 4th and 5th. Yeah, Hoop, once we get those tech things sorted out, would love to have you on. He was on the floor and seems like a really nice guy. I had a phone call with him. So, Vanessa, thank you very much for joining.
One of these days, it's going to be 4 out of 4. I just know it. One of these
It is. You know, statistically, it will happen one of these days.
There you go.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for playing, and stick around because we got group coaching right up after this. Then we get back to the Futures and Power Hour. Packed afternoon, so stick around on Topstep TV. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching session we like to call Let's Crush 2024. My name is John Hoagland. I'm a senior performance coach here at Topstep. In another month, I'm going to have to move this to 41 years of futures industry experience. I've traded on the floor for 20 years and migrated to screen trading in 2009. And since 2011, I've been here at Topstep, hopefully helping improve the knowledge and performance of all of you. That's our goal here. We want to see all of you succeed. I don't know everything. Nobody does. I would never claim to. If there's a question I can't answer, I'm going to let you know. It's one of the things I love about this is we have the opportunity to learn together. This is the CFTC disclaimer. It states that there's a lot of risk in futures. We know these are leveraged products. We do run the risk of losing more than our initial investment because of that. We should only be using risk capital to trade with. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. We are not suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product or security during this period. This is for educational purposes only. It also states that hypothetical or simulated performance results have certain limitations. And to me, the biggest limitations are the fact that there's no rules, no accountabilities, and no consequences. It's not until you have a little bit of skin in the game until you're going to find out who you are as a trader. So that's what we do in the trading combine, succeed in the trading combine. We're going to put that risk capital up for you. Without further ado, let's get into the questions. I'm going to put up my charts so we can watch the markets and see if anything's happening. Where did they go? Happening. I lost it. Here, let me put them up again here. We're going to see if anything's happening in the markets. And we've got my good friend, JD, here this afternoon. How are you, JD? It's great to have you with me and with us.
Hey, great to be here. Always a pleasure. I see the charts are getting set up right now. We'll switch over in just a second.
Yeah, I don't know. I must have closed them out or something without realizing it.
Well, anyway, thanks for joining us, everyone. Thanks for sending in all those questions. They are great. Hopefully we can get to all of them today. We have a few left over from yesterday that we might start with, if you're okay with that, Hoag.
Sure. Yes, absolutely. Let's do it. It's got to be here somewhere. Where did it go?
What'd you lose?
I lost my charts, and for some reason it's giving me trouble trying to get back in to the live. So it must be here somewhere. I'm looking for it, but the charts are up. That's all right. That's the important thing. So let's go ahead.
All right. Charts are live. All right. First question left over from yesterday. Sorab asks, hey, John, just needed to ask you if you use any specific time frame when looking at Delta, just because each bar represents Delta, and hence any advice for looking at it in a specific way or a daily scenario is the way to go. Thank you.
Say that again. I missed something there.
I'm just curious if there's a specific time frame you look at when you're tracking Delta, or are you doing it in real time?
All right. This is a good question. Hang on a second. There it is. All right. Now we've got the charts and the live market up here. So when I'm tracking Delta, there's cumulative Delta, which kind of keeps track of Delta over a long period of time. And then there's regular trading hour Delta. What I'm looking at on the platform that I'm looking at it on is regular trading hour Delta, because I want to see during the day time frame whether we're seeing any kind of a divergence in the day time frame. Now you can still see that on a cumulative Delta. You're just going to have to do the math, right? So if you are using Tradeovate, I'm going to bring Tradeovate up here, and Tradeovate has cumulative Delta. You have to get it from the Tiki cumulative Delta, and it's going to just kind of it's going to just kind of show you where delta is for many, many days, but you can adjust it to do regular trading hour session only. I've got to F5 this because it's not presenting as correct right now. Oh, this is gold here. Let's go to S&Ps. 1800. Okay, so this is presenting as correct. So if you have just Tiki cumulative delta, it's just going to keep track of delta from where the chart began. So you're going to see lots of big numbers. If you're using Tradeovate, you can adjust that by opening the back end of Tiki cumulative delta line. And then you want to put session instead of, I think the other thing is chart. Yeah, you want to put it on session. Then you want the start time to start a half an hour before the regular trading hour open in your time zone. So on this particular one, this Tiki cumulative delta line session, have it start a half an hour before the market actually opens in regular hours. And then you're going to be able to see the actual number right here. And this is presenting as absolutely correct. This is positive 1900. That's what I'm seeing on my other platform. And it's to the numbers. You're going to find the Tiki cumulative delta in Explore Community Indicators. Scroll down until you find the Tiki cumulative delta. Where is it? I'm probably going to go right past it. There it is. It's already installed, but you'll just install it and then close this and then open up your indicators, and it should show right here on Tiki Tools and then Tiki cumulative delta line. Okay. Now then you'll have it on there. Then you can open it up again and again adjust how it presents. Session only, half hour before the open. Save, close it. Now you're going to have your cumulative delta, but only the regular trading hour delta is going to be represented. You can see the beginning of every day, it zeros. It zeros here, it zeros here, and it zeroed here. So that's what you're doing, is basically zeroing out the cumulative delta before every open, and then you'll be able to see the delta regular trading hour session only in this window. Okay. Why do I only use regular trading hour delta? It simplifies things for me. Like Anne Marie says, if there's too much going on, I get a little bit, I'll get a little bit inundated. If you use the cumulative delta without zeroing it before the open, you'll have to do a whole lot of math. And I don't do public math very well. All right. So that is one way that you are going to be able to see it. We are working on, I believe, adding it to Topstep X. I don't know when, I don't know how soon, I don't know if how. No timeline on that, but it is something we're working on adding to it. So you'll be able to get that. Okay.
That was awesome. Public math. We're putting it in the glossary, everyone.
Right.
Or maybe another T-shirt for the swag store.
Yes. I don't do public math.
Public math. Love it. All right. Next, Andy C. asks, is there any advantage to using extended hours for TPO analysis rather than just regular trading hours?
Okay. There's, like any analysis, there's a million ways to skin a cat, right? The TPO charts, or market profile charts, were actually created and the theory was created prior to extended trading hours. There was only the open to the close was available when market profile was created. So a lot of the theories are based in that period of time. So here, let's take another look back here at the TPO charts here on the S&Ps. Okay, so this is regular trading hour session only, right? So what we're seeing is the participation, the time, the acceptance, the ranges, what's most accepted, what's least accepted in regular trading hours when the vast majority of participants are actually active in the market. And that's why and because of that, I truly feel as though we get our best information, our most full information during the regular trading hour session, right? So I choose to focus 95% of my attention on information from the regular trading hour session, regular trading hour profiles, because if we were to look down here, okay, this is the volume. This is a 30-minute chart. This was yesterday's volume. This was last night's volume. This is today's volume. So you can see just in the volume that the vast majority of participants in the marketplace are executing their orders during regular trading hours. Therefore, I firmly believe that the most reliable information that you're going to get is from the regular trading hour session. That's not to say that there's not good information that can be gleaned from the overnight session or an overnight profile. But for the most part, now this is a different platform, but I have both sessions on here. So, but for the most part, the only thing I'm really kind of focusing on from the overnight session is the overnight low, the overnight high, and the point of control from the overnight session. Sometimes, there may be information as to where the market opened in the overnight, but you can see if we tried to do an opening range trade in the overnight session last night, it was unsuccessful. Today's opening range trade was pretty successful to the upside. We're getting a pretty good pullback here. Probably going to miss an opportunity here, but that's okay. We were talking about JOMO earlier, and the joy of missing out is something I might have to enjoy today. Anyways, so this is the regular trading hour overnight, regular trading hours overnight. What am I going to take from this? Well, the opening range was the high of the session. So if I did take the opening range trade on the 3rd and, held it overnight, it was a pretty decent downside move. But, what is that? Where is that? I don't trade overnight. I don't trust the information as much as I do in regular trading hours. But, is there information that we could use from this overnight session? Well, the market opened, traded to the overnight volume point of control. So sometimes the extremes of the overnight and points of control can offer some decent targets or opportunities. But most of the time, I'm really just going to be focusing on the low, the high, and the points of control from the overnight session. That's a really good question. And, there's nothing that never works. There are going to be situations where I may miss something in the overnight session because I'm focusing on the regular trading hour session. And that's okay. There's so much information coming at us on these screens, so many indicators, so many different ways to put the lens over the marketplace. There's no way that anybody is really going to be able to absorb all of that information coming at us and to be able to make any reasonable decision. I find the more stuff I have on my charts, the more difficult it is for me to make an actual trading decision. So, over time, I've looked at most everything, and I've whittled it down to the things that seem to speak to me the most. And that's, mostly regular trading hours, market profile, 30-minute chart, and the overall look of everything. Looking, I start Sunday on the monthly to the weekly, to the daily, to the 4-hour, to the hourly, to the 30-minute. I'm a top-down view, especially first thing in the week, just to get myself a good idea of some sort of context of the market. But a lot of the decisions are based off of the market-generated information that the market profile provides. I hope that's a good answer.
I don't think you can find a better answer than that anywhere. And yeah, depending on what market you're trading, different products have different regular trading hours. So I believe the CME group still posts the old pit hours, regular trading hours. You could find it there. If not, something like barchart.com will definitely have it also.
Right.
So, yeah, learn what the regular trading hours are for the market that you're in.
Right. So, I mean, and just to kind of tell everybody, you know, the gold currencies and treasuries, the real regular trading hour opening is 7:20 p.m. Central. Most charts don't allow you to start a chart that. You got to start it at 7:30, which is, you know, a little bit difficult. But like crude oil starts at 8, equities start at 8:30. They also have different regular trading hour closing times. Currencies and treasuries close at 2 p.m. Central. Gold actually settles at 12:30 Central. And then something happens after that, you end up with a last price of the day drastically far away from where the settlement price is. We saw that a couple of weeks ago. I think it was during the FOMC meeting. And, you know, crude oil, I guess, well, I don't know if I said that, but it closes at 1:30 Central Time. So, and yes, you know, JD is right. You can, if you're lost or you're trying to find out, you can lean on that CME website quite a bit for a lot of that information. Great job.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. Next up from B. B has a question about your opening range trade. We did discuss this a little bit while Anne-Marie was on during fast markets, so maybe we could just give a quick recap.
Sure.
But B wants to know if you could quickly explain the process for your opening range trade. And we also have a follow-up question from Alex that just came in a few minutes ago. Alex would like to know what is considered a big opening range.
Okay. All right. So first off, the opening range trade. On this platform, the opening range is shown by this gold bar. So if I'm going to take the opening range trade, I'm going to be looking at, okay, the first minute is done. I'm going to use a buy stop to get long one tick above it, and I'm going to use a sell stop to get short one tick below it. Okay. So once it breaks out of the opening range, I'm in the trade. If I'm long, I'm usually going to move my stop about 4 to 6 ticks outside the low of the opening range, and I'll show you why here in just a moment. If the trade works out, the risk on this particular trade, which I missed this morning, 41.75 was the high, 41.5 was the high, 40 was 41. So we're looking at about 4 points of risk, add another point for, so we're looking at about 5 or 6 ticks of risk to take this opening range trade when it broke out to the upside. It broke out to the upside, and at the high, you know, it was worth 30 points. Maybe not 30 points, maybe 20, 25 points. It's a 28 and 3/4 point range. So, you know, if you got out at the high, you could have gotten, let's say, 20 points. So with 6 points of risk, and you got 20 points of potential profit if you can stay in it. But that's the premise of the opening range trade. Now, yesterday, it didn't play. Day before, didn't play. Day before, didn't play. Played here initially, didn't play here. So one of the things about the opening range trade that I want to give you a little bit of secret about is a lot of people look at it. A lot of people will try and trade it. The more people that trade it, the less likely it is to succeed. If that happens, you're going to get a period of time when the opening range trade will probably not be a profitable trade. And then when everybody abandons it because it's no longer profitable, it will become profitable again. And there are a couple of other things. You're better off trading it when the market opens out of balance from the previous day than inside balance from the previous day. Not always the case, just a generality. And it seems to be more beneficial in a market state that is directional in a longer time frame. You get that? So we're in an uptrend, and you may see a series of days where the opening range remains the low of the session 4 times, 5 times in a row. So it's one of the things about it. Now, what makes a big opening range trade? your risk appetite. Here, take a look at this. I want to show you this. So this morning, the opening range trade in gold. Yesterday, there was an opening range trade. I actually took this 7:20 in the morning. I took 2-to-1 reward over risk on this just to kind of get things off and running. It ended up taking out the opening range at some point. But today, the opening range broke to the downside. So if I would have traded this one, I would have had a stop to get short, 1 tick below the opening range, and I would have had a stop to get long, 1 tick above the opening range. Once I get taken out on the short, once I'm short on that sell stop here, I have to move my stop a few ticks above the opening range for this reason. The market will get everybody short here. They know, algos, whatever, they know, hey, there was a whole bunch of, onesie twosie sales once that market broke that first minute opening range. We know there are stops above. We're going to put offers there, and we're going to evaporate all our offers and maybe try and make people think it's going to go to the other direction. And then once that happens, all those stops get taken out. The algos and HFTs assume those positions, and they're the ones that get to take the run to the downside. Okay. So the opening range trade is it's streaky and but can be, relatively profitable. I've been doing it most days, and, most days it has provided profit for me.
All right. There you go. Thanks, Hoag.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next up is Anton. Anton's curious, what does it mean when we talk about fading the extremes in a range-bound market?
Okay. Great question. Yesterday in the S&Ps. Well, let's focus on today. Okay, this is the profile from today. The opening range is the low of the day. We extended the range higher. We're still putting in lower highs and lower lows. But if this is going to be a range day, fading the extremes means anytime we get near the lower extreme of the range, we buy it, we get long. Anytime price gets near the upper extreme of the range, we sell it. Goes back lower, we buy it. Goes back higher, we sell it. I used to call these cash register days, because if you get several rotations between the low and the high, you can just kind of print money and you don't have to risk a lot. This would be kind of a very rangy day, right? This was the 28th of December. There wasn't a lot of opportunity here, but if you recognized the probability of a range day, you didn't have to risk a lot on the extremes to get a 2-to-1 reward over risk or something like that. This was a very quiet day. This was not a day even really to be trading, but just to give you an example, the even bell curve, the market rotated higher, rotated lower, rotated back higher, rotated back lower. If I split this profile, look at how many rotations. We set the opening range. We looked above. We failed. We looked below. We failed. We look up here. Well, we come here. We come all the way down, extend the range. We fail. We extend the range up here. We fail. We extend the range down here. We fail. And finally, the market closes. It's just a choppy, really hard day, especially if you're going to be trading in the middle, because all you do is expand your risk. If you're working the extremes, even if it extends the range, if it doesn't continue to move, doesn't continue to go, then you can limit your risk and see if you can get the rotation back higher. I'm kind of looking at today as potentially one of those days. I was just looking down here below value, because we have the opening range low of the day. On those days, I typically look for opportunities in that direction. In other words, looking for longs. We traded below value, and now we're starting to rotate higher. If we get back up near the highs, that's something I'll take a look at and see what the market looks like to see if we are going to fade the range. But if you think today is going to remain in the current range. Fading the extremes means selling up against the high and buying down against the low. Good question.
Exactly. Yeah. When you're fading extremes, you are not looking for breakouts of the range. You're looking for continuation and taking profits inside the extremes of the range.
Correct.
Thanks, Hoag.
Thank you.
All right. One more question from yesterday. Tim asks, what is your advice for people struggling to get into trades?
It was, I forget who it was talking yesterday. I think it was during the Power Hour. You can learn a lot by watching. You're going to learn a lot more by taking the trades. Even Jim Dalton says, a sim environment is a great way to learn about execution, to start to put together some sort of a strategy, but it's only going to take you so far. You have to really put a little bit of skin in the game, and that does that even in the trading combine. You have skin in the game to find out how you're really going to act. So if you're trouble getting into trades, if it's out of fear, journal it. Account for what would have happened had you taken that trade. And take the trades. You decide your risk in any trade. The market can't make you do anything that you don't want to do. We can make ourselves do things that we want to do, but the market can't do anything to you. It's all what you're going to do to yourself. If you're having trouble getting into trades, put your stop in first and accept the loss. Say, all right, I know I'm going to get in this trade. I know where my stop has to be, and I'm really nervous about it, but this is the worst thing that can happen. This is all I can lose. It's not like betting 1,000 on the Super Bowl and getting to halftime and saying, man, I wish I didn't bet that because now it's all gone. You don't have to do that. You cut it off. You look for opportunities where the market, where price isn't that far away from telling you that you're wrong. Just take the trades. You're going to learn so much more about number one trading and even more about yourself by taking the trades. Now, that's not suggesting that you take everything that you see, every shiny object you jump at. No. Plan for the trades and take the trades you plan for. Account for them, keep track of their performance, review it at the end of the day, and think about, this is the way I was feeling. I was really afraid to take this trade, and it turned out to be really good. You may find, kind of like me, that if I'm nervous about taking a trade, those are the trades I have to take. It's the ones that I'm really confident in that have a tendency to not perform as well as the ones that make me a little nervous. So, a little bit of trepidation to get into trades to me is a good sign of a potentially decent trade. Account for that. We're going to be kind of discussing it at some point here, how to kind of journal emotionally and physically and mentally, and to start to look for patterns similar to what I just said. If I see a trade that looks like a layup, I have to double think it, because if I'm seeing it as a layup, a lot of other people are looking at it as a layup, and it's probably not going to play out my way. But if there's a trade that I'm looking at and it makes me a little bit nervous, that tells me that it's making other people nervous too. And those are the trades that I really try and focus on, because they have a history through accountability of being the better trades for me. Not saying that's going to be for everybody, but Tim, you got to take the trade, accept the loss before you even put it on, and surprise yourself with some of the profits you might be able to get.
Do it, Tim. Fire away. All right. We've had some people asking in the chat about your market profile charts, is there a specific software that you would recommend? And this kind of ties into another question that was sent in on the forum. Bizad asked, first of all, thanks, Hoag, for all the daily levels and market insights, which are very, very helpful. Which platform are you using that has given you access to market data such as the Delta and market profile?
Okay.
And can you, oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Bizad finishes up with, can you make a video on the auction process, which we already have.
Yes. Yeah. If
I'll throw that in the chat right now.
Thank you, JD. Thank you. So, there are a lot of trading platforms that do provide market profile. I think that the newest version of NinjaTrader, if you have a lifetime license, they provide market profile. I'm not a NinjaTrader guy. The Tradeovate has the market profiles. Here it is, and it does take some adjusting to get the time right and to get it looking the way you want. So as far as available platforms, Tradeovate has it. I believe Sierra Charts also has it, but I'm not a platform expert, but I know that Tradeovate and Sierra Charts definitely have it. And with Tradeovate, you can also see the delta right down here. So, I mean, you're not going to see the delta on the profiles, but you can just switch back and forth. Window Trader certainly has it, but I don't think Window Trader is available here at Topstep. Trading View and Quant Tower have it too. Trading View, okay.
Yeah, there's a number of platforms out there.
Yeah,
that definitely offer it.
Yeah,
test them all out if you can.
Yeah, sure. I should probably do that, so I could come up with a better answer.
Yeah, I'm a creature of habit when it comes to trading platforms. Also, I've been using TopstepX the last couple, maybe the last 2 months or so. But for my personal brokerage account, I have a Trading View account which I've been using. And I was stuck on T4 for many, many years. It was hard for me to get away from the T4 platform.
I still love it.
Yeah. The legacy platforms, I definitely have a soft spot for those.
Right.
All right, let's move on. Victor wants to know, or Victor says, I'm struggling with walking away until I hit my profit target for the day. I can have 6 or 7 profitable days and then blow it all up because I feel like I need to hit specific profits. At times I'm aware of that and I'm tilting, and other times in hindsight. Do you have any suggestions on how to deal with this? Thank you.
Okay. What was the name on that one again?
That was Victor. Victor with a K.
Victor.
Line 172.
Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Okay. Victor, I'm assuming you're saying you're struggling with walking away until you hit your profit target for the day. I can have profitable days and then blow it all up because I feel like I need to hit specific profits. At times I'm aware that I'm tilting, and other times in hindsight. Do you have any suggestions? Victor, this is something that I'm very personally well aware of and dealt with quite a bit in the past. And if you've dealt with it in the past, you're going to have to continue to deal with it into the future. I caution everybody and anybody to be careful putting specific profit targets, time-based profits, time-based goals, profit goals, anything like that, and then demanding that you get to them. Because we're all here trying to reach goals. And if we feel like we haven't reached a goal for a day or a week or a month or something like that, I know it makes me feel like a loser, but sometimes the market isn't agreeing, or it doesn't have the kind of movement, or isn't big enough for me to reach a specific profit target with it in a specific day. So as an example, I'm in the S&P pit. I'm trying to make 40 ticks a day. That's $1,000. And I'm up 38 ticks. And my clerk says, hey, you're up 38 ticks. Why don't we just kind of call it a day and come back tomorrow? And I'm like, nah, let me just whip that last couple of ticks together and then we'll get out of here. Well, if that next trade is a loss, now I'm chasing more money. And if the trade after that is a loss, now I'm tilting. And if the trade after that is a loss, I'm tilting even more. Be loose with your targets. I don't know how many times that happened to me just because I demanded to reach that last couple of ticks and lost sight of what I'm actually doing there, and that's trying to make good trading decisions and focused on just making those last couple of ticks. So I find it more detrimental than helpful for traders to place specific profit targets and specific time-based goals into their trading. Sometimes the market just isn't big enough. Sometimes you're not in tune with the market. Sometimes you have 3 hypotheses, none of them play out. You're down a little bit. You're better off walking away, especially if you're emotional. It's not easy, Victor. It's not easy. So, if you hit your profit target for the day, grand. Walk away. If you've hit your profit target for the day and you think, you're seeing the market well, give yourself one more trade. If the next trade is a winner, that buys you another trade. But on your first losing trade, you're walking away because you want to walk away A+ player without question. There's lots of ways to do that, Victor. I mean, if your target is $1,000, you can say, okay, I'm going to risk 500 of that. But if I lose 500, I'm going to walk away up 500 on the day. Much better than hitting a daily loss limit after being up $1,000. You can also do it, maybe it's a number of losing trades. Maybe, you've just put up your biggest winning day and you want to keep trading, but that if you start losing some of your best winning day, you're going to become emotional. Maybe you're better off walking away. Maybe you take that one trade, and if that's a loss, you walk away. Or if it's a winner, it buys you another trade. I don't want to stop anybody from continuing to profit on the day, but there comes a point where you're gonna get emotional. You're gonna, all these things have happened to me, and Victor, I'm hoping that this is going to help you and to help you be able to walk away. When these things are happening, reach your profit target for the day. Well, then walk away. And if you don't quite get there, tell yourself, hey, you know what? I was looking for $500 today. I made $450. Good enough. Good enough for me. Close enough. Kind of like the 10% rule. Trade gets to within 10% of its profit target. I give myself that leeway to say, yeah, I'm going to take it here and call it a full profit target at. And I get to do that because I'm me. Hopefully that helps, Victor.
You beat me to it. I was going to bring up the 10% rule. Thanks, Hoag. All right, coming up next, Steve R. says, I'm having trouble completing my combine. Blew it yesterday. I want to trade the way risk management wants us to, small lots, safe risk reward, etc. But I find that if I keep having losing trades in the combine, I find that I do keep having losing trades in the combine. In my personal account, trading with no restrictions, I find success. For example, yesterday, after losing the combine account, I changed over to my personal account and made $2,300. I think the problem is my trading style. Sometimes I take more heat than the combine account will allow, but it never fails. As soon as I get forced out to move, the move I was looking for to happen, and I would have been in the money. How can I adjust my strategy to keep from losing trades due to heat?
Well, Steve, it almost feels to me like the combine has given you an excellent tool to, especially on days when you take losses in that, to stay away from your personal account until you get to that level where the market takes you out in your trading combine, but that's the better level to get in, and you do that in your personal account and you make money on it. I mean, to me, that sounds like a pretty cool tool, but you want to be successful in the trading combine. Of course you do. You want to get funding with us. Of course you do. So small lots, safe risk, okay. But you're taking so you're saying you're trying to trade how we suggest, small lots, safe risk, reward, all that. But you're also saying that you're taking big losses in the trading combine, but being a good risk manager would be kind of contrary to that. So your trading style, sometimes you take more heat than the combine will allow, but that's not necessarily what a risk management or anybody wants you to do. Be more selective in your trade location. Again, Steve, I don't know your trading style. I don't know your tools and your ideas and what you're trading, but it seems like, I don't know, if you're trading your trading combine early in the day, and then, getting beat up and then being successful in your personal account, one thing I would suggest is be purposeful or deliberate in your practice during the first half of the trading day, but really start to engage in the second half of the trading day. I mean, that's just from what I'm reading here. But if I'm gonna lose $3,000, I'd rather do it in the trading combine, where it's not going to cost me a real $3,000, and then make 2,300 after that in my personal account. It sounds like you've got a good tool here. Not quite sure. Your funded account, your personal trading account that you're successful in. If you were to trade the trading combine the same way, you have this pretty much relatively close, the same results. Maybe the combine again is kind of keeping you occupied until a really good opportunity comes, which you're taking in your personal account. Try and trade them the same way. Be patient. It seems like you have time after you've blown up a trading combine to get into your personal account and start making money. There's some sort of disconnect there. The trading combine is one thing. A personal trading account is more pressure, more duress to make good choices. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it, Steve. Maybe you just need to treat the trading combine as though it was your actual money. Just put it in your head. This is my money. And maybe it would help your performance. Maybe that's it. I hope that helps, Steve.
Yeah, and that kind of sort of in a way ties into this next question from Ahmed, who wants to know why our risk managers don't step in and put some restrictions for live traders, like not going below last week's opening balance, for instance. Well, the traders that we have in a live account are handpicked by our risk management team. And they're called up to the ultimate professional level because we have the confidence in them to manage our money like it's their own money. Does that make sense to you? We're trusting people to trade our capital when they move up to those live accounts. It's not a situation where we want to be holding your hand every single day, telling you when to get in, when to get out. That's not why we bring traders into the live account. I feel like it goes with what you were saying about the trading combine. If you're not going to respect it and trade it like a professional, then you will have those big losing days and you will blow out accounts.
Right. And I mean, JD, I know it's happened to both of us. It happens to everybody. But when you get into the live account, you are a professional trader, and we we would expect you to act like one. And there's gray areas to that as always. But if you tell yourself that you don't want to go below last week's opening balance, that's on you, and you have to be able to do that and to walk away. Good question, Ahmed, and thank you, JD, for your answer.
Sure thing. Here's a fun one. Does Hoag like oil and vinegar on his hoagies?
I like hot jardinera peppers on my hoagies.
You're speaking my language for sure.
Yeah. But hey, if that's what you got, oil and vinegar, yeah, I'll take it. You can throw anything on my hoagies.
I want to get to this question before we run out of time, because I know this is a topic you like to speak about. Can you recommend, this question's from Mitchell, can you recommend some books about trading? I just read Dark Pools and really enjoyed it. I picked up The Mental Game of Trading in a book called Volume Profile. My goal is to learn more about the markets, the way they move, and the reasons behind it. What do you think, Hoag? You got any book recommendations?
Mental Game of Trading is a great book. I never read Dark Pools. Volume Profile, I'm sure, is a good book. My Bible is always been Mind Over Markets by Jim Dalton, and then his second book, Markets and Profile, because I think that Mr. Dalton does one of the best jobs of explaining the auction process and using the information from the auction process to make trading decisions using market generated information. But as far as like trading psychology books, I like the Mark Douglas books. I like Tom Hoogard's book, The Best Loser Wins. And like I mentioned earlier, there are some kind of personal growth books that I've found really helpful. One of them is called Centering, and it's about centering in pottery, poetry, and the person. It's about accepting yourself as a creative person and using that creative energy in all parts of your life. There's another one here. It's called Positive Intelligence. And this is a book about the inner dialogue that we all seem to have. And it, in lay terms, it kind of names the inner dialogue voices that harangue us, that tell us we're not good enough and we're never going to do this and that. And it teaches us how to talk back to it and how to keep them quiet. They never really go away, but the quieter you can keep them, the more you're going to be able to listen to your heart and your soul, which would be considered the sage. All the other voices inside of you are beating you down. Your sage is the one that's telling you that you're beautiful and that you deserve everything that you can get. And it's a good book. I mean, the website's a little, I don't know, kind of cultish, but I enjoyed the book. It was actually given to me by Michael Patak. And I found it to be a very, very good book because, I'm sure most of you, I am absolutely, or I can be and have been in the past, absolutely brutal to myself in my inner dialogue. And it just doesn't do any good. It doesn't do any good. It makes you feel bad. The more you talk back to them, the better you're going to feel. And that's just a couple of them. I got dozens of books around here, but those are.
And it looks like we just lost Hoag momentarily. Let's see if we can get him to come back in real quick. Mick's behind me talking. You could probably hear him. Pardon me. Let's just take a quick look at the markets. Here we go. SP and NASDAQ have come back up to their volume points in control right now. We're kind of stalling out heading into the end of the day. Nice pullback, though, on both markets. Throwing up some charts for you right now. Coming up right after this at 1 o'clock, back to the markets, we have Mike E. joining the guys, joining Hoag and Eddie and Andre. They're going to be talking about their trading week. And then later this afternoon for Power Hour, Coach Ray is coming in to join. Coach Ray and Coach Jay. After that, Coach Jay and Coach Paul in Discord for At the Buzzer. All right, we have some charts up. I'm going to throw some music on for a second and try and get Hoag back in here. Give me just a minute, folks. We will be right back.
All right. Sorry.
We're back. We're back.
Yeah. I don't know why that keeps happening, but that's technology, ladies and gentlemen. That's technology.
Yeah, sorry I had to drop too. I'm running the production software at the same time here, and it's hard to juggle the two things at once. So I had to cut to some charts and music and help Hoag out for just a second. But what do you say we just finish up with one last question? This one has to do, this is from Mira and has to do with the initial balance. What are some of the key things to look for within the first hour of the session that indicate a trending day versus a ranging day?
Okay, great question. One thing, the opening range at one extreme or the other. That can be one of the first indications of a day that is going to go in that direction for the entire day. They don't happen that often. But one of the things that you look at is the size of the initial balance.
Regarding
if the initial balance is really wide, if the range for the initial balance is, again, really, really wide. I don't see a really wide one here.
Speaking with some of these, one of these
wider the initial balance, the more energy it's going to take to extend beyond the initial balance. So we've got maybe a 18, 20 point initial balance here. This is not a wide initial balance. It is likely to be extended at some point or another. All right, so if again the initial balance is really wide, it's going to take a lot more energy to kind of tip it over, if you will. If it's a narrow initial balance, it doesn't take as much energy to extend outside of it. I compare it to a wide initial balance is like trying to knock over a pyramid. It's going to take a lot of energy. A narrow initial balance is like trying to knock over a lamp. Pretty easy to do. So, as far as that question is concerned, you never know 100%, but you can use these little tools, little nuances, to put yourself hopefully in a good low risk situation. Great question. Great question. Thank you very much.
All right, with that, we are just about out of time. You want to close us out with a little dad wisdom? I already went through the schedule coming up for the rest of the day. Sure. So how about we just throw in that dad wisdom and call it. Thanks again for throwing all those questions in the forum earlier today. We'll send the form out again tomorrow, and we'll be back for more group coaching.
Here is a little dad wisdom. Something that we were talking about yesterday, and one of the questions that we were talking about earlier was, if you get down in your account and you have a choice, and you can either blow the account or reset it, or you can dig yourself out. This was one of my dad's wisdoms, and it's basically the hardest steel comes from the hottest forge. If you dig yourself out of an account that is close to being lost, you're going to be a much better trader for it. You are going to thicken your skin, and you're going to be a much better person and trader for it. Thanks, Pops. He used to tell me that when I had a bad day, and it used to just burn me. Come on, you're supposed to say you're sorry, or you're gonna take care of me, or whatever. No, well, son, hardest steel comes from the hottest forge. All right, Pops. Thanks everybody for joining us. JD, thank you. Thanks to everybody, and we'll see you here shortly.
Thanks, everyone. Catch you later.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the Futures. Yes, we Back to the Futures with Hoag, Andre, Mike, and myself. And Mike, how you doing, old buddy, old pal?
I'm good. How are you doing? It's a better question.
Hey, I'm good. Look at that smile on that man. I tell you, good looking
Well,
man.
with all you fine gentlemen having really good cameras, I got sick and tired of my laptop camera just blurring it out. So I was like, you know what? I got to step this game up because, this majestic beard that I have, this gray streak in, you guys should see this shit.
I can see it.
I like this energy, Mike.
You got that going. Yeah.
Try. Keep it down.
He likes it too.
You get
welcome to Back to the Futures here, and we're going to see if we got any opportunity here to talk about trading, to see if we can trade, and to maybe put something on.
Yep.
Hopefully a buzz.
I like it.
Mikey, I was noticing you have very little gray in your beard.
You know, it's the benefit of only having one kid. So it's just on the one side that is stressful.
Yeah, you know what? One day you're going to go to sleep and you're going to wake up and you're going to look like Hogan myself. Hey, what the hell happened?
It could be worse, man. It could be worse.
That's just seasoned tenure there. That's you guys have just done it well.
Silver foxes.
Exactly.
I like that.
Is this your screen, Mike?
This is
no, that's mine.
That's yours.
I was watching gold here for a while, listening to you, Johnny, and everything sort of came to a point. And I wanted to see which way we were going to break out in gold.
Yeah,
and
looks to me like it might be to the upside.
A little bit there, but we're getting close to the close here. But Mike, if you had any trades today?
I did take a few. More so, I heard you guys talk earlier about overnight trading. I actually took one overnight, and it was a little odd. So I normally don't do that.
What made you do that?
Honestly, I was watching a cooking show and I got really bored.
That'll do it.
It was like 12 o'clock at night and I'm like, I'm going stir crazy right now. Can't sleep. So I hopped on the chart, saw something that I kind of liked. And next thing you know, $405 better to the day.
How about it?
Wow.
All right.
So I did take another one recently, just before we got on, actually. I did it on a different TradeAvate account. And so I'm probably going to close out of that pretty soon. I'm up about 115 on it. So I'm hoping to make a nice little, $500 day. Call it what it is.
A beautiful day.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's a very good day. Very good day.
Shout out to my brother Rick. He's commenting in the chat. Good to see you,
hey, Rick.
Big Rick. Got that big Rick energy.
We got to get you on here, brother.
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
Talk about some of the old days.
Yep. Oh, you guys look like the Brady Bunch. That was him. I love it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
All right, Johnny.
You guys, any trades for you guys?
One trade, one scratch. It's actually a good sell, but market came back. I moved my stop to scratch, and sure enough, I got stopped out of scratch. So one trade, one scratch.
Always happens when you do that.
Isn't that funny? Should let it play out, right? What did Dalton say? Stick to your stop, right? It should never hit your
valid
stop.
until it isn't.
Yeah, never hit it.
Yeah, so it's okay. We got this afternoon. Keep in mind, we got unemployment, non-farm tomorrow, so we might see a little sideways action going into this close. But
correct.
As always, we're ready to capture opportunity if it presents itself.
Oh, you are correct.
Yes, sir. Non-farm, man. Those are the days. Boy, you get the nerves, the palms get sweaty for non-farm, and the number come out, and boy, all hell breaks loose in those markets. It's a good trade.
There we go.
Eddie, are you up $414?
Right. Everybody's been saying I need to make $16.
$4.
Do some micros, maybe.
There you go.
Scalp a little bit to get exactly what you need,
Yeah, it's when you try to squeeze out that extra $6 is when you start costing yourself sometimes too.
The thing is, I'm in my wheelhouse. I'm in my comfort zone. This is, anywhere 3 to 5.
Oh, beautiful.
And I'm happy, And the thing is, yesterday, I had an awesome day, put up, I think, 800 plus. And, coming into today, I'm not in a hurry to give it away, give it back. So I'm trading 1 lots, 3 lots, nothing big, taking small scalps. And like I said, I got into my comfort zone here. I think it's going to have to be a good opportunity here if I'm going to put a trade on for the rest of the day.
Definitely,
Love it.
definitely.
I mean, I think we're probably all going to be just kind of hanging around watching because of non-farm payrolls tomorrow. That's the really the first big economic announcement for the year tomorrow, and it's tomorrow. So, I mean, I know it's only 5 days in, but still, it's the biggest one of the year so far.
Yep, that should get the markets cooking here if they haven't already.
And then next week we should be, fully liquid and full of blood because everybody's going to be back to work.
That's right.
Pedal to the metal.
So yeah, for all those watching, feel free to hang with us, and we'll get through the day here, and make sure we don't overtrade. And be patient, so we can make that money tomorrow if there's none to be made today.
Yeah. Carl is up 871 in crude. Yeah, being selective.
Carl Hungus.
Very
Nice.
It's a big Lebowski reference.
It's a good. It is. And it's a good day here.
Carl
Hey,
Hungus.
Hoag. Bob Ross Trades wants to ask you, can you explain why it takes about a half an hour? Oh, never mind. That should be directed to the support.
And I thought Bob Ross was a painter.
He was.
I thought so too.
Pretty trees. Happy
little
trees.
trees.
Starting to see some sellers come in equities.
And see, look at that. I got out of that little NQ that I had, took the 100, and I was like, all right, it kind of bounced off, and I was waiting for that sucker, and then next thing you know, it plunges to exactly where I wanted it. And I got out early.
Getting close to 70% short bias here in the NASDAQ on the tilt. So we'll see how this goes.
I'm still trying to figure out what Anne Marie was talking about with the, with the prices, and I got to look more into that.
When she was talking about how heavy the tilt was with the price and then kind of fluctuating this morning.
I think she was saying what we all kind of think. She was just saying it the way she conceptualizes it. But I think we're all kind of on the same path, or we're kind of seeing it the same way. She was just saying it a much more detailed.
But there was something that she was adding to it that I hadn't thought of.
Okay.
It was when the tilt was either really long or really short.
Yeah.
And the average prices were really close together. Was when she was focusing on opportunities.
So what she was saying, as far as from what I'm understanding, what you're understanding as well, when she was saying that, okay, there's 63% that were shorts between 59 and 53, and it just stayed there. And then as soon as it started to decline, that's when we start to see that pop, right?
Right.
Yeah, one of the sizes of puke, right?
Yeah.
I think, yes.
Well, Lenny's first day here up 1846 on 150K combine. That is a very good first day, Lenny. And Lenny says, I think I'll take it slow from here. Maney's asking, how would we know if we're in a downtrend?
Lower highs, lower lows.
Yeah. I'd say 2 days ago was definitely a downtrend. Or yesterday was a downtrend too.
I mean, NQ wise, you got to look at it's
we talked
pretty
about
sizable.
This morning on the opening call. In the short time frame, we're in a downtrend.
Yep.
Lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. So, I mean, in short time, we're looking at a downtrend, short time frame downtrend. Looking at the daily chart, and at least in the S&Ps, to me, the uptrend is still intact.
Yeah, pull that up. Is it still intact?
Well, yeah. I mean, this weekly kickoff level right here in the S&P is 47.37.
Yeah.
Is the go, no go level. If we break that, we are at risk of breaking market state. Right now, I'm considering our market state in medium time frame range bound. If we break that and accept, that's going to create a new leg to the downside.
Gotcha.
And that's
Hogan, your opinion on NQ, if you go ahead and take a look at the hour, just kind of drawing it out, even from October 26th to January 2nd, we were in an uptrend, and then it popped right through a little bit more of that pressure point.
Yes. But the NASDAQ has already broken the uptrend, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that broke it 2 days ago.
Yep. Yep. And 16,604, the fact that we closed below it, we're spending time below it, indicates, a potential further leg to the downside. And there's plenty of space.
A lot of room.
Right. And
Almost
then we've
all
got
the
a
way down
gap
to
down
what,
here
16,054.
16,0.
If you go all the way out on it, I mean, there's a big gap that we're about to hit, and then you're talking plummeting down pretty much.
Right. To this gap.
Mm-hmm.
16,000 down to 15,800 approximately.
Mm-hmm. Bingo. Yeah.
Michael, you're talking about what is it? The ICT? It's a liquidity gap.
I wasn't even doing a fair value gap. I was literally
Fair value
looking
gap,
at it from. I was on the old Topstep X charts and just pulled up the 1 hour mark, and just saw there was a gap up December 11th to December 12th area, and then did a little volume profile action, and we're sitting heavy on the 16 hundo area. So we got 500 points to move essentially with a clear shot.
Yeah.
I'd like to say thank you, Dave. Dave was monitoring our chat. Now we've got our good friend Martin. Martin's going to be in chat here answering questions.
Good old Martin.
Get through that. Way to go, Martin. Good to see Martin back here.
Everyone wants to know, where do you see the damn tilt? The tilt is scrolling across the top of the screen. You'll see the product, you see the average entry price, and you'll see the either long or short bias for that product. So if you want
What kind of tilt?
Damn tilt. Oh, the damn tilt.
Damn tilt.
It's called me today. Wants to know where the damn tilt is.
Damn. Show me where that is.
The damn tilt. Scrolling across the top.
There you go. We've got a poll here. Of these four platforms, which do you use most? We've got Trade-of-8 here, 37%, TradingView 32%, Ninja 24%, and Topstep X 7%. I voted Topstep X.
That's all right. Once we release that bad boy to the world, we'll see those numbers pump up for the old Topstep.
Release the hounds.
Pretty bad.
Exactly.
Plus Ultra just passed the Topstep X 50K combine. Good job.
Very nice.
Good job.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice.
A lot of people are using Quantower also.
Is Quantower any good?
Not one of the
It's not
options.
bad.
Okay.
It's not bad. I used it a couple of times for a little bit there when Ninja Trader was giving me some fight. And I mean, overall, pretty easy layout, very simplistic to look at. And I know one of the things that I really enjoyed is the same thing that Topstep X has, which is nice. When you place a trade, you can drag and drop your stop loss and profit targets rather than actually having to enter everything in. So it just goes right in as brackets. I like that feature to it.
It helps. Yes, Mighty Nelson. I too love Topstep X. I don't know. I just find it very easy. Good manipulation. Very clear, very clean.
Hey, Fast Eddie.
Yes, sir.
You see the 117 on the offer at 2051 in gold?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. You want to go get that liquidity?
Oh, my goodness. Here it comes.
You said on gold?
Do it.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we were pushing a little higher here, and maybe that came in and sort of scared a few traders away.
If it was ES, it'd zoom right to it.
Right to it.
John, it's changed my whole perspective on freaking paper, man. Anytime we identify
Damn magnet.
Yep, it's a magnet. It's nuts. That's not how supply and demand works.
Well, we get a lot of suggestions here in our community regarding Topstep X. Send those in, okay? If you are on Topstep X and you're testing it, the email that we sent it should have a link for suggestions. I mean, that's the reason we sort of want people to try it. Got another poll.
Yeah.
Of these four platforms. Good job, Robbie. leave no man behind.
Right.
These 4 platforms which you use most: Quantower, Bookmap, Motive Waves, or Sierra Charts. There you go. Get your vote in, and everybody will be happy.
And to Eddie's point about Topstep X, if you guys have anything, you can also go to our Discord. We can always go ahead and listen to you there, embark everything up the chain. Nothing is off the table here.
Right. I'm glad that you mentioned that too. Get a quick comment suggestion in there.
Yeah, we're essentially all going to build this thing together.
What is the name of that channel?
Oh, for the Discord channel?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let me pull it up real quick. Unless
just so we know where to go.
Martin might be able to pop that in there quick before I can.
Okay.
What bet channel is that?
I know sometimes people will just go ahead and put it in the general channel. I've seen that come up where it's just, your typical Topstep support.
All right, there it is. Thank you, Martin.
Martin's on it. Thank you, Martin.
Martin is on it, of course.
Starting to see a little sell pressure in S&Ps. Nothing major, but we'll keep an eye on it.
I'm still watching gold to see if it goes up and takes out that 51.
What's the quantity on that? Was it offered?
16 now.
What's a typical bid ask quantity?
Pennies.
Pennies? Gotcha.
Hey, Johnny, what do you think of this? Chill Watchers asking, he wants to know how everybody's doing. Thank you very much, Chill Watchers. Just subscribed. I found your channel yesterday. Welcome aboard.
Nice, Chill.
I want to ask, what's your thoughts on gold tomorrow with the non-farm payroll? Now, honestly, I mean, I'm not too versed on that, but Johnny, what do you think will have an effect on the NFP with gold?
Okay, so I've got the gold chart up here. Nice. I'm going to put the daily on.
Bam, just like that, John.
I know, he's on it.
Dude, that was so smooth.
So,
man. White on rice, baby. White on rice.
Sometimes things just fall into your place, right? So what I've been avoiding in gold today is the fact that we're right near an important inflection level. 2053 is an area that I was looking for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory. We broke through it yesterday. Volume was pretty good, but instead of gaining open interest, we lost open interest. This was long liquidation. I think a lot of traders have flattened up. The hedgers are hedged, and we're not going to do anything until non-farm payrolls tomorrow. Right. What I'm looking for tomorrow, here's the 30-minute chart, is for a decision to be made in longer time frame and for a price to move significantly away from this 2053 level in either direction. I have no idea what direction.
Right.
But what I'm looking for is for a decision to be made from longer time frame traders to adjust their inventories. So if we start, trending away from this level in either way, I'm not going to fight it. If I can't find a way in, I'll JOMO it. I'll enjoy the joy of missing out.
It's like bird watching.
It's JOMO.
But I mean, today, I was looking at this and I thought, well, overnight was just right at that level. Traded both sides. Was there an overnight inventory? Maybe a little bit. It did take out the overnight inventory, but this is what I was expecting today was range-bound choppy trade. So I said, I'm not touching it.
Yep.
So I think that hypothesis came out relatively true. So to answer your question, I think it's going to move away from this area. No idea what direction.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well,
go ahead, Eddie.
Any call? No. While you're at the podium, a run, which I think is a bell-to-bell listener here, talking about earlier this morning. You mentioned a P shape and B shape movement in the charts. Didn't quite get it. What were you talking about when you said the B shape and P shape?
Okay, so gold is a B shape, right? A B-shaped profile, making it really big. You have very thin volume on the top half and all the volume at the bottom half. It looks like a lowercase b.
Yep.
Now this formation in volume or market profile is sometimes indicative of long liquidation. So when we broke below this level and put in a B-shaped profile and we lost open interest, that kind of rings our theory that this B-shaped long liquidation is true. We lost open interest. Longs got out. The B shape is created because those longs are trying to get out as cheap as they can without pushing the market too far. So the market moves lower and then tries to hang there till, the longs that are liquidating are trying to get out on upticks. They're not really aggressive. They're just trying to eke their way out of those positions. So that is a B-shaped profile that we can make an assumption at the end of the day yesterday. That looks like long liquidation. We don't know until the following morning when we can check the open interest numbers. And in this case, we lost 3,500 in open interest in a B-shaped profile, probably more likely a long liquidation than new business, new selling coming in below this important inflection level. This is still old business reconciling their positions. Now, there was a P-shaped profile in one of the other products here.
And so, Hoag, after that happens, because I love that explanation of it, I never really heard the B and the P. So after all of that liquidation happens, do they just, mindset a top one board and let's take her deep? As far as heading south? Yeah, like as far as you're getting everybody out of it, so to speak. Like you're saying, you're crawling out of it, and then do they hop back in on the opposite side?
Well, I mean, they can. Think about this, Mikey, and everybody around. If you have a liquidation like this, and you're liquidating long positions, you're getting out of long positions. That is initiative activity. There is a reason other than just looking to get into a market for profit that they got out of those positions. In essence, when there is a long liquidation like this, it takes selling power out of the marketplace. You take all those participants that liquidated those positions yesterday, they no longer have to sell to get out of those positions. Make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay, so until the longer time frame makes a decision, typically when all those longs get out, that takes some of the selling power away from the market, which kind of lends us to believe, well, this is probably why we're having overlapping or outright higher value at the end of today, but still no decision making here at this weekly kickoff level. No decision making. Okay, now crude oil yesterday, P-shaped profile. Here we go. Let's look at the daily.
John, while you're saying that, D is commenting too, saying that some stats in regards to B and P-shaped profiles, counter trends are low odds.
Low odds. Yep. And, I would certainly say that in gold today, because we're right at that weekly kickoff level and we've got new information coming out. So we had a P-shaped profile in crude yesterday. We talked yesterday morning, Eddie, about the short time frame traders probably being short in the hold down here. And so we were looking, if that's the case and we can maintain price below this weekly kickoff level, we might see a short covering day. And we did, because here's the P shape. P-shape. Market open, left the opening range at the low of the day. And we lost 16,000 in open interest. So we can then assume that our assumption, I guess, that we had a lot of short time frame traders short and hold down here ended up being relatively true, because a lot of the buying that came in here was to cover shorts instead of create new long positions. And here's your example from what D was saying. counter trends are low odds. But today we're just kind of, I think, repairing, and who knows with the EIA and all that stuff. So interesting, right?
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because that takes buying power away from the marketplace, and here we are.
David's got a question. I think hopefully we can help him with 50K, 100K, 150K. That's the question on my mind. Signing up later tonight. Well, David, if this is new to you, I would suggest start with the 50K.
Yep.
And give it a few laps around the track. And I mean, if it's too small for you, then what you can do is when you get your next rebill, you just move up to a higher one. But start. You don't want to have a psychologically big goal for the 150K. I'm doing the 50K, and boy, I tell you, I really like it as far as getting myself to a express funded account. Not too much pressure. You can have small winning days that add up, and I would suggest that.
And Eddie, I think me and you talked about it last week when in regards to your your drawdowns compared to your profit targets. Having a 50K, it's almost damn near a 1-to-1 ratio at that point. Whereas when you get to that 150K, you got to make 9 Gs, but you can only lose $4,500. So now you're looking at a 2-to-1 ratio. Keep it simple for yourself. Like you're saying, chip away at those wins and get in, start small, and then grow.
Right, and I'm sort of playing it off as if you can't trade small, you can't trade big. If you're in a huge 150K account where you can trade 15 contracts, you're going to see obviously profits bigger and losses much bigger. So that's something you got to think about. Hey, John, Sutarash Sean.
I love this question.
How come you and Hoag have the passion at this age to do the daily in the markets? Do you ever retire, guys? But we love you both giving information. I got bills up the ass.
That's a good
one. I'm not living free here, but I don't know. I guess until I close my eyes, I'm digging it. How about you, Johnny?
I'm the same way. Why would I retire? I love what I'm doing.
Yeah.
It's not work if you do what you love.
I'm too young anyway.
It's in our bones,
Too young and too handsome.
That's right, Johnny.
Too young and too handsome. No.
Well, too young anyway.
No, I appreciate that. Glad that you are enjoying all the information everyone here is giving you. That's a good note. How about information on a trading journal? How to use that information to improve my trading? Remember, not only are you journaling your trades, what the market's doing, your entries, your exits, you're also journaling yourself, which I mean is keeping tabs on how you are reacting. You're still focused. I know Johnny talks about that a lot. How is my thinking? Am I revenge trading? Are emotions trying to hijack my account? I mean, there's a lot you got to put in there, and I know that we're working to put something together where I know we've got something now, but I know we're working to put something together even better for 2024. So, any comments from you guys at what Colby can add to his journal?
I mean, the big one for me was always emotions, right? Because if you're frustrated that day, you're not going to see things clearly. Or if you're, upset, happy. I mean, sometimes you could be overly happy and then you just want to grab everything.
Right.
So, keeping yourself in check is a great deal. I mean, that's why I love our dashboards, because, you put a face to it. Check happy, check sad, whatever you want to do.
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, just tracking your emotions, especially during volatile times too. If you got news coming out and you're anxious, journal that.
Guilty.
That means don't trade. Because you're going to end up, either having an itchy trigger finger and you're going to get yourself in trouble. It's crazy what you can do with that.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to do something here. I'm going to buy.
You could get Long John?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, a Long John. I have that with my coffee.
Hold on. I'm trying to get too greedy on this entry. Might have missed it.
I'm just going to put in a
I see what you see.
stop down here at where going to park at 37 for now.
Yeah, below. Yeah, at the lows.
That's weekly kickoff low. I really don't want it there.
Yeah, I think there might be a little bit more room. But definitely looking to
Coach
get
Vince
long.
is going long at 47.41.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too. Long Johns.
Long Johns.
Yeah, we're
Vince got me beat as far as location is concerned. He saw it before I did. Nice job, Vince.
Vince is a great trader. I really enjoy Vince's comments. We sort of converse here when I got time. Vince.
Love me some Vince.
He's a Goomba Paisan.
My guy.
My guy, yeah.
Be a little
How
bit
you
more.
doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, just for bleeps and giggles, John, what's Delta at?
It's been nothing all day. It's down at negative 1,000.
Gotcha.
It's been neutral all day long. It's been useless.
Yep.
Useless, I tell you. I hate that.
Oh.
Oh, behave!
Vince. Hey, oh, bada bing.
Hey, oh, bada bing.
There's this TikTok channel where these guys make sandwiches, or it's an Italian sandwich place. It's got to be in New York.
Sandwiches.
And I forget, maybe somebody else has seen it, but they're now we're going to put on the salami. How you doing?
Yeah,
Every time they put
yeah.
something on, now
I
we're going to
saw
put
that.
on some of the oil and vinegar. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm going to put on the gabagool.
How you doing? I enjoy it. Sorry. It's Boston. Is that Boston mash? You know what I'm talking about? Wow, we got paisans in Boston. Okay. I did not know. Huckle said they're Chicago. I don't know. I don't think they're Chicago. I'd be over there buying sandwiches.
Sandwiches. We're going to put together the sandwich.
I thought you want a good sandwich. You want a good Italian sandwich. Go to Freddy's on 16th in Cicero. Italian ice. They got the meals out there for you. Oh, my favorite place to go to. For some
There's a bunch of good places on North Avenue too, Eddie.
What do you got there?
You got Alpine, you got Capri.
Oh, Capri, yes. Oh, yes.
You can't forget Barry's and JP Graziano's.
JP Gratz, my man, the best.
And Fontano's, too. Fontano's. That was always a favorite.
JPG.
Yes. I mean, they make a sandwich.
How you doing?
Danny
Yeah,
knows.
Danny knows.
Yeah, Danny knows. JPG, man.
Graziano's.
Did you get in, John?
Oh, yeah.
Shame on you, Liam.
I just made a decision and got in.
I like it. Yeah, I'm going to join you here.
I think you're telling Anne Marie the water's warm.
Oops.
And deep.
All
right.
Scratch by Andre's name. Scratch. He's just flat. He's even on the day.
Yeah, he traded, but he's flat.
Right.
And flat means
Oh, here
no
I
money
should
lost,
go.
no money won.
47, 42, 75. 47, 42, 75.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe systems resolution. Maybe Capri could send us a few sandwiches and we'll eat them on air.
That'd be tight.
It'll take 5 days.
Yeah, you got to do that a plug for him though. A
Yeah,
shameless
there you
plug
go.
while you're enjoying that cold cut combo.
Murphy always eats at Lou Mitchell's when they're in
Lou
Chicago.
Mitchell's.
I love
The old
Lou
office.
Mitchell's. I've been
We got
there.
one of those here.
I think I went there the first time with my dad when I was like 5 years old, and it was exactly the same as it is now.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Well, Johnny, we got one in LaGrange, not too far from you.
Lou
not too
Mitchell's,
far from
really?
me. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's the breakfast place you need to get a mortgage for.
Oh, Jesus.
It's not cheap. But they got the double yolked eggs, best sausage.
Oh,
great,
I'm thinking of
great
something else. My
pancakes.
bad. Oh, yes. It has, and they've filmed a few movies over there.
Yeah,
you
they
get
have.
those little. You get little those. They give you those powdered donut holes. Yeah, Lou Mitchell. That wasn't too far from our office.
No, it was right down the street.
Right down the block here. I'd stop there and get. Yeah. I was thinking of something else. I'm sorry. Not in LaGrange.
Didn't know. They say Lou Mitchell's is the start of Route 66.
Huh.
So you
I
go
thought the Art Institute was.
You go. Well, I guess it would be right. I mean,
it's close,
but it goes right past Lou Mitchell's, and there's a lot of Route 66 stuff in there, and so you can drive from Lou Mitchell's to California on Route 66.
Get on it. I was thinking of Lou Malnati's since we're talking
Lou
Italian.
Malnati's.
How you doing?
Yeah, I love Lou Malnati's. It's good pizza, man.
Yeah, they got one in LaGrange.
Well, it makes me starving.
Good pizza. Good pizza. Pick up only.
My stomach is just not stop growling.
Did you guys eat lunch today? There's a lot of sandwich talk. I'm thinking you guys are.
Okay, I started at like 5 or 6 this morning, so I'm like 8 hours in already.
You're on to dinner already.
I'm on to dinner already.
Manja.
Old Chad is hungry now.
Well, should I break it up with some news, Eddie, while we're doing this?
You know what? If you got a Top Step news pack for us, Jack, that would be fantastic.
It's just 2 stories. One, something we talked about yesterday. U.S. fintechs are pushing into fixed income trading as retail investor interest grows. So we were talking about the bonds yesterday.
Nice.
Huh.
I think they're trying to get people into treasuries. I don't know how much it'll take. Mike, I think you got the click coming back on your microphone. Oh, there it goes.
Oh,
it's stopped now. I'm not sure what it is. But yeah, what do you think? Is it going to be
went cordless today?
That could be it.
So what they want retail to start trading treasuries?
I think so. I don't know if they're going to have much luck.
Oh boy. Yeah.
That would be something. But Eddie, the next story is one you suggested and kind of involves food. Is Chuck E. Cheese's is undergoing a major facelift. The Las Vegas one is replacing the animatronic band with a light-up dance floor. So you can go and get into a fight, which I think that's what Chuck E. Cheese is for. And then
on the dance floor.
I think that's what Cheese is for.
Pick up some of this mom. Hi, you married?
Yeah. But there's more. This is part of yeah, I actually read there's a press release that went out yesterday. I kind of want to put it in the chat because this is the most PR press release I've ever seen.
What is it?
The title is "The Next Level of Family Entertainment. Chuck E. Cheese unveils a grown-up menu."
God.
This thing is great, but if you go to the next one, James, this is an excerpt from it. All right. This is their grown-up menu, including spicy.
You can't even say it.
Easy.
Oh my god, that's hideous.
I like.
Yeah, come on, man.
The idea that like you have a PR release that like we're making a grown-up menu, and then you lead it off with specialty pizzazz for pizza, and call one of them the spicy BBQ piggy.
That is
I'll
yeah.
take
so grown up.
BBQ piggy, please. Spicy Korean.
I thought they closed. I thought they all like went out of business.
No,
I think we got one down where I am in Arizona, and other than that, that's it.
No.
As I mentioned, the only reason I know they exist is because every 6 months you hear of like a major fight happening at one of them.
Oh yeah,
every 6 months. A little bit more. And
it ain't the kids getting in fights.
No. Yeah, over tickets. No, they pulled all the animatronics from all but one Chuck E. Cheese, and I think they're adding trampolines too. Trampoline room, so you can have your barbecue piggy, get drunk, and go hit the trampoline room.
Yeah. We have one of those places.
And your kids will go through the roof
here by the mall, like a trampoline kind of, a whole room of them. It's every other day, every other night. There's cops there.
Well, what do you say, Hoag? We can get a couple pitchers of domestic lager and a spicy BBQ piggy and take whoever comes at us.
Yep. Bring it on.
Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on. Yep.
Eddie, I remember the first week I started, this was 5 years ago, the first week I started Topstep, my first day was the week immediately following the group outing to the trampoline park. And it was like walking into a war zone. There were like people in air casts and everyone just felt like garbage.
I think one of our employees did like sprain her ankle real bad.
Oh no!
She like tore her ACL.
Oh, did she? Yeah, like I said, real bad.
Oh god,
that was Elizabeth, wasn't it?
Yeah, she was the one in the air cast.
Ouchie. Ouchie.
A little pain there.
Oh well.
Gentlemen, I got something for you guys.
What do you got?
Keep it under wraps for a little bit, but I figured why not sprinkle it in.
All right. All you in chat, this is our secret.
This is a little bit of inside knowledge here. So we talked about Vegas last week. A lot of us did, right? We were on air. We were chirping it up. So the Vegas meetup is pushed back just a little bit. It's going towards summer, and there's a reason why. We got a lot of cool stuff in play. Great venue lineup. Just absolutely an amazing time to be planned, to be honest with you. So if you guys in chat can make it out for the meetup, it's going to be epic. I mean, we got a lot of top-notch stuff coming with all of our best partners and things like that coming down the play. So stay tuned on that. We are going to fire something out to everybody for a Vegas meetup later on in probably mid-year. It's going to be pretty kick-ass.
Sweet.
And also, it snowed last year when we were in Vegas, so
right.
Maybe it is good to push it back.
Yeah, right.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And it's also another unveiling a little bit. So MP's brainchild of a league of traders is coming.
TTL.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. So and that's also just a little bit of a forefront there. It looks like we're going to be moving that also to a little bit later time frame, probably around the same time as the meetup, to be dead honest with you. We're going to have a finals for the league in Vegas, which is going to be even larger than life. So it's going to be a really cool venue. Don't want to spoil any surprises yet, but it's not necessarily your grandma's kitchen, to say the least. It's not going to be a generic conference. This is going to be top notch all the way around.
Awesome.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
We're even renting Mike Tyson. You could get a chance to.
No, that's right, man. We're going to trade, and we're going to trade. That's right.
And his Tigers.
And his Tigers. Yeah, jump in the ring with Mike Tyson. I would, just to say I would. I'd let him.
Would you, Eddie?
I would. Just to say, just to
hurt,
say.
man.
I got hit. I'm still alive. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
If you're still alive.
If you're still alive.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, that punch.
Mike. My goodness. Well, I don't know. Gold sort of turned over here. I think we're done with gold here, so I'm going to move to a different market here.
All right.
Get some opportunity. But gold did me good today.
They like pepper. They don't like cinnamon.
Anne Marie said he'll take it easy on you.
Take it easy on you.
Absolutely. It's what do they call it? Charity work.
I don't even know if I could land a punch on him.
No, of course you couldn't. He's Mike Tyson.
It's Mike Tyson we're talking about.
Yeah, right?
Sometimes I just want to walk into the lion enclosure just to say I did. I don't know.
Who was it that was a Leon Spinks, or was it his brother Michael Spinks that was a bouncer at one of the casinos? Somebody got filled.
Yeah, I'm going to take a short stab at NQ, kind of pushing back up a little bit to the VWAP area. It's a far stretch, but I'm thinking if I can get 2 contracts for a 10-pointer, it's $400 in the pocket.
Yeah, Andre, S&P's just put in a kind of a weak low here.
Saw that. You think it was a weak low?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no excess. It traded within a tick of the previous low.
Yep. 37s.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's
Taylor
seems to be
trades.
a little bit of liquidity down there as well. So I'm gonna. I've already accepted this loss, so I'm gonna see what happens.
Agree.
Vegas will be open for everyone. I mean, we're going to be out there, so we'd love to see those that can make it. That would be pretty cool.
Absolutely.
And yeah, Ed, Tyson wasn't trying to get back into some fight. Yeah, Jake Paul. Jake Paul and Mike Tyson.
Oh, now I feel much better.
Yep.
Anne Marie's long from 47.40.
I'm long from 47.42 also, Anne Marie.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, Johnny Knoxville stepped in the ring with Butterbean and got his ass kicked, and that's all I needed.
I remember that.
Right? That's all I needed to see.
Butterbean.
Man,
One of
I
my
felt
favorites.
so hard in my life when they recorded that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Oh,
Butterbean.
there we go. Nice little 304 304 right there.
Get out on that one. Flat. Quick scalp. I'm out.
Yep, that's what I figured. Take a nice little stab.
Just
Get
play
out
the
of Dodge.
Already?
What? It's not day before non-farm, John.
Here
I'm
you
gonna
go.
be the
Russell
best
making
loser.
a move, folks. Buyers on the Russell.
I wonder what Anne Marie's target is.
Anne Marie?
I don't have one.
Exactly. I don't either. She's just doing a range trade.
I'm just sitting here, and I mean, I'd love to see it get back to value high.
At least maybe settle.
Yeah, that basically brings us to point of control.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, my good friend Snoop, he's got a new job coming up.
Welcome to TopstepTV. Bound to trade. We got Hoagland, Deanna, Michael, and Dre.
Yes, check this out. Snoop.
I got myself a combine, a Topstep trading combine.
Jack, what do we got on Snoop?
Yeah, he's going to be hosting the Olympics, I think, in Paris. So you'll get to see, who is it? Bob Costas and Snoop Dogg.
It's gonna work. I think it's a brilliant idea.
Really?
That's Snoop Dogg.
Well, he hosted with Kevin Hart.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
It was a golf thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it was very funny.
Oh my God. I was dying laughing.
He's going to put down the gin and juice and pick up some baguettes and some vino.
Nice.
Yeah. In Paris. I'd love to hear what he's got to say. I'd love to hear his commentary.
You know, he gave up smoke.
Yeah, that was a whole. Jack, you nailed that one, by the way.
I wasn't all right. I thought it was going to be like the lead up to a Super Bowl ad.
Well,
I was a
you're
little
right,
surprised.
It was marketing.
But speaking of Vegas, James did pull up something real quick. We did find the locations of all 4 Chuck E. Cheese's that are in the Las Vegas, Paradise, Nevada metro area.
So you guys are trying to fight in March. We got some places to go. I got some places I can book you in.
5 of them. Tyson and Jake Paul at Chuck E. Cheese on Whitney and 593. 8 o'clock tonight. Be there. Wow.
Anonymous, nice little 20-point scalp there, bud.
I just took my little profit there, so I can call it a positive day.
There it is.
Nice. And Mike's up. Andre's up. Hoag is up. I'm up. Nice.
Oh, yeah. That was a good trade. I had a nice little 304 pop on that one to add to.
Thank you, Robert.
Hey, Mike, I think that the rattle's back. If you just want to mute when you're not talking, for now, we'll get that figured out.
Let's hope it's not a snake.
Yeah, it is
your best to make sure that's not a rattler.
A persistent, angry snake, if that's the case.
Carl Hungus does top step dinner at Chuck E. Cheese's.
Oh God.
I'll have that barbecue piggy, please.
So bad.
Oh my God. That's funny that they even did that. I mean, it's obviously the worst pizza ever made in the world. At a outrageously high price. But you're there for the games and for the kids.
Yeah,
so
but
deal
at least
with
the kids can get sick. Place is so dirty.
That ball pit. Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Yeah, right.
How many times they clean that out? I don't know.
No, how do you even clean that thing?
I've heard of some really horrible things being found in there.
Oh God.
I would never
Jenny,
like to be there.
No. P&L, Robert's asking.
Oh, $75.
$75.
Yep.
75.
There's going to be more going on here. I'm still hawking here. I'm looking for something to happen. We're not even in the power hour yet. We'll see what we can find here, Andre.
Y'all got to stick around for power hour. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's when the real action goes down.
Well, yeah, we get some opportunity end of the day. And
I'm still long, 1 of 2. Nice, Anne Marie.
Ray, yeah, it won't get me enough barbecued piggy.
Can I get that to go?
I was very busy and unfocused today. That's why I really didn't do anything, and I've been sitting here enjoying Jomo all day. Joy of
missing out on everything.
Yep. The Delta is nothing. It's negative 800 right now. It has not been a factor at all today.
I got a side question for you guys. I had a question, or a lot of them come up in our support chats. What do you guys think about runners? 2 contracts with a runner.
Oh, we talked about that during shoulder tap. Yeah. What do you mean by that, Mikey?
So say, for instance, like, on this NQ and possibly ES, 2 contracts, take, the first profit target being maybe 15 points and allowing the second one to run up to VWAP. How often, or do you just kind of take your money and run with it? Do you let it kind of fall back with a trailing stop? We just get a whole lot of those questions, and I love to, pick your guys' brain, hear your perspectives.
Ideally, it runs. You move your stop up to break even. You let it run, but
that happened to you today, and
it did happen to me today. But it's right. But we trade to protect against the downside, so I guess I got to take it. But yeah, we talked about this during shoulder tap. Are you one to get, if you're going to get into a 3 lot, do you buy one, or do you buy 3 and then shave off one? I think John Ayers' kind of personal preference.
I've always been all in, all out, and if I want to leave a runner, I can.
Yeah.
I've always liked to move the stop to break even, and if the market's moving, move that stop into money, lock it in.
Yep.
So you're pulling something out of a winning idea.
Yeah, ideally.
All right. Well, guys, we've got about 3 minutes here before the top of the hour.
How you doing?
Mike, how you doing?
Hey. Thanks for hanging, Mike.
Thanks for being with us here, buddy.
Thanks for having me on. Sorry for the static in the thing. I got to upgrade that next. Did the camera, now I got to do the microphone. We're going to get
We all made some money together, though.
Exactly.
Pleasure to have you here, Mikey.
Thank you, Mikey.
Always a pleasure. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a break here. We're coming back with Power Hour. Power of Grayskull. Always wanted to do that.
Excellent.
Excellent. He-Man. All right, we'll be right back.
Skeletor.
Power
of
Turn the
Grayskull.
power on.
Power.
Let's get it.
Power. And look, we've got Jack with us. Yes, ladies and gentlemen.
Favorite.
I've come out from behind the void.
Out in space. Well, you are in the void right now.
I am. Well, look at
Deep
this. I mean, my
space.
arms also disappear if I go to the side too far.
Magic.
Exactly.
You're a time traveler.
That's what I'm going for. Just any dark background. All
How
right.
you doing today, Jack?
I'm doing well. How you guys been?
All right. How's it going behind the scenes? Smooth?
Honestly, I'm glad we're switching to some new software tomorrow.
Agree. You can only imagine.
That should be fun.
I tell you, we're getting better and better day to day.
Yeah, we're dialing this sucker in, aren't we?
Yeah. All right. Well, Jack, you are on you've got a combine too, correct?
I do.
All right. And join us here if you see any opportunity. By the way, Jack, what do you trade besides bonds?
On Topstep X, I'm trading the ES.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Is that your chart right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. What do you got going on there? Pretty colors and stuff. Can you explain some of that?
Not too much. I mean, I'm just shifting it around right now. That's just like a volume profile and then, 50-day, 200-day moving average, and I'll draw some lines on it. I'm new to trading the ES, so we'll have some fun with it.
Yeah, the water's warm, man.
Yeah. Of course. Hey, since we were talking pizza boys, I know that Couch Trader was asking, being from Chicago, you guys deep dish or thin. Let's put a poll out there for everybody.
Can we put
deep
both
dish
on there?
or thin, and then both? Yes, we'll put both on there, Johnny.
Oop.
So we got, do you like deep dish? Do you like thin crust? And one thing I don't understand, I went to New York with the guys from Deutsche Bank, and it was probably about 1 a.m. in the morning, and there was just like pizza stand open.
Dollar slices.
Is that what it was? Probably was.
I know that's there, yeah.
And everybody had like these big slices that they fold them in half or fold them so they're like tacos.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, what are they doing? And they're like, just shut up and fold your pizza. So, yeah, we got that out there already. Oh, sorry, Robbie. There it is. Oh, you didn't put both, but that's okay. Thin crust. I wanted to vote for both too.
I'm going to vote for one then.
Yeah.
I'm a pan pizza guy. Give me Pequods. Give me Lumalnatis.
Yep.
Give me Unos. Give me Duets.
Love it.
I tell you, there's some frozen pizzas out there that aren't too bad. Jack's is pretty good. I think we got a couple Jack pizzas in our freezer. When you got that taste for something like cardboard and ketchup.
Sometimes it just hits.
Home run in.
Home run in. That's good.
Home run in. Yeah, we've got one here in Berwyn, I think. I think there's a home run in.
Probably the best frozen pizza.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
It just cooks perfectly. It's always good.
We had those at my parents' bar restaurant, and they had the little baby pizzas, and we had a pizza cooker, and I tell you, those things, we couldn't keep them in stock. People would be buying them to take them home, frozen. There we go. Thanks, Rob. Thin crust, thick crust, both or no, no pizza for you. Gosh.
So nobody has a position here?
Flat.
We
gotta change that.
So
flat.
Here, I'll go long just for fun.
See, I said the same thing the other day and I got spanked.
Yeah, I know.
On live TV, it's
Getting
humiliating.
spanked is not fun.
Ouch. Frito, Berwyn is my neighbor.
Berwyn's my neighbor.
So you probably know about Freddy's. Giordano's is overrated. Is it? I haven't had one of those.
I'm inclined to agree. I'm not a big stuffed pizza kind of guy.
Oh, that's what the sausage, that the whole patty.
Well, no, that would be like Lou Malnati's. Giordano's is stuffed, so there's a crust over all the cheese and any toppings, and then they put the sauce on top of the crust on top of everything else.
Yeah, that's a lot. Buyers in the NASDAQ.
Buyers in the S&Ps. Oh, I'm glad I bought that one, at least for now.
Anne Marie still long from 40?
She's from 47.40 still. She's still in. Half her position. She got out of some of it at 45, I think she said.
Yep.
I just pulled up the Nazi Daddy, and that thing gives me anxiety just looking.
Get
at
in
it.
there, Jack.
Oh,
Get in there, Jack. Come on.
I can't even.
No. That's definitely a tough one. And you know what is I don't understand people trading the NASDAQ with a 1 minute chart, 1 minute time frame. I'm like, my God.
No, people
it's
are talking
it's like
about,
a blur.
It is. People are talking about Detroit style pizza. What's Detroit style pizza?
I think you buy the pizza and somebody knocks you over the head and takes it.
I think it's square, right?
Squared, yeah.
It's done on like
Is it
jelly roll pans?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've heard the Detroit pizza is pretty good though.
Pretty much all pizza's pretty good.
Almost.
Besides,
my son says that even bad pizza, still pretty good. James Taylor's here. James Taylor, maybe you could play for us one of these days.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Please
hook you up. St. Louis style pizza. You guys are good at barbecue. You stick with the barbecue over there, Jason. Don't worry about the pizza. You guys got great barbecue.
So let's.
Henry likes Buddy's pizza.
New York, Chicago, or Detroit pizza. What's the best?
The thing is, if we're going to put a poll on that one, you've got to have tried all of them, and I honestly haven't. Let's see, 330 votes. So far, we've got thick crust 21%, thin crust 36, both 38, and no pizza for me. Out of 340 votes, 5% say they don't eat pizza.
Don't you know pizza is the ultimate?
Here we go.
Food. It's got all four food groups.
Yeah,
correct.
In one compact disc.
Here's the thing: you got a round pizza in a square box, and they cut it into triangles. What's that about?
Very geometric.
You get it all in there, those squares. I think the 5% is probably those that are incarcerated. They don't serve pizza in prisons.
Is that so?
No.
I have a question for you, Hoag. If you're looking at this, like, I have trouble right now because on the longer time frames.
Yes.
I don't see anything below. I like the idea of eventually going back and testing that CPI gap.
Right.
Right. But then besides that, that's far away, right?
It is far away.
It's not something you can day trade right now. So I don't see, if I were trying to get short at some point, what I'm trying to target.
I just took another profit. I'm up 295.
Good on you.
Where is that CPI gap, Jack? Do you remember the price?
I'm not long ES. Somebody put me in a position here.
All the way down here. 45.57 down to 45.07.
57. Oh, okay. 45.50.
And that's a long ways.
Yeah.
And in the NASDAQ, it was a very organized rally. In the S&Ps, not so much. There's naked points of control all the way up. Naked point of control, naked point of control, naked point of control. Everything else got kind of sewn up there. Another naked point of control here and here. But in the NASDAQ, you go down to that gap.
Yeah.
It was organized. It wasn't emotional like it was in the S&Ps, or so it seems. Here's the 30 minute. Let me squeeze it in here. So we just hit the last naked point of control before we get to that gap. There's the gap. The purple part here.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
So every point of control was checked all the way up until we got to here, and we've already gotten there. But remember, the NASDAQ is a lot weaker than the S&Ps. It's already below weekly kickoff low. It's already checked the points of control below that. Now there's nothing but space till we get to that. Space, the final frontier.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna soften my light real quick. My radiant whiteness is offending folks.
Is that true?
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna turn down the light. Honestly, it's kind of blinding me right now.
Yeah, you need some aloe after this session. Postman Max, $10 from passing the combine. Trade or not to trade? Well, I was the same situation about a week or two ago. Switch it to micros if you want. If you're $10 away from passing, trade micros. It's a safe bet, and if you're wrong, you're not distancing yourself from passing your combine.
Well,
I've got Lacey barking. Sorry.
All good. Non-farm, okay.
The normally very sweet and docile 90-pound German Shepherd.
She's a pretty dog.
She's a pretty girl. She's a sweetheart. But you know, if there's another dog outside or a squirrel, they must die.
It must die. I don't know. I feed my squirrels here.
Do you?
Yeah, summertime they actually they actually knock on my screen door.
Hey,
you'll hear like a little claw, and they'll be sitting right by the door.
They're like, hey, how about a sandwich? Have a little gabagool.
How you doing?
How you doing?
You got any like squirrel pizza in there for me, huh? So make a little pizza with like walnuts.
Do you give them like
peanuts?
Like Indian corn, like dry corn cobs and stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
There she is.
Yeah, there she is.
Hey Eddie, if you don't mind, what's on the calendar for tomorrow exactly? I know we have non-farm. Anything else after?
We're all gonna go to Chuck E. Cheese.
Factory orders, ISM services indexes. Barkin's supposed to bark tomorrow, and Baker Hughes rig count.
That guy.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
I had it up here. Sorry if I.
All good.
No, thank you.
We're a team here.
Non-farm on a Friday.
Barkin's barking. Lacey's barking. Everybody's barking.
Yeah, we've got long bias on tilt and ES and NQ, 70% on each. Something to keep an eye on. See if they get paid.
So we got up to 47, I think. So Anne Marie, I think you got your for the long. Lacey says, great job.
Keep bouncing off settle.
You know, Deanna, you mentioned that to watch, if you're a crude trader, watch the Canadian releases, the eco numbers also. Unemployment rate tomorrow for Canada, would that affect crude employment change? Anything like that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Check.
IVPMI, that's another number coming out in Canada.
All right, Anne Marie, not yet. Lacey's really upset about that. You'll get it. We'll get it.
So as I mentioned earlier, I will share yesterday's winners for Top Quiz and today's. Full transparency mode.
Anne Marie did not get filled. See, Anthony's got squirrels that knock on his door too. Anthony, hey.
How about some nuts, huh? How about some peanuts or something?
You got some fried calamar? All right. Yeah, it's a good idea.
So what do you guys think? And, you know, anybody who has an opinion.
Yeah.
The fact that we have gotten to 34 trillion in national debt. 34 trillion. That's a lot of pizzas. It's a lot of gabagool.
Gabagool.
A lot of gabagool.
John, what's 1 trillion?
Yeah, what is 1 trillion, John?
It's a boatload. It is a
1 and
boatload.
12
Here it is.
zeros.
So 1,000,000 seconds ago, it was 11 days ago. Now we're going to do some extrapolating here, ladies and gentlemen.
Extrapolate, dude, please.
We're going exponential. 1,000,000 seconds ago was 11 days ago.
Okay.
1 billion seconds ago, it was 1993.
Wow.
Okay.
1 trillion seconds ago,
oh my goodness,
was 31,000 BC.
Damn.
Another good year.
31,000.
Jack.
That was the first year, the year of the first Woodstock was 31,000.
31,000.
Another good year.
Hendrix was there. Yes, he was. So was Janice.
So that's how much,
Seconds,
that's how
too.
big 1 trillion is.
Seconds. Yeah.
Crazy.
Command says it's just unpayable. You're right. Yeah, 34
It
trillion
is.
unpayable.
It's never going to get paid.
Nope.
Unless I owed it, then they'd be all over me.
Right.
Of course, you know that. Yes. You're banging on your door, repossessing your car, kicking you out of your house.
That just kind of amazes me. 1 trillion seconds is 31,000 years ago. Oh, God.
Well, Raptor says, no problem. Hey, just print some more money.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. Just, you know, you got to make sure that the Sopranos get their beak wet.
Can't we just say, you know what? Let's all start at 0. Everybody on the planet. Okay, whatever you owe, 0. And
I think they used to do that. It was called a jubilee.
A jubilee.
Yeah.
How did that work?
Oh, don't put me on the spot for.
It was in Deuteronomy.
Yeah, it was like someone in the chat will know. Every some number of years, they would just forgive all debts or something like that.
Every 7.
7 years.
No 30-year mortgages.
No.
Thank you, Blake.
They need a reset code. Pretty good, Matt Meister.
Anne-Marie says Jubilee every 50.
Every
and
50.
I trust her on this for sure. Maybe it's
I
both.
did not go to Woodstock in 99 or the original one.
Lawrence is asking what my win streak is. Well, what I'm doing is just, I don't know. I don't know what my win streak is. I'm just passing the combine and just starting a new one, pass it, start a new one. Just having fun doing that.
So we just took out some of the liquidity that was down below. There was liquidity down to 47.38, and we just took that out. We extended the range by 3 ticks below the opening range, and we're coming off that low.
Well,
I don't know what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I was
You know
saying,
what I'm
the sellers keep getting exhausted at that level, right?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's also the day before non-farm. I don't think there's going to be massive positioning going on.
Right. That's why I'm kind of tempted to look for another long, but
For entertainment.
You buying or selling, John?
Perfect.
All right. I got long.
You know I'm not normal.
Now, I heard that Jack just got filled. Wendy came in and said order filled.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you want that off on your dom ladder depth of market, click on that little gear, and on the bottom you could turn notifications off.
There you go. So I was in 47.39.50.
Okay.
You're gonna make a mint.
Sure.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
No, keep thinking.
39.50.
Hey, if you don't succeed, keep on sucking till you do succeed.
That's
Famous
right.
words of
Exactly.
Curly Howard.
Yeah. What's wrong with him? Tarpon monoxide. I gotta open my windows. The sun comes in, and you guys probably see like the sun lines on me from my blinds. I got to get some curtains or something to stop that. But it looks like a beautiful day, and I want to open up my blinds. Don't go away. I'll be right back.
The sun is out. Oh. Look, there's an outside. Didn't even know that. So, Coach Vince, you went long 47.38 half A.
Jack, where are you long from?
47.39 half as well.
39 hook. Okay.
So Blake went a little bit deeper. The 7-year law of release and the year of Jubilee are both biblical provisions for the release of debt and obligations every 7 years.
It's a nice deal.
I wonder if that has anything to do with the 7-year itch.
Closely related.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to test these lows, aren't they?
Wainwright says, put pants on, Hoag. Hoag got up.
I did.
He's commando right now, folks.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
How you doing? Thank you, Blake. 7th inning stretch. You know, I wanted to partake here in some of these trades, but
me too.
I'm just content.
Huh. Noel. Since we're talking about the economy, how might the national debt affect the markets? It
really
doesn't seem to care.
Yeah, it really doesn't. We're just trading all-time highs a couple weeks ago.
I mean, if every country is irreparably in debt, how much is the paper that they offer for that debt really worth? The only true value is equity. Land.
Equity. Yeah, land.
Equity. Precious metals. Water. Food.
Toys.
Platinum.
Yeah, I was going to say precious metals.
Precious metals. Yep.
Go-go boots.
So I don't know how this is going to resolve. I don't know how it can.
War.
But that we can't. That's just not.
I know. It makes no sense, John. I know. You're trying to make sense.
I agree.
No sense.
This Thursday has taken a turn, hasn't it?
Everybody pray for peace.
Pray for peace.
Everybody all day, every day, pray for peace.
All day. I wouldn't be able to trade then.
Yeah.
I had a great grandmother that prayed all day long. All day. From morning to I think she's when God goes on vacation, I think she sits in for him. I mean, she prayed so much. God bless her soul.
Well,
Fromo Jr. up 1946 in the 100K combine. You're content as well today. Yes, after a DLL yesterday. Yes, don't be in a hurry to give it back tomorrow.
I am not doing bongs.
What are you doing over there, Johnny?
Jesus.
Definitely not doing a bong and then thinking about what Hoag was saying there. It's going to give me a panic attack.
Hey, God made weed.
There you go. I like that. There's Eddie's bong. Hello, bong.
Hello, bong.
Hello, bong.
Here we go. Who is bell to bell with us today?
Me.
Yep.
Yeah, by default. Say me.
Well, put the vote in. It
I
votes
did.
do count.
Hoops pointing out we do have some negative delta accumulating here. We're not for the first time. We're down 4,200
Okay.
in delta, and it's not breaking. We did extend the range a little bit. We took out the poor low.
Put your vote in. Put your vote in. We got a poll going on, Robbie. Robbie's not doing polls just to make him happy now. Put that vote in the poll. Disappeared quite quick there, Rob. What happened to it?
Andre, be ready.
Did I?
Yeah, I am. There's gonna be some stops around here.
Yeah, somewhere, one way or another. You know, if we're seeing longer term buyers down here, and we get too short in short time frame, watch that 245 level there.
Yep.
Or time.
Amazing here, gentlemen and ladies, and anyone else.
I know, gentlemen.
Yes, you are. We've got 1.2 likes here. Would like to see some more likes. If you haven't hit that thumbs up button, please do. And don't forget to subscribe. You're going to want to subscribe. And if we can we put the link for the email? I know there's a lot of new people here. If you can, you want to sign up for our newsletter, and of course weekly kickoff levels and so forth. Let's get that link in here for those that didn't know about it. You see what Carl did for us, Johnny?
Carl Hungus.
Hoag means health over anticipated profits. Horn means hashish or ramen noodles. Never smoked ramen noodles, but if you know where I can get some hash, let me know. I don't know.
Well, I am kind of trying to improve my health this year. And I don't want to say too much about it. I mean, we all have our things that we have to do. We need to get some more exercise, and I do sit here a lot, and that's not good. So I'm going to try and move around a little bit more and drink a little bit less. And
John, is Donna sort of putting that hot coal into your butt like Michelle is doing to me? Saying,
no, I have insurance.
Okay.
Just kidding. She lost me. I've been trying to get her to. She's home this week, so I've been trying to get her to come on and say hello to everybody.
Do it.
She doesn't want to. Not that she doesn't like and love everybody. She just shy, I guess.
Robbie, what was the outcome of that last poll we had? Bell to bell. Oops. I don't see it in our channel here.
That's it. I like the idea of the standing desk.
In theory.
Right.
In practice, I can't. I tried it at the old office for a while, but
and it's hard with the camera and
wow.
Typing's weird, isn't it?
And well, we've got the poll. Thank you, Robert. Who is bell to bell with us today? Most of the day, only 24%. 76% has been opening bell to closing bell with us. My goodness.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of love, I tell you that.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm not logging off, man. These clowns are funny.
Oh, Fromo Jr. That rug ties the whole room together.
That's Lebowski.
Yep. I have a cool rug in my office here. It looks like a log cut, but it's like huge. I absolutely love it.
Lebowski quote, I'm always thinking about reading the comments is just, well, that's just your opinion, man.
Right.
Opinion, man. So good. Oh, so good.
Yeah. Well, that's just like your opinion, man.
So good.
Look at all these bell to bellers. Nice.
1.4 billion sell side. Yeah, look at that. It's
So
just stuck here at the weekly kickoff low.
There it is.
yeah, you're taking a victory lap on that one.
Uh,
Important level. They know it's Hoag's level.
yeah, I mean, and it's such a obscure level. It's the afternoon pullback low from Wednesday, the FOMC meeting. There it is, the afternoon pullback low, 47.37 quarter, actually. But that is where that came from.
Spot on.
Obscure, but seems to mean something now. Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Ballsy. Stupid, but ballsy.
My.
Buyers come in.
Alpha.
Buyers come in.
Well, as the cryon, as we call it, does say 30 minutes left to power hour. Please join us tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna open up as usual, 8 o'clock. Hoag and myself. And we got fast markets with Tanya. Am I saying that right?
Tanya.
Okay. Tanya trades. Oh, okay. Tanya's going to be with us here. For those that were asking about Rips is still ill, but we're hoping that he gets much better quick.
Yes.
And I can completely understand that. You know, I tell you. Shoulder tap with Brett on the Friday, and we got power players. I will have Ben, Andre, and myself doing some power player stuff. Top quiz. James is going to take that over, and with Sarah and Brooke. We got group coaching with the man, the myth, the legend, not Elvis, much better, John Hoagland.
Yes.
And Back to the Futures, Hoag and Anne Marie. All right. And I will be filtering questions, so we'll probably have a form if you want to ask either Hoag or Anne Marie questions. Power Hour. We're going to end the week here. Hoag, Andre, Jack, and Coach Ray.
Nice.
Will be here, and I think that's Coach Ray's last day off. So we'll put him center stage.
We need to get him some time off.
Well, he's a teacher.
Ray's
he's off when the kids are off.
I love Ray.
Good guy.
Does it? You know what? I don't know how to feel about this. My wife just gave me this.
What is it?
Sorry, I'm looking at the charts. What do you got?
Oh my God.
Oh, Hoag. Congratulations.
No. Oh, man. Oh, no.
You're living on Easy Street.
Oh, man.
Does that mean I have to go to dinner at 3:30 now?
Oh, man. Oh, no.
Where's my Jello? I want my Jello. You know, some places, I tell you, John, we're getting to that age where we're going to kick 60 here, and you're going to start getting discounts. That's what you got to do. You got to look for discounts. Do you discount senior citizens? I'm a senior.
I get discounts at the gun range.
Do you? Yeah, I do too. Yeah.
What
How
are they
old are
calling?
you? I think it's like 55 and over.
55 and over, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only on Mondays in the first week of the month that ends with R. But yeah, you still get it.
What range are you? Do you go on a range over there in Countryside?
Actually, there's one in Mokina, about 10 minutes from the house.
Okay.
There you go. All right. Before we get to the action, James, do we want to show the top quiz winners real quick? Give me some good karma.
We can do that.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right, so coming at you first, we got January 3rd winners.
Martin, once every leap year on a full moon.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit delayed seeing these, but
Elephantosis.
if you see your name on there, you should be getting an email.
Mashed sloth.
Ooh,
Oops,
that's-
I FOMO'd.
That's a pretty good one.
This is great doctrine. Top Splot. Electric Green. Swarm Keeper.
Swarm Keeper. Must be a beekeeper.
I like it.
Is it like that Jason? That's Jason Statham. I'm Jason Statham.
By the way, I must warn, I gave a quick glance at these to make sure there was nothing totally inappropriate in them.
Anything? They look good.
I think they're good, but by the grace of God.
Well, then coming at you hot, we got January 4th today. They're also good, it looks like.
Nice.
Here they are.
Frito, you are close to me, my friend. What's this one? Five handle drinker.
Ooh, that's a lot.
We got Chris Tucker. It's Chris Tucker.
There were 2 Jack ones.
Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I see Hoop saying, I won the whole damn thing today.
Did you?
He did. He came in first. But
Nice.
Way to go, buddy.
Maybe we should, whoever's first, unless it's somebody that's always first, make sure they get one too.
Well, we could do a whole power hour sometime about. So when we started doing it, that's what we did. But it did end up being just the same people winning over and over again.
Right.
And there's really no way for me to kind of police that, what people are doing in their homes.
Yeah.
Nor should I be able to be. That's your right.
And I don't mean to complicate things for you. So no.
Yeah, we don't want police, criminals, and
You filthy criminals.
cheating on top quiz.
Change you filthy animal.
I watched that the other day.
But
Yeah, Home Alone. Yeah.
Great film. If there's anyone else, while we're on the quiz, one last thing. If there's anyone else out there who has the chutzpah of Black Swan to come live on the show, let me know. TopstepTV what's the Gmail? It's TopstepTV at topstep.com.
Yes. Yeah. If you come on.
And Jack said chutzpah.
I like that.
Mhm.
Gumption.
How long is the code good for? I think now, so I've handed it over to support now because it was I used to send out the email for them, and then, that's 150 people a week and so forth. And if there's replies, so I think they're good for usually like 2 weeks or something, but don't hold me to that. They'll say in the email.
So, but good job, Hoag. We'll do a virtual pat on the back. You won today.
So what do you want? A medal?
He's so get your medal. There you go. Whit Wainwright says Ferris Bueller's Day Off in Lake Forest. Well, it was in the CME too. The visitors gallery.
The water tower that said Save Ferris on it, that was Northbrook's water tower. The school where Ferris had the Ferrari and picked up his girlfriend, that was Glenbrook North. That was the doors from the museum, the like theater, they had for the performing arts. There was the performing arts theater doors, and a lot of it was, I don't know where the house was. I think the house was in Lake Forest.
The house, I think the house was in California. That was the only part of the film.
Oh, okay. True?
Yeah, they filmed all the house stuff last, actually. I think like the last scene, I just listened to a podcast about it. That's why I know. I think the last scene they filmed was the first scene when he's like talking about how he stays home from school or whatever.
Right.
With the shower and the keyboard and the sample and the.
If you don't live life, it'll pass by you.
That's right.
Whatever he says.
Yeah. I think I got that somewhere. I forget where I got it.
You are Abe Froman, the sausage king of Chicago? Yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
All right, 10 minutes to 2:50.
Yep, that's when it's going here. Come on.
Martin says here that the fire drill reset codes will be sent out on January 10th. January 10th. Yeah, the restaurant was the Pump Room. I wonder if that's still even there. Oh no, wasn't it Shea Paul?
Oh yeah.
Wasn't that the Blues Brothers with Shea Paul?
Uh,
How much for your wife?
We're gonna eat here every day.
Yeah.
Come on, rip.
Yep.
Are we looking for an up rip?
Yeah, call up rips. Get him to rip it. Do it for my 401k. We're all doomed to a life of debt, according to Hoag. So I need this small victory.
I did not mean to freak people out. I mean, this is. I think we should just have all the politicians pay for it.
Sounds good to me.
Oh, come on. You know you can have. Come on.
Nope.
Play the lottery. You got a better chance. Mm-mm-mm.
18 minutes.
So I'm out at 74.40. So I took a half tick out of it, but I may get back in. I just didn't want to sit around waiting for it to test the lows again.
Right.
Ooh, early balances are to the sell side. So I don't know. Are we going to see that rip or no? 4,400 negative delta. That's like the deepest delta we've seen all day.
What is it, John? Sorry.
Negative 4,400.
Okay.
NASDAQ is, let me see, negative 2,300. So they're both kind of, NASDAQ's pretty far off that low. If you're going cheap, the S&P is the one to buy right now.
Yeah, it's giving better prices.
There you go.
I just want to buy time to get closer to 250.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Life moves pretty fast. You don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it.
Don't get us sued now, Eddie.
Did you guys see the movie? What was it? No Hard Feelings. Jennifer
What's it
Lawrence.
about?
So Jennifer Lawrence gets kind of hired by a couple to.
Oh yeah, to help lose their son's virginity.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard about that.
That's a comedy.
Matthew
Yeah.
Broderick is the kid's dad.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, they got him all grayed up too, right?
Yeah. They're like complete helicopter parents.
Parag is asking me about a strategy. Well, strategy goes basically looking for momentum, also looking for patterns, keeping an eye on the dome, the ladder, the depth of market, and just looking for very base hits, man. Base hits. I tell you, it works. It really does. Small profit, take what the market gives you, and move on to the next opportunity.
Hmm. 15 minutes.
T minus 15 minutes.
T minus 1.5.
Mr. McHugh, please get back in your desk.
Yep.
It's like in school when you're watching that clock. It's like 15 minutes, the longest 15 minutes ever.
15 minutes, yeah. We'll see.
Come on, man.
Make this trade.
Patience.
Mm-hmm. When did we pop yesterday, John? Like 5 minutes till?
Yeah, I mean,
Later,
we
right?
were putting in the low.
Yeah.
And it was, the last 5 minutes that it finally kind of came off that low and ended up kind of giving us a late spike, but not a true late spike. So we didn't call that this morning. It's a good thing because we opened below it and then rallied. So, well, I mean, for a few folks, this morning we're commenting how they got a good trade-off weekly kickoff low, and that makes me happy. That's what it's all about. That's why I'm here. Doesn't always work that way, ladies and gentlemen, and no guarantees, but turned out to be a really good spot. And I was distracted this morning, missed the opening range trade, and so I got to watch. But that's okay. I'll get the next one.
Your numbers are very good, John.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm starting a new chapter in my trading career. There was pit, then screen, now screen in front of everybody.
Yeah. How Hoagland got his groove back.
I'm just slowly, I'm not trying to kill it. I'm just profit and limit risk. And, I've almost doubled this account. And when I do that, then I'll take an extra contract probably. But I don't know. We'll see.
Hey, guys, let me ask you. Blake wants to ask. Let's see. Andre, what time frame do you use on your charts?
15 and 5.
Okay. Jack, what are you using?
Time frame? This is a half hour. But like, this is newer for me as far as the day trading outrights. Is I would usually be looking much farther out. I do more swing trading.
Okay. And John, what's your time frame?
Well, most of the time it's on the 30-minute chart. Looking at the market profile lines up nicely with that. But I will occasionally, if I'm looking for shorter time frames of supply and demand, go down to a 5 or 15. I try not to, but I'm, like I said, this is a new chapter in my trading career, and I'm learning things, and I'm feeling very blessed that we have Deanna and Anne Marie and everybody kind of chiming in and talking, and there's every time I think I know something, I learn that I know nothing. And it happens over and over again.
And John, I tell you, the community too, a lot of participation, a lot of positive comments
100%.
and sharing of making sure we're all on the same level. And we really appreciate that. I mean, this is awesome. Honestly, this is the place to be.
Really is.
There we go. Figured out a setting. I'm trying to make myself slightly less incandescently white on here.
Impossible.
It's a new computer.
Dave's up 3,800 today. Party at Dave's house, folks.
Right on. Oh, here we go.
10 minutes here. Russell breaking a little bit to the downside.
Back down to 37. Another week low here. You got the MOCs coming out here in 25 seconds.
Well, Fred Decker's still with us here. Johnny wants everyone to know how much I love and enjoy Topstep TV every day. Good old Freddie D.
Thank you, Fred. Thanks for being with us. Fred's been with us a long time. I can't wait to see Fred. We got to have another meetup. We got to get Fred there.
Sure. Detective Decker? Yes. Detective Decker.
Oh, shit.
All right.
Ooh, check got filled.
Oh, they just ran through me. Damn it.
Where is another question?
That was the MOCs. 1 point some billion.
Let's see what happens.
1.4 billion.
Hooper got stopped out.
Yeah, that puts us back to about 1992. 1.4 billion.
Where were you in 1992?
I was at the Merc. I was trading
floor. Yeah. I think I was probably working in the Dow in 92 with the Minuch and Steve.
Okay.
Finally,
good guys.
Weekly kickoff low.
4.1 billion sell from Ben Johnson.
Yep, 4.1 billion. Yeah, holy cow. Wow.
Yeah. All right. Couldn't get me. I'm not gonna let it.
He's got stopped.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
So there. Got filled.
Yeah, that was me.
That was me. Damn it.
Folks, we've got about 9 minutes here, and we're going to say hasta la vista. But don't forget, we've got in our Discord channel at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul every day, today and tomorrow. And today is Thursday. Coach Jay is going to be doing a 5:00 p.m. Central Time order flow, volume, and analysis. And 8:00 tonight Central Time, join Coach Dakota, and he's going to help you with learning how to trade the slower markets. So don't forget, it's not over until somebody sings.
Late spike. Damn it.
Oops. All right. Sorry about
Fat
that.
finger.
1 second. Do something.
Wally. Hey, Joe Drennan. Good to see you. Hope you're feeling well.
What? Just, I get used to this. Okay.
Isn't that kind of unnerving when you're like, wait, did I have something working?
Yeah, I should know that. I'm just getting used to this platform.
Are you trading off the dome?
Yeah.
All right. Make sure that your settings for stop and profit, click that dead cure.
Okay. No, I got it. We're all good.
So I think you're getting filled too quick. That's one good thing about Topstep X. You can put your stop in there. You can put your profit, and I play my 420 risk. You can put your risk number in there. You can put your to make also on there, and I think that's really cool. Another thing too is you can set your DLL, personal daily loss limit, right here. So if I put 500,000, whatever you want to put in there, and
this is going.
They're hammering this.
Yeah, they are.
Do we extend?
Selling into the lows, into the close.
For non-farm.
With 5 minutes left, I don't really want to close my eyes, sell, and pray.
That's what's happening, though. It's
Yeah, I'll pray for peace instead. Boy, they really had to work that 37 level to get through there, didn't they?
Yeah, it stayed there forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, low volume. Thanks, Anne Marie. Nice, Joe. Feeling better than ever. Back to coaching basketball full time. You're the man.
Yeah,
look at this.
This is where there's I don't have the levels below here.
There aren't any.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. Well, I have one, but it's way below here.
Yeah.
Yes, Grim Reaper PM sessions are not good to trade, but we're doing it. You don't have to. You can watch us sort of take the heat, sweat it out, or walk away victorious.
Well, I mean, in the last hour, I hadn't made a trade because I was distracted and busy, and I just made $300. I mean, it's 300 I didn't have earlier.
All right, 5 minutes here on the top of the hour. Now, remember we ask you if you're on the trading combine or funded. 10 minutes after, you have to be flat. But
right,
I've always told traders, you know what, 3:00, shut it down. Make sure that you're closing, and always check, double check, triple check. I know that here on the Topstep X, you got to flatten all. That's just to cover your ass. You don't want to have an open position and log off.
Look at these offers compared to the bids in the ES. Oh, wait, I have it expanded the wrong way.
All right, Fred, have a good night.
Later, Fred.
All the best.
Night, Fred. Well,
crazy, man.
That's a nice marmot.
Yeah, as always, remember to cancel all orders.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got non-farm payrolls tomorrow. I'll be looking forward to seeing what these markets offer tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow unemployment rate before Johnny and myself get in here. Non-farm also will be at 7:30 Central a.m. So we'll be walking into that at 8 o'clock. We'll also have some factory orders at 9 Central. Factory orders month to month for November. We've also got the 9 o'clock number, ISM non-manufacturing PMI, and non-manufacturing prices for December. Baker Hughes rig count at high noon tomorrow. And I think that might be it.
And then it's Friday.
Yes, it is. Then we will be having happy hour, so make sure you have your favorite beverage for our power happy hour.
It's going to be January water for me.
Me too.
Just
nonsense.
I said black beans, chicken, and water, and
it's a barbecue
squats.
We could have just sent you to prison.
I don't think I'd do well there, John.
No, probably not. No. So stay out of there.
I will try my best.
You know, my Credence tapes were in there.
We're busting out all the little
prison. Yeah. So hopefully everybody had a good time today. Everybody learned at least one thing. If you can walk away from Topstep TV and saying that, I learned one thing, then it's a success. More than one, then you got a bonus. But before we go here, we got 2 minutes here. Jack, any closing comments, or are you still in the trade?
Oh, no. I was out of that a long time ago. Down $242. Sure. It's a not happy hour, power hour. I was going to say tomorrow we are experimenting with new software for the broadcast. So have mercy on us. Be patient.
No tar and feathering, please.
No virtual tar and feathering.
Nope.
Yes. Andre, any closing comments here?
Thanks to everyone for hanging out with us. That was a lot of fun. See you guys tomorrow for non-farm.
Non-farm. Mr. Hoagland, Johnny Hoags.
Blessings to everybody. Thank you all for joining us today. And didn't mean to freak you out with that whole national debt thing, but make sure you continue to pray for peace. Last thing we need is any more wars. Let's solve that, and then we'll start solving the other problems. But blessings to you all. Again, pray for peace. We'll see you in the morning.
Yep.
The opening call.
Morning, bright and early. And let's not forget our friends in Japan here with that massive earthquake that took them by storm again. And a lot of things going around in the planet, and we should be blessed and happy where we are. And until we meet again, my friends, we'll be here tomorrow at 8 o'clock for opening bell. Have a great rest of your evening. Be safe, stay healthy, and I'm Eddie Horn, and that will do it. So, folks, we'll be back here tomorrow. Thanks for being with us here, and have a great evening. Take care.